Introduction of Kenilworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Introduction. A certain degree of success, real or supposed, in the delineation of Queen Mary, naturally induced the author to attempt something similar respecting her sister and her foe, the celebrated Elizabeth. He will not, however, pretend to have approached the task with the same feelings, for the candid Robertson himself confesses having felt the prejudices with which a Scottishman is tempted to regard the subject, and what so liberal a historian avows, a poor romance writer dares not disown. But he hopes the influence of a prejudice, almost as natural to him as his native air, will not be found to have greatly affected the sketch he has attempted of England's Elizabeth. I have endeavoured to describe her as at once a high-minded sovereign, and a female of passionate feelings, hesitating betwixt the sense of her rank, and the duty she owed her subjects on the one hand, and on the other her attachment to a nobleman, who, in external qualifications at least, amply merited her favour. The interest of the story is thrown upon that period when the sudden death of the first Countess of Leicester seemed to open the ambition of her husband the opportunity of sharing the crown of his sovereign. It is possible that slander, which very seldom favours the memories of persons in exalted stations, may have blackened the character of Leicester with darker shades than really belonged to it. But the almost general voice of the times attached the most foul suspicions to the death of the unfortunate Countess, more especially as it took place so very opportunely for the indulgence of her lover's ambition. If we trust Ashmole's Antiquities of Berkshire, there was but too much ground for the traditions which charged Leicester with the murder of his wife. In the following extract of the passage, the reader will find the authority I had for the story of the romance. At the west end of the church are the ruins of a manor, anciently belonging, as a cell or place of removal, as some report, to the monks of Abington. At the dissolution, the said manor, or lordship, was conveyed to one, Owen, I believe, the possessor of Godstow then. In the hall over the chimney I find Abington arms cut in stone, namely, a petunie between 4 martlets, and also another escutcheon, namely, a lion rampant, and several mitres cut in stone about the house. There is also in the said house a chamber called Dudley's Chamber, where the Earl of Leicester's wife was murdered, of which this is the story following. Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, a very goodly personage, and singularly well featured, being a great favourite to Queen Elizabeth, it was thought, and commonly reported, that had he been a bachelor or widower, the Queen would have made him her husband. To this end, to free himself of all obstacles, he commands, or perhaps with fair flattering entreaties, desires his wife to repose herself here, at his servant Anthony Forster's house, who then lived in the aforesaid manor house, and also prescribes to Sir Richard Varney, a prompter to his design, at his coming hither, that he should first attempt to poison her, and if that did not take effect, then by any other way whatsoever to dispatch her. This, it seems, was proved by the report of Dr. Walter Bailey, sometime Fellow of New College, then living in Oxford, and Professor of Physic in that University, whom, because he would not consent to take away her life by poison, the Earl endeavoured to displace him the court. This man, it seems, reported for most certain that there was a practice in Cumnor among the conspirators, to have poisoned this poor innocent lady, a little before she was killed, which was attempted after this manner. They, seeing the good lady sad and heavy, as one that well knew, by her other handling, that her death was not far off, began to persuade her that her present disease was abundance of melancholy and other humours, etc., and therefore would needs counsel her to take some potion, which she absolutely refusing to do, as still suspecting the worst. Whereupon they sent a messenger on a day, unawares to her, for Dr. Bailey, and entreated him to persuade her to take some little potion by his direction, and they would fetch the same at Oxford, meaning to have added something of their own for her comfort, as the doctor upon just cause and consideration did suspect, seeing their great importunity, and the small need the lady had of physic, and therefore he peremptorily denied their request, misdoubting, as he afterwards reported, lest, if they had poisoned her under the name of his potion, he might after have been hanged for a colour of their sin; and the doctor remained still well assured that this way taking no effect, she would not long escape their violence, which afterwards happened thus. For Sir Richard Varney, above said, the chief projector in this design, who, by the Earl's order, remained that day of her death alone with her, with one man only, and Forster, who had that day forcibly sent away all her servants from her to Abington Market, about 3 miles distant from this place. They, I say, whether first stifling her, or else strangling her, afterwards flung her down a pair of stairs and broke her neck, using much violence upon her. But, however, though it was vulgarly reported that she by chance fell downstairs, but still without hurting her hood that was upon her head, yet the inhabitants will tell you there that she was conveyed from her usual chamber where she lay, to another where the bed's head of the chamber stood close to a privy postern door, where they in the night came and stifled her in her bed, bruised her head very much, broke her neck, and at length flung her downstairs, thereby believing the world would have thought it a mischance, and so have blinded their villainy. But behold the mercy and justice of God in revenging and discovering this lady's murder, for one of the persons that was a coadjutor in this murder was afterwards taken for a felony in the marches of Wales, and offering to publish the manner of the aforesaid murder, was privately made away in the prison by the Earl's appointment. And Sir Richard Varney, the other, dying about the same time in London, cried miserably, and blasphemed God, and said to a person of note, who hath related the same to others since, not long before his death, that all the devils in hell did tear him in pieces. Forster likewise, after this fact, being a man formerly addicted to hospitality, company, mirth, and music, was afterwards observed to forsake all this, and with much melancholy and pensiveness, some say with madness, pined and drooped away. The wife also of Bald Butter, kinsman to the Earl, gave out the whole fact a little before her death. Neither are these following passages to be forgotten, that as soon as ever she was murdered, they made great haste to bury her before the coroner had given in his inquest, which the Earl himself condemned as not done advisedly, which her father, or Sir John Roberset, as I suppose, hearing of, came with all speed hither, caused her corpse to be taken up, the coroner to sit upon her, and further inquiry to be made concerning the business to the full. But it was generally thought that the Earl stopped his mouth, and made up the business betwixt them. And the good Earl, to make plain to the world the great love he bare to her while alive, and what a grief the loss of so virtuous a lady was to his tender heart, caused, though the thing, by these and other means, was beaten into the heads of the principal men of the University of Oxford, her body to be reburied in St. Mary's Church in Oxford, with great pomp and solemnity. It is remarkable, when Dr. Babington, the Earl's chaplain, did preach the funeral sermon, he tripped once or twice in his speech, by recommending to their memories that virtuous lady so pitifully murdered, instead of saying pitifully slain. This Earl, after all his murders and poisonings, was himself poisoned by that which was prepared for others, some say by his wife at Cornbury Lodge, before mentioned, though Baker in his Chronicle would have it at Killingworth, anno 1588. Ashmole's Antiquities of Berkshire, Volume 1, page 149. The tradition as to Leicester's death was thus communicated by Ben Jonson to Drummond of Hawthornden. The Earl of Leicester gave a bottle of liquor to his lady, which he willed her to use in any faintness, which she, after his return from court, not knowing it was poison, gave him, and so he died. Ben Jonson's information to Drummond of Hawthornden. Manuscript, Sir Ronald Sibbald's copy. The same accusation has been adopted and circulated by the author of Leicester's Commonwealth, a satire written directly against the Earl of Leicester, which loaded him with the most horrid crimes, and, among the rest, with the murder of his first wife. It was alluded to in the Yorkshire Tragedy, a play erroneously ascribed to Shakespeare, where a baker, who determines to destroy all his family, throws his wife downstairs, with this allusion to the supposed murder of Leicester's lady: "The only way to charm a woman's tongue is, break her neck, a politician did it." The reader will find I have borrowed several incidents as well as names from Ashmole and the more early authorities, but my first acquaintance with the history was through the more pleasing medium of verse. There is a period in youth when the mere power of numbers has a more strong effect on ear and imagination than in more advanced life. At this season of immature taste, the author was greatly delighted with the poems of Mickle and Langhorne, poets who, though by no means deficient in the higher branches of their art, were eminent for their powers of verbal melody, above most who have practised this department of poetry. One of those pieces of Mickle, which the author was particularly pleased with, is a ballad, or rather a species of elegy, on the subject of Cumnor Hall, which, with others by the same author, was to be found in Evans's Ancient Ballads, Volume 4, page 130, to which work Mickle made liberal contributions. The first stanza especially had a peculiar species of enchantment for the youthful ear of the author, the force of which is not even now entirely spent. Some others are sufficiently prosaic. Cumnor Hall. The dews of summer night did fall. The moon, sweet regent of the sky, silvered the walls of Cumnor Hall, and many an oak that grew thereby. Now nought was heard beneath the skies, the sounds of busy life were still, save an unhappy lady's sighs that issued from that lonely pile. "Leicester," she cried, "is this thy love that thou so oft hast sworn to me, to leave me in this lonely grove, immured in shameful privity? No more thou com'st with lover's speed, thy once beloved bride to see, but be she alive or be she dead, I fear, stern Earl, 's the same to thee. Not so the usage I received when happy in my father's hall. No faithless husband then me grieved, no chilling fears did me appall. I rose up with the cheerful morn, no lark more blithe, no flower more gay, and like the bird that haunts the thorn, so merrily sung the livelong day. If that my beauty is but small, among court ladies all despised, why didst thou rend it from the hall, where, scornful Earl, it well was prized? And when you first to me made suit, how fair I was you oft would say, and proud of conquest, plucked the fruit, then left the blossom to decay. Yes, now neglected and despised, the rose is pale, the lily's dead, but he that once their charms so prized is sure the cause those charms are fled. For know, when sickening grief doth prey, and tender loves repay with scorn, the sweetest beauty will decay. What floweret can endure the storm? At court, I'm told, is beauty's throne, where every lady's passing rare, that eastern flowers, that shame the sun, are not so glowing, not so fair. Then, Earl, why didst thou leave the beds where roses and where lilies vie, to seek a primrose, whose pale shades must sicken when those gauds are by? 'Mong rural beauties I was one, among the fields wild flowers are fair. Some country swain might me have won, and thought my beauty passing rare. But, Leicester, or I much am wrong, or 'tis not beauty lures thy vows, rather ambition's gilded crown makes thee forget thy humble spouse. Then, Leicester, why again I plead, the injured surely may repine, why didst thou wed a country maid, when some fair princess might be thine? Why didst thou praise my humble charms, and oh, then leave them to decay? Why didst thou win me to thy arms, then leave to mourn the livelong day? The village maidens of the plain salute me lowly as they go, envious they mark my silken train, nor think a countess can have woe. The simple nymphs, they little know how far more happy their estate, to smile for joy, than sigh for woe, to be content, than to be great. How far less blest am I than them, daily to pine and waste with care, like the poor plant that, from its stem divided, feels the chilling air. Nor, cruel Earl, can I enjoy the humble charms of solitude. Your minions proud my peace destroy, by sullen frowns or pratings rude. Last night, as sad I chanced to stray, the village death bell smote my ear. They winked aside, and seemed to say, Countess, prepare, thy end is near. And now, while happy peasants sleep, here I sit lonely and forlorn, no one to soothe me as I weep, save Philomel on yonder thorn. My spirits flag, my hopes decay, still that dread death bell smites my ear, and many a boding seems to say, Countess, prepare, thy end is near. Thus sore and sad that lady grieved in Cumnor Hall, so lone and drear, and many a heartfelt sigh she heaved, and let fall many a bitter tear. And ere the dawn of day appeared, in Cumnor Hall, so lone and drear, full many a piercing scream was heard, and many a cry of mortal fear. The death bell thrice was heard to ring, an aerial voice was heard to call, and thrice the raven flapped its wing around the towers of Cumnor Hall. The mastiff howled at village door, the oaks were shattered on the green. Woe was the hour, for never more that hapless Countess e'er was seen. And in that manor now no more is cheerful feast and sprightly ball, for ever since that dreary hour have spirits haunted Cumnor Hall. The village maids, with fearful glance, avoid the ancient moss-grown wall, nor ever lead the merry dance among the groves of Cumnor Hall. Full many a traveller oft hath sighed, and pensive wept the Countess's fall, as wandering onward they've espied the haunted towers of Cumnor Hall. Abbotsford, 1st March, 1831. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 1. I am an innkeeper, and know my grounds, and study them. Bray no man, I study them. I must have jovial guests to drive my ploughs, and whistling boys to bring my harvest home, or I shall hear no flails thwack. The New Inn. It is the privilege of tale-tellers to open their story in an inn, the free rendezvous of all travellers, and where the humour of each displays itself without ceremony or restraint. This is specially suitable when the scene is laid during the old days of merry England, when the guests were in some sort not merely the inmates, but the messmates and temporary companions of mine host, who was usually a personage of privileged freedom, comely presence, and good humour. Patronized by him, the characters of the company were placed in ready contrast, and they seldom failed, during the emptying of a six-hooped pot, to throw off reserve, and present themselves to each other and to their landlord with the freedom of old acquaintance. The village of Cumnor, within 3 or 4 miles of Oxford, boasted during the 18th of Queen Elizabeth an excellent inn of the old stamp, conducted, or rather ruled, by Giles Gosling, a man of goodly person, and of somewhat round belly. 50 years of age and upwards, moderate in his reckonings, prompt in his payments, having a cellar of sound liquor, a ready wit, and a pretty daughter. Since the days of old Harry Bailey, of the Tabard in Southwark, no one had excelled Giles Gosling in the power of pleasing his guests of every description, and so great was his fame, that to have been in Cumnor without wetting a cup at the Bonny Black Bear would have been to avouch oneself utterly indifferent to reputation as a traveller. A country fellow might as well return from London without looking in the face of majesty. The men of Cumnor were proud of their host, and their host was proud of his house, his liquor, his daughter, and himself. It was in the courtyard of the inn, which called this honest fellow landlord, that a traveller alighted in the close of the evening, gave his horse, which seemed to have made a long journey, to the hostler, and made some inquiry, which produced the following dialogue betwixt the myrmidons of the Bonny Black Bear. "What ho, John Tapster!" "At hand, Will Hostler," replied the man of the spigot, showing himself in his costume of loose jacket, linen breeches, and green apron, half within and half without a door, which appeared to descend to an outer cellar. "Here is a gentleman asks if you draw good ale," continued the hostler. "Beshrew my heart else," answered the tapster, "since there are but 4 miles betwixt us and Oxford. Marry, if my ale did not convince the heads of the scholars, they would soon convince my pate with the pewter flagon." "Call you that Oxford logic?" said the stranger, who had now quitted the rein of his horse, and was advancing towards the inn door, where he was encountered by the goodly form of Giles Gosling himself. "Is it logic you talk of, Sir Guest?" said the host. "Why, then, have at you with a downright consequence. The horse to the rack, and to fire with the sack." "Amen, with all my heart, my good host," said the stranger. "Let it be a quart of your best canaries, and give me your good help to drink it." "Nay, you are but in your accidence yet, Sir Traveller, if you call on your host for help for such a sipping matter as a quart of sack. Were it a gallon, you might lack some neighbouring aid at my hand, and yet call yourself a toper." "Fear me not," said the guest. "I will do my devoir, as becomes a man who finds himself within 5 miles of Oxford, for I am not come from the field of Mars to discredit myself amongst the followers of Minerva." As he spoke thus, the landlord, with much semblance of hearty welcome, ushered his guest into a large, low chamber, where several persons were seated together in different parties, some drinking, some playing at cards, some conversing, and some, whose business called them to be early risers on the morrow, concluding their evening meal, and conferring with the chamberlain about their night's quarters. The entrance of a stranger procured him that general and careless sort of attention which is usually paid on such occasions, from which the following results were deduced. The guest was one of those who, with a well-made person, and features not in themselves unpleasing, are nevertheless so far from handsome, that whether from the expression of their features, or the tone of their voice, or from their gait and manner, there arises, on the whole, a disinclination to their society. The stranger's address was bold, without being frank, and seemed eagerly and hastily to claim for him a degree of attention and deference which he feared would be refused, if not instantly vindicated as his right. His attire was a riding cloak, which, when open, displayed a handsome jerkin overlaid with lace, and belted with a buff girdle, which sustained a broadsword and a pair of pistols. "You ride well provided, sir," said the host, looking at the weapons as he placed on the table the mulled sack which the traveller had ordered. "Yes, mine host, I have found the use on't in dangerous times, and I do not, like your modern grandees, turn off my followers the instant they are useless." "Ay, sir," said Giles Gosling, "then you are from the Low Countries, the land of pike and caliver?" "I have been high and low, my friend, broad and wide, far and near. But here's to thee in a cup of thy sack. Fill thyself another to pledge me, and, if it is less than superlative, even drink as you have brewed." "Less than superlative?" said Giles Gosling, drinking off the cup, and smacking his lips with an air of ineffable relish. "I know nothing of superlative, nor is there such a wine at the Three Cranes, in the Vintry, to my knowledge. But if you find better sack than that in the Sherries, or in the Canaries either, I would I may never touch either pot or penny more. Why, hold it up betwixt you and the light, you shall see the little motes dance in the golden liquor like dust in the sunbeam. But I would rather draw wine for 10 clowns than one traveller. I trust your honour likes the wine?" "It is neat and comfortable, mine host, but to know good liquor you should drink where the vine grows. Trust me, your Spaniard is too wise a man to send you the very soul of the grape. Why, this now, which you account so choice, were counted but as a cup of bastard at the Groyne, or at Point St. Mary's. You should travel, mine host, if you would be deep in the mysteries of the butt and pottle pot." "In troth, Signior Guest," said Giles Gosling, "if I were to travel only that I might be discontented with that which I can get at home, methinks I should go but a fool's errand. Besides, I warrant you, there is many a fool can turn his nose up at good drink, without ever having been out of the smoke of old England, and so ever gramercy my own fireside." "This is but a mean mind of yours, mine host," said the stranger. "I warrant me all your townsfolk do not think so basely. You have gallants among you, I dare undertake, that have made the Virginia voyage, or taken a turn in the Low Countries at least. Come, cudgel your memory. Have you no friends in foreign parts that you would gladly have tidings of?" "Troth, sir, not I," answered the host. "Since ranting Rodlin of Drysenford was shot at the siege of the Brill, the devil take the caliver that fired the ball, for a blither lad never filled a cup at midnight. But he is dead and gone, and I know not a soldier, or a traveller, who is a soldier's mate, that I would give a peeled codling for. By the mass, that is strange. What! So many of our brave English hearts are abroad, and you, who seem to be a man of mark, have no friend, no kinsman among them?" "Nay, if you speak of kinsmen," answered Gosling, "I have one wild slip of a kinsman, who left us in the last year of Queen Mary, but he is better lost than found." "Do not say so, friend, unless you have heard ill of him lately. Many a wild colt has turned out a noble steed. His name, I pray you?" "Michael Lambourne," answered the landlord of the Black Bear, "a son of my sister's. There is little pleasure in recollecting either the name or the connection." "Michael Lambourne!" said the stranger, as if endeavouring to recollect himself. "What! No relation to Michael Lambourne, the gallant cavalier, who behaved so bravely at the siege of Venlo that grave Morris thanked him at the head of the army? Men said he was an English cavalier, and of no high extraction." "It could scarcely be my nephew," said Giles Gosling, "for he had not the courage of a hen partridge for aught but mischief." "Oh, many a man finds courage in the wars," replied the stranger. "It may be," said the landlord, "but I would have thought our Mike more likely to lose the little he had." "The Michael Lambourne whom I knew," continued the traveller, "was a likely fellow, when always gay and well attired, and had a hawk's eye after a pretty wench." "Our Michael," replied the host, "had the look of a dog with a bottle at its tail, and wore a coat, every rag of which was bidding good day to the rest." "Oh, men pick up good apparel in the wars," replied the guest. "Our Mike," answered the landlord, "was more like to pick it up in a frippery warehouse, while the broker was looking another way. And for the hawk's eye you talk of, his was always after my stray spoons. He was tapster's boy here in this blessed house for a quarter of a year, and between misreckonings, miscarriages, mistakes, and misdemeanours, had he dwelt with me for 3 months longer, I might have pulled down sign, shut up house, and given the devil the key to keep." "You would be sorry, after all," continued the traveller, "were I to tell you poor Mike Lambourne was shot at the head of his regiment at the taking of a sconce near Maastricht." "Sorry! It would be the blithest news I ever heard of him, since it would ensure me he was not hanged. But let him pass. I doubt his end will never do such credit to his friends. Were it so, I should say," taking another cup of sack, "Here's God rest him, with all my heart." "Tush, man," replied the traveller, "never fear but you will have credit by your nephew yet, especially if he be the Michael Lambourne whom I knew, and loved very nearly or altogether as well as myself. Can you tell me no mark by which I could judge whether they be the same?" "Faith, none that I can think of," answered Giles Gosling, "unless that our Mike had the gallows branded on his left shoulder for stealing a silver caudle cup from Dame Snort of Hogsditch." "Nay, there you lie like a knave, uncle," said the stranger, slipping aside his ruff, and turning down the sleeve of his doublet from his neck and shoulder. "By this good day, my shoulder is as unscarred as thine own." "What, Mike, boy, Mike!" exclaimed the host, "and is it thou, in good earnest?" "Nay, I have judged so for this half hour, for I knew no other person would have taken half the interest in thee. But, Mike, an thy shoulder be unscathed as thou sayest, thou must own that Goodman Thong, the hangman, was merciful in his office, and stamped thee with a cold iron." "Tush, uncle, truce with your jests. Keep them to season your soul ale, and let us see what hearty welcome thou wilt give a kinsman who has rolled the world around for 18 years, who has seen the sun set where it rises, and has travelled till the west has become the east." "Thou hast brought back one traveller's gift with thee, Mike, as I well see, and that was what thou least didst need to travel for. I remember well, among thine other qualities, there was no crediting a word which came from thy mouth." "Here's an unbelieving pagan for you, gentlemen," said Michael Lambourne, turning to those who witnessed this strange interview betwixt uncle and nephew, some of whom, being natives of the village, were no strangers to his juvenile wildness. "This may be called slaying a Cumnor fatted calf for me with a vengeance. But, uncle, I came not from the huss and the swine trough, and I care not for thy welcome or no welcome. I carry that with me will make me welcome wend where I will." So saying, he pulled out a purse of gold indifferently well filled, the sight of which produced a visible effect upon the company. Some shook their heads and whispered to each other, while one or two of the less scrupulous speedily began to recollect him as a school companion, a townsman, or so forth. On the other hand, 2 or 3 grave, sedate looking persons shook their heads, and left the inn, hinting that, if Giles Gosling wished to continue to thrive, he should turn his thriftless, godless nephew adrift again, as soon as he could. Gosling demeaned himself as if he were much of the same opinion, for even the sight of the gold made less impression on the honest gentleman than it usually doth upon one of his calling. "Kinsman Michael," he said, "put up thy purse. My sister's son shall be called to no reckoning in my house for supper or lodging, and I reckon thou wilt hardly wish to stay longer where thou art even but too well known." "For that matter, uncle," replied the traveller, "I shall consult my own needs and conveniences. Meantime, I wish to give the supper and sleeping cup to those good townsmen who are not too proud to remember Mike Lambourne, the tapster's boy. If you will let me have entertainment for my money, so; if not, it is but a short 2 minutes' walk to the Hare and Tabor, and I trust our neighbours will not grudge going thus far with me." "Nay, Mike," replied his uncle, "as 18 years have gone over thy head, and I trust thou art somewhat amended in thy conditions, thou shalt not leave my house at this hour, and shalt even have whatever in reason you list to call for. But I would I knew that that purse of thine, which thou vapourest of, were as well come by as it seems well filled." "Here is an infidel for you, my good neighbours," said Lambourne, again appealing to the audience. "Here's a fellow will rip up his kinsman's follies of a good score of years' standing. And for the gold, why, sirs, I have been where it grew, and was to be had for the gathering. In the New World have I been, man, in the Eldorado, where urchins play at cherry pit with diamonds, and country wenches thread rubies for necklaces, instead of rowan tree berries, where the Pantilies are made of pure gold, and the paving stones of virgin silver." "By my credit, friend Mike," said young Lawrence Goldthred, the cunning mercer of Abingdon, "that were a likely coast to trade to. And what may lawns, cypresses, and ribbons fetch, where gold is so plenty?" "Oh, the profit were unutterable," replied Lambourne, "especially when a handsome young merchant bears the pack himself; for the ladies of that clime are bona robas, and being themselves somewhat sunburnt, they catch fire like tinder at a fresh complexion like mine, with a head of hair inclining to be red." "I would I might trade thither," said the mercer, chuckling. "Why, and so thou mayest," said Michael; "that is, if thou art the same brisk boy who was partner with me at robbing the abbot's orchard. 'Tis but a little touch of alchemy to decoct thy house, and land into ready money, and that ready money into a tall ship, with sails, anchors, cordage, and all things conforming. Then clap thy warehouse of goods under hatches, put 50 good fellows on deck, with myself to command them, and so hoist top sails, and hey for the New World." "Thou hast taught him a secret, kinsman," said Giles Gosling, "to decoct, an that be the word, his pound into a penny, and his webs into a thread. Take a fool's advice, neighbour Goldthred. Tempt not the sea, for she is a devourer. Let cards and cockatrices do their worst. Thy father's bales may bide a banging for a year or two ere thou comest to the spittle, but the sea hath a bottomless appetite. She would swallow the wealth of Lombard Street in a mooring, as easily as I would a poached egg and a cup of clary. And for my kinsman's Eldorado, never trust me if I do not believe he has found it in the pouches of some such gulls as thyself. But take no snuff in the nose about it. Fall to and welcome, for here comes the supper, and I heartily bestow it on all that will take share, in honour of my hopeful nephew's return, always trusting that he has come home another man. In faith, kinsman, thou art as like my poor sister as ever was son to mother." "Not quite so like old Benedict to Lambourne, her husband, though," said the mercer, nodding and winking. "Dost thou remember, Mike, what thou saidst when the schoolmaster's ferule was over 3 for striking up the father's crutches? 'It is a wise child,' saidst thou, 'that knows its own father.' Dr. Bircham laughed till he cried again, and his crying saved yours. Well, He made it up to me many a day after," said Lambourne. "And how is the worthy pedagogue?" "Dead," said Giles Gosling, "this many a day since." "That he is," said the clerk of the parish. "I sat by his bed the whilst. He passed away in a blessed frame. Morior mortius sum vel fui mori, these were his latest words. And he just added, My last verb is conjugated." "Well, peace be with him," said Mike. "He owes me nothing." "No, truly," replied Goldthred; "and every lash which he laid on thee, he always was wont to say he spared the hangman a labour." "One would have thought he left him little to do then," said the clerk; "and yet Goodman Thong had no sinecure of it with our friend, after all." "Voto a Dios!" exclaimed Lambourne. His patience appearing to fail him, as he snatched his broad, slouched hat from the table and placed it on his head, so that the shadow gave the sinister expression of a Spanish brave to eyes and features which naturally boded nothing pleasant. "Hark ye, my masters, all is fair among friends, and under the rose; and I have already permitted my worthy uncle here, and all of you, to use your pleasure with the frolics of my nonage. But I carry sword and dagger, my good friends, and can use them lightly too upon occasion. I have learned to be dangerous upon points of honour ever since I served the Spaniard, and I would not have you provoke me to the degree of falling foul." "Why, what would you do?" said the clerk. "Ay, sir, what would you do?" said the mercer, bustling up on the other side of the table. "Slit your throat, and spoil your Sunday's quavering, Sir Clerk," said Lambourne fiercely. "Cudgel you, my worshipful dealer in flimsy sarcenets, into one of your own bales." "Come, come," said the host, interposing, "I will have no swaggering here. Nephew, it will become you best to show no haste to take offence; and you, gentlemen, will do well to remember that if you are in an inn, still you are the innkeeper's guests, and should spare the honour of his family. I protest your silly broils make me as oblivious as yourself; for yonder sits my silent guest, as I call him, who hath been my 2 days' inmate, and hath never spoken a word, save to ask for his food and his reckoning, gives no more trouble than a very peasant, pays his shot like a prince royal, looks but at the sum total of the reckoning, and does not know what day he shall go away. Oh, 'tis a jewel of a guest! And yet, hangdog that I am, I have suffered him to sit by himself like a castaway in yonder obscure nook, without so much as asking him to take a bite or sup along with us. It were but the right guerdon of my incivility, were he to set off to the Hare and Tabor before the night grows older." With his white napkin gracefully arranged over his left arm, his velvet cap laid aside for the moment, and his best silver flagon in his right hand, mine host walked up to the solitary guest whom he mentioned, and thereby turned upon him the eyes of the assembled company. He was a man aged betwixt 25 and 30, rather above the middle size, dressed with plainness and decency, yet bearing an air of ease which almost amounted to dignity, and which seemed to infer that his habit was rather beneath his rank. His countenance was reserved and thoughtful, with dark hair and dark eyes. The last, upon any momentary excitement, sparkled with uncommon lustre, but on other occasions had the same meditative and tranquil cast which was exhibited by his features. The busy curiosity of the little village had been employed to discover his name and quality, as well as his business at Cumnor, but nothing had transpired on either subject which could lead to its gratification. Giles Gosling, head borough of the place, and a steady friend to Queen Elizabeth and the Protestant religion, was at one time inclined to suspect his guest of being a Jesuit, or seminary priest, of whom Rome and Spain sent at this time so many to grace the gallows in England. But it was scarce possible to retain such a prepossession against a guest who gave so little trouble, paid his reckoning so regularly, and who proposed, as it seemed, to make a considerable stay at the bonny Black Bear. Papists, argued Giles Gosling, are a pinching, close-fisted race, and this man would have found a lodging with the wealthy squire at Besselsey, or with the old knight at Wootton, or in some other of their Roman dens, instead of living in a house of public entertainment, as every honest man and good Christian should. Besides, on Friday he stuck by the salt beef and carrot, though there were as good spitchcock deals on the board as ever were taken out of the Isis. Honest Giles, therefore, satisfied himself that his guest was no Roman, and with all comely courtesy besought the stranger to pledge him a draught of the cool tankard, and honour with his attention a small collation which he was giving to his nephew, in honour of his return, and, as he verily hoped, of his reformation. The stranger at first shook his head, as if declining the courtesy, but mine host proceeded to urge him with arguments founded on the credit of his house, and the construction which the good people of Cumnor might put upon such an unsocial humour. "By my faith, sir," he said, "it touches my reputation that men should be merry in my house, and we have ill tongues amongst us at Cumnor, as where be there not, who put an evil mark on men who pull their hat over their brows, as if they were looking back to the days that are gone, instead of enjoying the blithe sunshiny weather which God has sent us in the sweet looks of our sovereign mistress, Queen Elizabeth, whom heaven long bless and preserve." "Why, mine host," answered the stranger, "there is no treason, sure, in a man's enjoying his own thoughts, under the shadow of his own bonnet. You have lived in the world twice as long as I have, and you must know there are thoughts that will haunt us in spite of ourselves, and to which it is in vain to say, Begone, and let me be merry." "By my sooth," answered Giles Gosling, "if such troublesome thoughts haunt your mind, and will not get them gone for plain English, we will have one of Father Bacon's pupils from Oxford, to conjure them away with logic and with Hebrew. Or what say you to laying them in a glorious Red Sea of claret, my noble guest?" "Come, sir, excuse my freedom. I am an old host, and must have my talk. This peevish humour of melancholy sits ill upon you. It suits not with a sleek boot, a hat of trimmed block, a fresh cloak, and a full purse. Up highs on't! Send it off to those who have their legs swathed with a hay wisp, their heads thatched with a felt bonnet, their jerkin as thin as a cobweb, and their pouch without ever a cross to keep the fiend melancholy from dancing in it. Cheer up, sir, or by this good liquor we shall banish thee from the joys of blithesome company, into the mists of melancholy and the land of little ease. Here be a set of good fellows willing to be merry. Do not scowl on them, like the devil looking over Lincoln." "You say well, my worthy host," said the guest, with a melancholy smile, which, melancholy as it was, gave a very pleasant expression to his countenance. "You say well, my jovial friend, and they that are moody like myself should not disturb the mirth of those who are happy. I will drink a round with your guests with all my heart, rather than be termed a mar feast." So saying, he arose and joined the company, who, encouraged by the precept and example of Michael Lambourne, and consisting chiefly of persons much disposed to profit by the opportunity of a merry meal at the expense of their landlord, had already made some inroads upon the limits of temperance, as was evident from the tone in which Michael inquired after his old acquaintances in the town, and the bursts of laughter with which each answer was received. Giles Gosling himself was somewhat scandalized at the obstreperous nature of their mirth, especially as he involuntarily felt some respect for his unknown guest. He paused, therefore, at some distance from the table occupied by these noisy revellers, and began to make a sort of apology for their license. "You would think," he said, "to hear these fellows talk, that there was not one of them who had not been bred to live by stand and deliver. And yet to-morrow you will find them a set of as painstaking mechanics, and so forth, as ever cut an inch short of measure, or paid a letter of change in light crowns over a counter. The mercer there wears his hat awry, over a shaggy head of hair, that looks like a curly water dog's back, goes unbraced, wears his cloak on one side, and affects a ruffianly, vapouring humour. When in his shop at Abingdon, he is, from his flat cap to his glistening shoes, as precise in his apparel as if he was named for mayor. He talks of breaking parks, and taking the highway, in such fashion that you would think he haunted every night betwixt Hounslow and London, when in fact he may be found sound asleep on his feather bed, with a candle placed beside him on one side, and a Bible on the other, to fright away the goblins. And your nephew, mine host, this same Michael Lambourne, who is lord of the feast, is he too such a would-be ruffler as the rest of them?" "Why, there you push me hard," said the host. "My nephew is my nephew, and though he was a desperate dick of yore, yet Mike may have mended like other folks, you wot. And I would not have you think all I said of him, even now, was strict gospel. I knew the wag all the while, and wished to pluck his plumes from him. And now, sir, by what name shall I present my worshipful guest to these gallants?" "Marry, mine host," replied the stranger, "you may call me Tressilian." "Tressilian," answered mine host of the Bear, "a worthy name, and, as I think, of Cornish lineage. For what says the South proverb? By pole, tray, and pen, you may know the Cornish men. Shall I say the worthy Master Tressilian of Cornwall?" "Say no more than I have given you warrant for, mine host, and so shall you be sure you speak no more than is true. A man may have one of those honourable prefixes to his name, yet be born far from St. Michael's Mount." Mine host pushed his curiosity no further, but presented Master Tressilian to his nephew's company, who, after exchange of salutations, and drinking to the health of their new companion, pursued the conversation in which he found them engaged, seasoning it with many an intervening pledge. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 2. Talk you of young Master Lancelot? Merchant of Venice. After some brief interval, Master Goldthred, at the earnest instigation of mine host, and the joyous concurrence of his guest, indulged the company with the following morsel of melody: "Of all the birds on bush or tree, commend me to the owl, since he may best ensample be to those the cup that trowl. For when the sun hath left the west, he chooses the tree that he loves the best, and he whoops out his song, and he laughs at his jest. Then, though hours be late and weather foul, we'll drink to the health of the bonny, bonny owl. The lark is but a bumpkin fowl, he sleeps in his nest till morn. But my blessing upon the jolly owl, that all night blows his horn. Then up with your cup, till you stagger in speech, and match me this catch till you swagger and screech, and drink till you wink, my merry men each. For, though hours be late and weather be foul, we'll drink to the health of the bonny, bonny owl." "There is savour in this, my hearts," said Michael, when the mercer had finished his song, "and some goodness seems left among you yet. But what a bed-roll you have read me of old comrades, and to every man's name tacked some ill-omened motto. And so Swashing Will of Wallingford hath bid us good night?" "He died the death of a fat buck," said one of the party, "being shot with a crossbow bolt by old Thatcham, the Duke's stout park keeper at Donnington Castle." "Ay, ay, he always loved venison well," replied Michael, "and a cup of claret to boot. And so here's one to his memory. Do me right, my masters." When the memory of this departed worthy had been duly honoured, Lambourne proceeded to inquire after Prance of Padworth. "Pranced off. Made immortal 10 years since," said the mercer. "Marry, sir, Oxford Castle and Goodmanthong, and a tenpenny worth of cord, best know how." "What, so they hung poor Prance high and dry? So much for loving to walk by moonlight. A cup to his memory, my masters. All merry fellows like moonlight. What is become of Hal with the plume, he who lived near Yaddington, and wore the long feather? I forget his name." "What, Hal Hempseed?" replied the mercer. "Why, you may remember he was a sort of a gentleman, and would meddle in state matters, and so he got into the mire about the Duke of Norfolk's affair, these 2 or 3 years since, fled the country with a pursuivant's warrant at his heels, and has never since been heard of." "Nay, after these baulks," said Michael Lambourne, "I need hardly inquire after Tony Foster; for when ropes and crossbow shafts, and pursuivant's warrants, and such like gear, were so rife, Tony could hardly escape them." "Which Tony Foster mean you?" said the innkeeper. "Why, him they called Tony Fire the Fagot, because he brought a light to kindle the pile round Latimer and Ridley, when the wind blew out Jack Thong's torch, and no man else would give him light for love or money." "Tony Foster lives and thrives," said the host. "But, kinsman, I would not have you call him Tony Fire the Fagot if you would not brook the stab." "How, is he grown ashamed on't?" said Lambourne. "Why, he was wont to boast of it, and say he liked as well to see a roasted heretic as a roasted ox." "Ay, but, kinsman, that was in Mary's time," replied the landlord, "when Tony's father was reeve here to the Abbot of Abingdon. But since that, Tony married a pure precisian, and is as good a Protestant, I warrant you, as the best." "And looks grave, and holds his head high, and scorns his old companions," said the mercer. "Then he hath prospered, I warrant him," said Lambourne; "for ever when a man hath got nobles of his own, he keeps out of the way of those whose exchequers lie in other men's purchase." "Prospered, quotha!" said the mercer. "Why, you remember Cumnor Place, the old mansion house beside the churchyard?" "By the same token, I robbed the orchard 3 times. What of that? It was the old abbot's residence when there was plague or sickness in Abingdon." "Ay," said the host, "but that has been long over, and Anthony Foster hath a right in it, and lives there by some grant from a great courtier, who had the church lands from the crown; and there he dwells, and has as little to do with any poor wight in Cumnor as if he were himself a belted knight." "Nay," said the mercer, "it is not altogether pride in Tony, neither. There is a fair lady in the case, and Tony will scarce let the light of day look on her." "How?" said Tressilian, who now for the first time interfered in their conversation. "Did you not say this Foster was married, and to a precisian?" "Married he was, and to as bitter a precisian as ever ate flesh in Lent; and a cat and dog life she led with Tony, as men said. But she is dead, rest be with her, and Tony hath but a slip of a daughter. So it is thought he means to wed this stranger that men keep such a coil about." "And why so? I mean, why do they keep a coil about her?" said Tressilian. "Why, I wot not," answered the host, "except that men say she is as beautiful as an angel, and no one knows whence she comes, and every one wishes to know why she is kept so closely mewed up. For my part, I never saw her. You have, I think, Master Goldthred?" "That I have, old boy," said the mercer. "Look you, I was riding hither from Abingdon. I passed under the east oriel window of the old mansion, where all the old saints and histories and such like are painted. It was not the common path I took, but one through the park, for the postern door was upon the latch, and I thought I might take the privilege of an old comrade to ride across through the trees, both for shading, as the day was somewhat hot, and for avoiding of dust, because I had on my peach-coloured doublet, pinked out with cloth of gold. Which garment, said Michael Lambourne, thou wouldst willingly make twinkle in the eyes of a fair dame. Ah, villain, thou wilt never leave thy old tricks." "Not so, not so," said the mercer, with a smirking laugh, "not altogether so, but curiosity, thou knowest, and a strain of compassion withal. For the poor young lady sees nothing from morn to even, but Tony Foster, with his scowling black brows, his bull's head, and his bandy legs. And thou wouldst willingly show her a dapper body in a silken jerkin, a limb like a short-legged hen's in a cordovan boot, and a round, simpering, what d'ye lack sort of a countenance, set off with a velvet bonnet, a turkey feather, and a gilded brooch? Ah, jolly mercer, they who have good wares are fond to show them. Come, gentles, let not the cup stand. Here's to long spurs, short boots, full bonnets, and empty skulls." "Nay, now, you are jealous of me, Mike," said Goldthred, "and yet my luck was but what might have happened to thee, or any man." "Marry, confound thine impudence," retorted Lambourne. "Thou wouldst not compare thy pudding face and sarsenet manners to a gentleman and a soldier." "Nay, my good sir," said Tressilian, "let me beseech you will not interrupt the gallant citizen. Methinks he tells his tale so well, I could hearken to him till midnight." "It's more of your favour than of my desert," answered Master Goldthred. "But since I give you pleasure, worthy Master Tressilian, I shall proceed. Maugre all the gibes and quips of this valiant soldier, who, peradventure, hath had more cuffs than crowns in the Low Countries. And so, sir, as I passed under the great painted window, leaving my rein loose on my ambling palfrey's neck, partly for mine ease, and partly that I might have the more leisure to peer about, I hears me the lattice open, and never credit me, sir, if there did not stand there the person of as fair a woman as ever crossed mine eyes, and I think I have looked on as many pretty wenches, and with as much judgment, as other folks." "May I ask her appearance, sir?" said Tressilian. "Oh, sir," replied Master Goldthred, "I promise you she was in gentlewoman's attire, a very quaint and pleasing dress, that might have served the Queen herself; for she had a forepart with body and sleeves of ginger coloured satin, which, in my judgment, must have cost by the yard some 30 shillings, lined with murrey taffeta, and laid down and guarded with two broad laces of gold and silver. And her hat, sir, was truly the best fashioned thing that I have seen in these parts, being of tawny taffeta, embroidered with scorpions of Venice gold, and having a border garnished with gold fringe. I promise you, sir, an absolute and all surpassing device. Touching her skirts, they were in the old pas devant fashion." "I did not ask you of her attire, sir," said Tressilian, who had shown some impatience during this conversation, "but of her complexion, the colour of her hair, her features." "Touching her complexion," answered the mercer, "I am not so special certain, but I marked that her fan had an ivory handle, curiously inlaid; and then again, as to the colour of her hair, why, I can warrant, be its hue what it might, that she wore above it a net of green silk, parcel twisted with gold." "A most mercer-like memory," said Lambourne. "The gentleman asks him of the lady's beauty, and he talks of her fine clothes." "I tell thee," said the mercer, somewhat disconcerted, "I had little time to look at her, for just as I was about to give her the good time of day, and for that purpose had puckered my features with a smile, like those of a jackanape simpering at a chestnut," said Michael Lambourne. "Up started of a sudden," continued Goldthred, without heeding the interruption, "Tony Foster himself, with a cudgel in his hand." "And broke thy head across, I hope, for thine impertinence," said his entertainer. "That were more easily said than done," answered Goldthred indignantly. "No, no, there was no breaking of heads. It's true he advanced his cudgel, and spoke of laying on, and asked why I did not keep the public road, and such like, and I would have knocked him over the pate handsomely for his pains, only for the lady's presence, who might have swooned, for what I know. Now, out upon thee for a faint-spirited slave," said Lambourne. "What adventurous knight ever thought of the lady's terror when he went to thwack giant, dragon, or magician, in her presence, and for her deliverance? But why talk to thee of dragons, who would be driven back by a dragon fly? There thou hast missed the rarest opportunity." "Take it thyself, then, bully Mike," answered Goldthred. "Yonder is the enchanted manor, and the dragon, and the lady, all at thy service, if thou darest venture on them." "Why, so I would for a quartern of sack," said the soldier. "Or stay, I am foully out of linen. Wilt thou bet a piece of Hollands against these 5 angels that I go not up to the hall to morrow, and force Tony Foster to introduce me to his fair guest?" "I accept your wager," said the mercer; "and I think, though thou hast even the impudence of the devil, I shall gain on thee this bout. Our landlord here shall hold stakes, and I will stake down gold till I send the linen." "I will hold stakes on no such matter," said Gosling. "Good now, my kinsman, drink your wine in quiet, and let such ventures alone. I promise you, Master Foster hath interest enough to lay you up in lavender in the castle at Oxford, or to get your legs made acquainted with the town stocks." "That would be but renewing an old intimacy, for Mike Shins and the town's wooden pinfold have been well known to each other ere now," said the mercer. "But he shall not budge from his wager, unless he means to pay forfeit." "Forfeit?" said Lambourne. "I scorn it. I value Tony Foster's wrath no more than a shelled pea-cod, and I will visit his Lindabrides, by Saint George, be he willing or no." "I would gladly play your halves of the risk, sir," said Tressilian, "to be permitted to accompany you on the adventure." "In what would that advantage you, sir?" answered Lambourne. "In nothing, sir," said Tressilian, "unless to mark the skill and valour with which you conduct yourself. I am a traveller who seeks for strange rencounters and uncommon passages, as the knights of yore did after adventures and feats of arms." "Nay, if it pleasures you to see a trout tickled," answered Lambourne, "I care not how many witness my skill. And so here I drink success to my enterprise, and he that will not pledge me on his knees is a rascal, and I will cut his legs off by the garters." The draught which Michael Lambourne took upon this occasion had been preceded by so many others that reason tottered on her throne. He swore one or two incoherent oaths at the mercer, who refused, reasonably enough, to pledge him to a sentiment which inferred the loss of his own wager. "Wilt thou chop logic with me?" said Lambourne. "Thou knave, with no more brains than are in a skein of ravelled silk. By heaven, I will cut thee into 50 yards of galloon lace." But as he attempted to draw his sword for this doughty purpose, Michael Lambourne was seized upon by the tapster and the chamberlain, and conveyed to his own apartment, there to sleep himself sober at his leisure. The party then broke up, and the guests took their leave, much more to the contentment of mine host than of some of the company, who were unwilling to quit good liquor, when it was to be had for free cost, so long as they were able to sit by it. They were, however, compelled to remove, and go at length they did, leaving Gosling and Tressilian in the empty apartment. "By my faith," said the former, "I wonder where our great folks find pleasure, when they spend their means in entertainments, and in playing mine host without sending in a reckoning. It is what I but rarely practise, and whenever I do, by Saint Julian, it grieves me beyond measure. Each of these empty stoups now, which my nephew and his drunken comrades have swilled off, should have been a matter of profit to one in my line, and I must set them down a dead loss. I cannot, for my heart, conceive the pleasure of noise, and nonsense, and drunken freaks, and drunken quarrels, and smut, and blasphemy, and so forth, when a man loses money instead of gaining by it. And yet many a fair estate is lost in upholding such a useless course, and that greatly contributes to the decay of publicans. For who the devil do you think would pay for drink at the Black Bear, when he can have it for nothing at my lord's or the squire's?" Tressilian perceived that the wine had made some impression even on the seasoned brain of mine host, which was chiefly to be inferred from his declaiming against drunkenness. As he himself had carefully avoided the bowl, he would have availed himself of the frankness of the moment to extract from Gosling some further information upon the subject of Anthony Foster and the lady whom the mercer had seen in his mansion house. But his inquiries only set the host upon a new theme of declamation against the wiles of the fair sex, in which he brought, at full length, the whole wisdom of Solomon to reinforce his own. Finally, he turned his admonitions, mixed with much objurgation, upon his tapsters and drawers, who were employed in removing the relics of the entertainment, and restoring order to the apartment, and at length, joining example to precept, though with no good success, he demolished a salver with half a score of glasses, in attempting to show how such service was done at the Three Cranes in the Vintry, then the most topping tavern in London. This last accident so far recalled him to his better self, that he retired to his bed, slept sound, and awoke a new man in the morning. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 3. Nay, I'll hold touch. The game shall be played out. It ne'er shall stop for me, this merry wager. That which I say when gamesome, I'll avouch in my most sober mood, ne'er trust me else. The Hazard Table. "And how doth your kinsman, good mine host?" said Tressilian, when Giles Gosling first appeared in the public room, on the morning following the revel which we described in the last chapter. "Is he well, and will he abide by his wager?" "For well, sir, he started 2 hours since, and has visited I know not what purlieus of his old companions, hath but now returned, and is at this instant breakfasting on new-laid eggs and muscadine. And for his wager, I caution you as a friend to have little to do with that, or indeed with aught that Mike proposes. Wherefore, I counsel you to warm a breakfast upon a cullis, which shall restore the tone of the stomach, and let my nephew and Master Goldthred swagger about their wager as they list." "It seems to me, mine host," said Tressilian, "that you know not well what to say about this kinsman of yours, and that you can neither blame nor commend him without some twinge of conscience." "You have spoken truly, Master Tressilian," replied Giles Gosling. "There is natural affection whimpering into one ear. Giles, Giles, why wilt thou take away the good name of thy own nephew? Wilt thou defame thy sister's son, Giles Gosling? Wilt thou defoul thine own nest, dishonour thine own blood?" And then again comes justice, and says, "Here is a worthy guest as ever came to the bonny Black Bear, one who never challenged a reckoning. As I say to your face, you never did, Master Tressilian, not that you have had cause. One who knows not why he came, so far as I can see, or when he is going away. And wilt thou, being a publican, having paid Scot and lot these 30 years in the town of Cumnor, and being at this instant head borough, wilt thou suffer this guest of guests, this man of men, this six-hooped pot, as I may say, of a traveller, to fall into the meshes of thy nephew, who is known for a swasher and a desperate dick, a carter and a dicer, a professor of the 7 damnable sciences, if ever man took degrees in them. No, by heaven! I might wink and let him catch such a small butterfly as Goldthred. But thou, my guest, shalt be forewarned, forearmed, so thou wilt but listen to thy trusty host." "Why, mine host, thy counsel shall not be cast away," replied Tressilian. "However, I must uphold my share in this wager, having once passed my word to that effect. But lend me, I pray, some of thy counsel. This Foster, who or what is he, and why makes he such mystery of his female inmate?" "Troth," replied Gosling, "I can add but little to what you heard last night. He was one of Queen Mary's Papists, and now he is one of Queen Elizabeth's Protestants. He was an onhanger of the Abbot of Abingdon, and now he lives as master of the manor house. Above all, he was poor, and is rich. Folk talk of private apartments in his old waste mansion house, bedizened fine enough to serve the Queen, God bless her. Some men think he found a treasure in the orchard, some that he sold himself to the devil for treasure, and some say that he cheated the abbot out of the church plate, which was hidden in the old manor house at the Reformation. Rich, however, he is, and God and his conscience, with the devil perhaps besides, only know how he came by it. He has sulky ways, too, breaking off intercourse with all that are of the place, as if he had either some strange secret to keep, or held himself to be made of another clay than we are. I think it likely my kinsman and he will quarrel, if Mike thrust his acquaintance on him, and I am sorry that you, my worthy master Tressilian, will still think of going in my nephew's company." Tressilian again answered him that he would proceed with great caution, and that he should have no fears on his account. In short, he bestowed on him all the customary assurances with which those who are determined on a rash action are wont to parry the advice of their friends. Meantime, the traveller accepted the landlord's invitation, and had just finished the excellent breakfast, which was served to him and Gosling by pretty Cicely, the beauty of the bar, when the hero of the preceding night, Michael Lambourne, entered the apartment. His toilet had apparently cost him some labour, for his clothes, which differed from those he wore on his journey, were of the newest fashion, and put on with great attention to the display of his person. "By my faith, uncle," said the gallant, "you made a wet night of it, and I feel it followed by a dry morning. I will pledge you willingly in a cup of bastard. How, my pretty coz, Cicely? Why, I left you but a child in the cradle, and there thou standest in thy velvet waistcoat, as tight a girl as England's sun shines on. Know thy friends and kindred, Cicely, and come hither, child, that I may kiss thee, and give thee my blessing." "Concern not yourself about Cicely, kinsman," said Giles Gosling, "but e'en let her go her way, a God's name, for although your mother were her father's sister, yet that shall not make you and her cater cousins." "Why, uncle," replied Lambourne, "thinkest thou I am an infidel, and would harm those of mine own house?" "It is for no harm that I speak, Mike," answered his uncle, "but a simple humour of precaution which I have. True, thou art as well gilded as a snake when he casts his old slough in the spring time, but for all that, thou creepest not into my Eden. I will look after mine Eve, Mike, and so content thee. But how brave thou be'st, lad! To look on thee now, and compare thee with Master Tressilian here, in his sad coloured riding suit, who would not say that thou wert the real gentleman, and he the tapster's boy." "Troth, uncle, no one would say so but one of your country breeding, that knows no better. I will say, and I care not who hears me, there is something about the real gentry that few men come up to that are not born and bred to the mystery. I wot not where the trick lies, but although I can enter an ordinary with as much audacity, rebuke the waiters and drawers as loudly, drink as deep a health, swear as round an oath, and fling my gold as freely about as any of the jingling spurs and white feathers that are around me. Yet hang me if I can ever catch the true grace of it, though I have practised 100 times. The man of the house sets me lowest at the board, and carves me the last, and the drawer says, 'Coming, friend,' without any more reverence or regardful addition. But, hang it, let it pass. Care killed a cat. I have gentry enough to pass the trick on Tony Fire the Faggot, and that will do for the matter in hand." "You hold your purpose, then, of visiting your old acquaintance?" said Tressilian to the adventurer. "Ay, sir," replied Lambourne. "When stakes are made, the game must be played. That is gamester's law all over the world. You, sir, unless my memory fails me, for I did steep it somewhat too deeply in the sackbut, took some share in my hazard." "I propose to accompany you in your adventure," said Tressilian, "if you will do me so much grace as to permit me, and I staked my share of the forfeit in the hands of our worthy host." "That he hath," answered Giles Gosling, "in as fair hairy nobles as ever were melted in a sack by a good fellow. So, luck to your enterprise, since you will needs venture on Tony Foster. But, by my credit, you had better take another draught before you depart, for your welcome at the hall yonder will be somewhat of the driest. And if you do get into peril, beware of taking to cold steel. But send for me, Giles Gosling, the head-borough, and I may be able to make something out of Tony yet, for as proud as he is." The nephew dutifully obeyed his uncle's hint, by taking a second powerful pull at the tankard, observing that his wit never served him so well as when he had washed his temples with a deep morning's draught, and they set forth together for the habitation of Anthony Foster. The village of Cumnor is pleasantly built on a hill, and in a wooded park, closely adjacent, was situated the ancient mansion occupied at this time by Anthony Foster, of which the ruins may be still extant. The park was then full of large trees, and in particular of ancient and mighty oaks, which stretched their giant arms over the high wall surrounding the domain, thus giving it a melancholy, secluded, and monastic appearance. The entrance to the park lay through an old-fashioned gateway in the outer wall, the door of which was formed of two huge oaken leaves, thickly studded with nails, like the gate of an old town. "We shall be finely helped up here," said Michael Lambourne, looking at the gateway and gate, "if this fellow's suspicious humour should refuse us admission altogether, as it is like he may, in case this linsey wolsey fellow of a mercer's visit to his premises has disquieted him. But no," he added, pushing the huge gate, which gave way, "the door stands invitingly open, and here we are within the forbidden ground, without other impediment than the passive resistance of a heavy oak door moving on rusty hinges." They stood now in an avenue overshadowed by such old trees as we have described, and which had been bordered at one time by high hedges of yew and holly; but these, having been untrimmed for many years, had run up into great bushes, or rather dwarf trees, and now encroached, with their dark and melancholy boughs, upon the road which they once had screened. The avenue itself was grown up with grass, and in one or two places interrupted by piles of withered brushwood, which had been lopped from the trees cut down in the neighbouring park, and was here stacked for drying. Formal walks and avenues which, at different points, crossed this principal approach, were in like manner choked up and interrupted by piles of brushwood and billets, and in other places by underwood and brambles. Besides the general effect of desolation which is so strongly impressed whenever we behold the contrivances of man wasted and obliterated by neglect, and witness the marks of social life effaced gradually by the influence of vegetation, the size of the trees and the outspreading extent of their boughs diffused a gloom over the scene, even when the sun was at the highest, and made a proportional impression on the mind of those who visited it. This was felt even by Michael Lambourne, however alien his habits were to receiving any impressions excepting from things which addressed themselves immediately to his passions. "This wood is as dark as a wolf's mouth," said he to Tressilian, as they walked together slowly along the solitary and broken approach, and had just come in sight of the monastic front of the old mansion, with its shafted windows, brick walls overgrown with ivy and creeping shrubs, and twisted stalks of chimneys of heavy stonework. "And yet," continued Lambourne, "it is fairly done on the part of Foster, too, for since he chooses not visitors, it is right to keep his place in a fashion that will invite few to trespass upon his privacy. But had he been the Anthony I once knew him, these sturdy oaks had long since become the property of some honest woodmonger, and the manor close here had looked lighter at midnight than it now does at noon, while Foster played fast and loose with the price, in some cunning corner in the purlieus of Whitefriars." "Was he then such an unthrift?" asked Tressilian. "He was," answered Lambourne, "like the rest of us, no saint and no saver. But what I liked worst of Tony was, that he loved to take his pleasure by himself, and grudged, as men say, every drop of water that went past his own mill. I have known him deal with such measures of wine when he was alone, as I would not have ventured on with the aid of the best toper in Berkshire. That, and some sway towards superstition, which he had by temperament, rendered him unworthy the company of a good fellow. And now he has earthed himself here, in a den just befitting such a sly fox as himself." "May I ask you, Master Lambourne," said Tressilian, "since your old companion's humour jumps so little with your own, wherefore you are so desirous to renew acquaintance with him?" "And may I ask you, in return, Master Tressilian," answered Lambourne, "wherefore you have shown yourself so desirous to accompany me on this party?" "I told you my motive," said Tressilian, "when I took share in your wager. It was simple curiosity." "La, you there now!" answered Lambourne. "See how you civil and discreet gentlemen think to use us who live by the free exercise of our wits. Had I answered your question by saying that it was simple curiosity which led me to visit my old comrade Anthony Foster, I warrant you had set it down for an evasion, and a turn of my trade. But any answer, I suppose, must serve my turn." "And wherefore should not bare curiosity," said Tressilian, "be a sufficient reason for my taking this walk with you?" "Oh, content yourself, sir," replied Lambourne. "You cannot put the change on me so easy as you think, for I have lived among the quick stirring spirits of the age too long to swallow chaff for grain. You are a gentleman of birth and breeding, your bearing makes it good, of civil habits and fair reputation, your manner declares it, and my uncle avouches it, and yet you associate yourself with a sort of scant of grace, as men call me, and, knowing me to be such, you make yourself my companion in a visit to a man whom you are a stranger to, and all out of mere curiosity, forsooth! The excuse, if curiously balanced, would be found to want some scruples of just weight, or so." "If your suspicions were just," said Tressilian, "you have shown no confidence in me to invite or deserve mine." "Oh, if that be all," said Lambourne, "my motives lie above water. While this gold of mine lasts," taking out his purse, chucking it into the air, and catching it as it fell, "I will make it by pleasure, and when it is out I must have more. Now, if this mysterious lady of the manor, this fair Lindabrides of Tony Fire the Fagot, be so admirable a piece as men say, why, there is a chance that she may aid me to mount my nobles into groats; and again, if Anthony be so wealthy a chuff as report speaks him, he may prove the philosopher's stone to me, and convert my groats into fair rose nobles again." "A comfortable proposal, truly," said Tressilian, but I see not what chance there is of accomplishing it." "Not to day, or perchance to morrow," answered Lambourne. "I expect not to catch the old Jack till I have disposed my ground baits handsomely. But I know something more of his affairs this morning than I did last night, and I will so use my knowledge that he shall think it more perfect than it is; nay, without expecting either pleasure or profit, or both. I had not stepped astride within this manor, I can tell you; for I promise you I hold our visit not altogether without risk. But here we are, and we must make the best on't." While he thus spoke, they had entered a large orchard, which surrounded the house on two sides, though the trees, abandoned by the care of man, were overgrown and messy, and seemed to bear little fruit. Those which had been formerly trained as espaliers had now resumed their natural mode of growing, and exhibited grotesque forms, partaking of the original training which they had received. The greater part of the ground, which had once been parterres and flower gardens, was suffered in like manner to run to waste, excepting a few patches which had been dug up and planted with ordinary pot herbs. Some statues, which had ornamented the garden in its days of splendour, were now thrown down from their pedestals and broken in pieces, and a large summer house, having a heavy stone front, decorated with carving representing the life and actions of Samson, was in the same dilapidated condition. They had just traversed this garden of the sluggard, and were within a few steps of the door of the mansion, when Lambourne had ceased speaking, a circumstance very agreeable to Tressilian, as it saved him the embarrassment of either commenting upon or replying to the frank avowal which his companion had just made of the sentiments and views which induced him to come hither. Lambourne knocked roundly and boldly at the huge door of the mansion, observing, at the same time, he had seen a less strong one upon a county jail. It was not until they had knocked more than once that an aged, sour-visaged domestic reconnoitred them through a small square hole in the door, well secured with bars of iron, and demanded what they wanted. "To speak with Master Foster instantly, on pressing business of the state," was the ready reply of Michael Lambourne. "Methinks you will find difficulty to make that good," said Tressilian, in a whisper to his companion, while the servant went to carry the message to his master. "Tush!" replied the adventurer. "No soldier would go on were he always to consider when and how he should come off. Let us once obtain entrance, and all will go well enough." In a short time the servant returned, and drawing with a careful hand both bolt and bar, opened the gate, which admitted them through an archway into a square court, surrounded by buildings. Opposite to the arch was another door, which the serving man in like manner unlocked, and thus introduced them into a stone-paved parlour, where there was but little furniture, and that of the rudest and most ancient fashion. The windows were tall and ample, reaching almost to the roof of the room, which was composed of black oak. Those opening to the quadrangle were obscured by the height of the surrounding buildings, and, as they were traversed with massive shafts of solid stonework, and thickly painted with religious devices, and scenes taken from Scripture history, by no means admitted light in proportion to their size, and what did penetrate through them partook of the dark and gloomy tinge of the stained glass. Tressilian and his guide had time enough to observe all these particulars, for they waited some space in the apartment ere the present master of the mansion at length made his appearance. Prepared as he was to see an inauspicious and ill-looking person, the ugliness of Anthony Foster considerably exceeded what Tressilian had anticipated. He was of middle stature, built strongly, but so clumsily as to border on deformity, and to give all his motions the ungainly awkwardness of a left-legged and left-handed man. His hair, in arranging which men at that time, as at present, were very nice and curious, instead of being carefully cleaned and disposed into short curls, or else set up on end, as is represented in old paintings, in a manner resembling that used by fine gentlemen of our own day. escaped in sable negligence from under a furred bonnet, and hung in elf locks, which seemed strangers to the comb, over his rugged brows, and around his very singular and unprepossessing countenance. His keen, dark eyes were deep set beneath broad and shaggy eyebrows, and as they were usually bent on the ground, seemed as if they were themselves ashamed of the expression natural to them, and were desirous to conceal it from the observation of men. At times, however, when more intent on observing others, he suddenly raised them and fixed them keenly on those with whom he conversed. They seemed to express both the fiercer passions and the power of mind which could at will suppress or disguise the intensity of inward feeling. The features which corresponded with these eyes and this form were irregular, and marked so as to be indelibly fixed on the mind of him who had once seen them. Upon the whole, as Tressilian could not help acknowledging to himself, the Anthony Foster who now stood before them was the last person, judging from personal appearance, upon whom one would have chosen to intrude an unexpected and undesired visit. His attire was a doublet of russet leather, like those worn by the better sort of country folk, girt with a buff belt, in which was stuck on the right side a long knife, or dudgeon dagger, and on the other a cutlass. He raised his eyes as he entered the room, and fixed a keenly penetrating glance upon his two visitors, then cast them down as if counting his steps, while he advanced slowly into the middle of the room, and said, in a low and smothered tone of voice, "Let me pray you, gentlemen, to tell me the cause of this visit." He looked as if he expected the answer from Tressilian. So true was Lambourne's observation, that the superior air of breeding and dignity shone through the disguise of an inferior dress. But it was Michael who replied to him, with the easy familiarity of an old friend, and a tone which seemed unembarrassed by any doubt of the most cordial reception. "Ha! my dear friend and ingle, Tony Foster!" he exclaimed, seizing upon the unwilling hand, and shaking it with such emphasis as almost to stagger the sturdy frame of the person whom he addressed. "How fares it with you for many a long year? What! Have you altogether forgotten your friend, gossip, and playfellow, Michael Lambourne?" "Michael Lambourne!" said Foster, looking at him a moment, then dropping his eyes, and with little ceremony extricating his hand from the friendly grasp of the person by whom he was addressed. "Are you Michael Lambourne?" "Ay, sure as you are Anthony Foster," replied Lambourne. "'Tis well," answered his sullen host. "And what may Michael Lambourne expect from his visit hither?" "Voto a Dios," answered Lambourne. "I expected a better welcome than I am like to meet, I think." "Why, thou gallows bird, thou jail rat, thou friend of the hangman and his customers," replied Foster, "hast thou the assurance to expect countenance from any one whose neck is beyond the compass of a Tyburn tippet?" "It may be with me as you say," replied Lambourne, "and suppose I grant it to be so for argument's sake, I were still good enough society for mine ancient friend Anthony Fire the Fagot, though he be, for the present, by some indescribable title, the master of Cumnor Place." "Hark you, Michael Lambourne," said Foster, "you are a gambler now, and live by the counting of chances. Compute me the odds that I do not, on this instant, throw you out of that window into the ditch there." 20 to 1 that you do not," answered the sturdy visitor. "And wherefore, I pray you?" demanded Anthony Foster, setting his teeth and compressing his lips, like one who endeavours to suppress some violent internal emotion. "Because," said Lambourne coolly, "you dare not, for your life, lay a finger on me. I am younger and stronger than you, and have in me a double portion of the fighting devil, though not, it may be, quite so much of the undermining fiend that finds an underground way to his purpose, who hides halters under folk's pillows, and who puts ratsbane into their porridge, as the stage play says." Foster looked at him earnestly, then turned away, and paced the room twice with the same steady and considerate pace with which he had entered it, then suddenly came back, and extended his hand to Michael Lambourne, saying, "Be not wroth with me, good Mike. I did but try whether thou hadst parted with aught of thine old and honourable frankness, which your enviers and backbiters called saucy impudence." "Let them call it what they will," said Michael Lambourne, "it is the commodity we must carry through the world with us. Uns daggerds! I tell thee, man, mine own stock of assurance was too small to trade upon. I was fain to take in a ton or two more of brass at every port where I touched in the voyage of life, and I started overboard what modesty and scruples I had remaining, in order to make room for the stowage." "Nay, nay," replied Foster, "touching scruples and modesty, you sailed hence in ballast. But who is this gallant, honest Mike? Is he a Corinthian, a cutter like thyself?" "I prithee, no Master Tressilian, bully Foster," replied Lambourne, presenting his friend in answer to his friend's question. "Know him and honour him, for he is a gentleman of many admirable qualities; and though he traffics not in my line of business, at least so far as I know, he has nevertheless a just respect and admiration for artists of our class. He will come to in time, as seldom fails. But as yet he is only a neophyte, only a proselyte, and frequents the company of cocks of the game, as a puny fencer does the schools of the masters, to see how a foil is handled by the teachers of defence. If such be his quality, I will pray your company in another chamber, honest Mike, for what I have to say to thee is for thy private ear. Meanwhile, I pray you, sir, to abide us in this apartment, and without leaving it. There be those in this house who would be alarmed by the sight of a stranger." Tressilian acquiesced, and the two worthies left the apartment together, in which he remained alone to await their return. Note 1 to Chapter 3. Foster, Lambourne, and the Black Bear. If faith is to be put in epitaphs, Anthony Foster was something the very reverse of the character represented in the novel. Ashmole gives this description of his tomb: I copy from the Antiquities of Berkshire, Volume 1, page 143. In the north wall of the chancel at Cumnor Church is a monument of grey marble, whereon in brass plates are engraved a man in armour, and his wife in the habit of her times, both kneeling before a faldstool, together with the figures of three sons kneeling behind their mother. Under the figure of the man is this inscription: Antonius Forster, generis generosa propago, cumneri dominus, Bercariensis erat, armiger armigero, prognatus pater Ricardo, qui quondam inflatae salopiensis erat, quaturo ex isto fluxurant stemmati nati, ex ist Antonius stemmata quartus erat, menta sigox animo precellens corporo promptus, eloquii dulcis ora desertus erat, in factis probitas, fuit in sermona venustas, in vultu gravitas religione fides, in patriam pietas, in agonos grata voluntas, accedunt reliquis annumeranda bonis, si quod cunctum rapit, rapuit non omnia lentum, si quad mors rapuit, vivida fama dedit. These verses following are writ at length, two by two, in praise of him. Arguta resonas caethere prendendera cordas, novit et a onia concrequissa lyra, gaudebat terrae teneras de figura plantas, et mira pulchras construire arta domos, composita varias lingua formare localas, doctus et educta scribere multa manu. The arms over it thus: Court 1, 3 hunters' horns, stringed. 2, 3 pinions with their points upwards. The crest is a stag couchant, vulnerated through the neck by a broad arrow. On his stride is a martlet for a difference. From this monumental inscription it appears that Anthony Foster, instead of being a vulgar, low-bred, puritanical churl, was in fact a gentleman of birth and consideration, distinguished for his skill in the arts of music and horticulture, as also in languages. In so far, therefore, the Anthony Foster of the romance has nothing but the name in common with the real individual. But, notwithstanding the charity, benevolence, and religious faith imputed by the monument of grey marble to its tenant, tradition, as well as secret history, names him as the active agent in the death of the Countess; and it is added that, from being a jovial and convivial gallant, as we may infer from some expressions in the epitaph, he sunk, after the fatal deed, into a man of gloomy and retired habits, whose looks and manners indicated that he suffered under the pressure of some atrocious secret. The name of Lambourne is still known in the vicinity, and it is said some of the clan partake the habits, as well as name, of the Michael Lambourne of the romance. A man of this name lately murdered his wife, outdoing Michael in this respect, who only was concerned in the murder of the wife of another man. I have only to add that the Jolly Black Bear has been restored to its predominance over bull and bottle in the village of Cumnor. End note. End chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 4. Not serve two masters. Here's a youth will try it. Would fain serve God, yet give the devil his due. Says grace before he doth a deed of villainy, and returns his thanks devoutly when 'tis acted. Old Play. The room into which the master of Cumnor Place conducted his worthy visitant was of greater extent than that in which they had first conversed, and had yet more the appearance of dilapidation. Large oaken presses, filled with shelves of the same wood, surrounded the room, and had at one time served for the arrangement of a numerous collection of books, many of which yet remained, but torn and defaced, covered with dust, deprived of their costly clasp and bindings, and tossed together in heaps upon the shelves, as things altogether disregarded, and abandoned to the pleasure of every spoiler. The very presses themselves seemed to have incurred the hostility of those enemies of learning who had destroyed the volumes with which they had been heretofore filled. They were in several places dismantled of their shelves, and otherwise broken and damaged, and were, moreover, mantled with cobwebs and covered with dust. "The men who wrote these books," said Lambourne, looking round him, "little thought whose keeping they were to fall into." "Nor what yeoman's service they were to do me," quoth Anthony Foster. "The cook hath used them for scouring his pewter, and the groom hath had nought else to clean my boots with, this many a month past." "And yet," said Lambourne, "I have been in cities where such learned commodities would have been deemed too good for such offices." "Pshaw, pshaw," answered Foster, "they are popish trash, every one of them. Private studies of the mumping old abbot of Abingdon. The 19thly of a pure gospel sermon were worth a cartload of such rakings of the kennel of Rome." "Gad a mercy, Master Tony, fire the faggot," said Lambourne, by way of reply. Foster scowled darkly at him as he replied, "Hark ye, friend Mike, Forget that name, and the passage which it relates to, if you would not have our newly revived comradeship die a sudden and a violent death." "Why," said Michael Lambourne, "you were wont to glory in the share you had in the death of the two old heretical bishops." "That," said his comrade, "was while I was in the gall of bitterness and bond of iniquity, and applies not to my walk or my ways now that I am called forth into the lists. Mr. Melchizedek Maltext compared my misfortune in that matter to that of the Apostle Paul, who kept the clothes of the witnesses who stoned Saint Stephen. He held forth on the matter 3 Sabbaths past, and illustrated the same by the conduct of an honourable person present, meaning me." "I prithee peace, Foster," said Lambourne, "for I know not how it is. I have a sort of creeping comes over my skin when I hear the devil quote Scripture. And besides, man, how couldst thou have the heart to quit that convenient old religion, which you could slip off or on as easily as your glove? Do I not remember how you were wont to carry your conscience to confession as duly as the month came round? And when thou hadst it scoured, and burnished, and whitewashed by the priest, thou wert ever ready for the worst villainy which could be devised, like a child who is always readiest to rush into the mire when he has got his Sunday's clean jerkin on." "Trouble not thyself about my conscience," said Foster. "It is a thing thou canst not understand, having never had one of thine own. But let us rather to the point, and say to me, in one word, what is thy business with me, and what hopes have drawn thee hither?" "The hope of bettering myself, to be sure," answered Lambourne, "as the old woman said when she leapt over the bridge at Kingston. Look you, this purse has all that is left of as round a sum as a man would wish to carry in his slop pouch. You are here well established, it would seem, and, as I think, well befriended, for men talk of thy being under some special protection. Nay, stare not like a pig that is stuck, mon. Thou canst not dance in a net, and they not see thee. Now I know such protection is not purchased for nought. You must have services to render for it, and in these I propose to help thee. But how if I lack no assistance from thee, Mike? I think thy modesty might suppose that were a case possible." "That is to say," retorted Lambourne, "that you would engross the whole work, rather than divide the reward. But be not over greedy, Anthony. Covetousness bursts the sack and spills the grain. Look you, when the huntsman goes to kill a stag, he takes with him more dogs than one. He has the staunch lyme-hound to track the wounded buck over hill and dale, but he hath also the fleet gaze-hound to kill him at view. Thou art the lyme-hound, I am the gaze-hound, and thy patron will need the aid of both, and can well afford to requite it. Thou hast deep sagacity, an unrelenting purpose, a steady, long-breathed malignity of nature, that surpasses mine. But then I am the bolder, the quicker, the more ready, both at action and expedient. Separate, our properties are not so perfect, but unite them, and we drive the world before us. How sayest thou? Shall we hunt in couples?" "It is a currish proposal, thus to thrust thyself upon my private matters," replied Foster, "but thou wert ever an ill-natured whelp." "You shall have no cause to say so, unless you spurn my courtesy," said Michael Lambourne; "but if so, keep thee well from me, Sir Knight, as the romance has it. I will either share your counsels or traverse them, for I have come here to be busy, either with thee or against thee." "Well," said Anthony Foster, "since thou dost leave me so fair a choice, I will rather be thy friend than thine enemy. Thou art right. I can prefer thee to the service of a patron who has enough of means to make us both, and 100 more. And to say truth, thou art well qualified for his service. Boldness and dexterity he demands. The justice books bear witness to thy favour. No starting at scruples in his service, why, whoever suspected thee of a conscience? An assurance he must have who would follow a courtier, and thy brow is as impenetrable as a Milan visor. There is but one thing I would fain see amended in thee." "And what is that, my most precious friend Anthony?" replied Lambourne; "for I swear by the pillow of the Seven Sleepers, I will not be slothful in amending it." "Why, you gave a sample of it even now," said Foster. "Your speech twangs too much of the old stamp, and you garnish it ever and anon with singular oaths, that savour of papistry. Besides, your exterior man is altogether too debauched and irregular to become one of his lordship's followers, since he has a reputation to keep up in the eye of the world. You must somewhat reform your dress, upon a more grave and composed fashion. Wear your cloak on both shoulders, and your falling band unrumpled and well starched. You must enlarge the brim of your beaver, and diminish the superfluity of your trunk hose. Go to church, or, which will be better, to meeting, at least once a month. Protest only upon your faith and conscience. Lay aside your swashing look, and never touch the hilt of your sword but when you would draw the carnal weapon in good earnest." "By this light, Anthony, thou art mad," answered Lambourne, "and hadst described rather the gentleman usher to a Puritan's wife than the follower of an ambitious courtier. Yes, such a thing as thou wouldst make of me should wear a book at his girdle instead of a poniard, and might just be suspected of manhood enough to squire a proud dame citizen to the lecture at St. Antollin's, and quarrel in her cause with any flat-capped threadmaker that would take the wall of her. He must ruffle it in another sort that would walk to court in a nobleman's train." "Oh, content you, sir," replied Foster. "There is a change since you knew the English world, and there are those who can hold their way through the boldest courses and the most secret, and yet never a swaggering word or an oath, or a profane word in their conversation." "That is to say," replied Lambourne, "they are in a trading copartnery, to do the devil's business without mentioning his name in the firm? Well, I will do my best to counterfeit, rather than lose ground in this new world, since thou sayest it is grown so precise. But, Anthony, what is the name of this nobleman in whose service I am to turn hypocrite?" "Ah, Master Michael, are you there with your bears?" said Foster, with a grim smile. "And is this the knowledge you pretend of my concernments? How know you now there is such a person in rerum natura, and that I have not been putting a jape upon you all this time?" "Thou put a jape on me, thou sodden-brained gull?" answered Lambourne, nothing daunted. "Why, dark and muddy as thou thinkest thyself, I would engage in a day's space to seek as clearly through thee and thy concernments, as thou callest them, as through the filthy horn of an old stable lantern." At this moment their conversation was interrupted by a scream from the next apartment. "By the Holy Cross of Abingdon!" exclaimed Anthony Foster, forgetting his Protestantism in his alarm, "I am a ruined man." So saying, he rushed into the apartment whence the scream issued, followed by Michael Lambourne. But to account for the sounds which interrupted their conversation, it is necessary to recede a little way in our narrative. It has been already observed that when Lambourne accompanied Foster into the library, they left Tressilian alone in the ancient parlour. His dark eye followed them forth of the apartment with a glance of contempt, a part of which his mind instantly transferred to himself, for having stooped to be, even for a moment, their familiar companion. "These are the associates, Amy," it was thus he communed with himself, "to which thy cruel levity, thine unthinking and most unmerited falsehood, has condemned him, of whom his friends once hoped far other things, and who now scorns himself, as he will be scorned by others, for the baseness he stoops to for the love of thee. But I will not leave the pursuit of thee, once the object of my purest and most devoted affection, though to me thou canst henceforth be nothing but a thing to weep over. I will save thee from thy betrayer, and from thyself. I will restore thee to thy parent, to thy God, I cannot bid the bright star again sparkle in the sphere it has shot from, but" a slight noise in the apartment interrupted his reverie. He looked round, and in the beautiful and richly attired female who entered at that instant by a side door, he recognised the object of his search. The first impulse arising from this discovery urged him to conceal his face with the collar of his cloak, until he should find a favourable moment of making himself known. But his purpose was disconcerted by the young lady, she was not above 18 years old, who ran joyfully towards him, and, pulling him by the cloak, said playfully, "Nay, my sweet friend, after I have waited for you so long, you come not to my bower to play the masker. You are arraigned of treason to true love and fond affection, and you must stand up at the bar and answer it with face uncovered. How say you, guilty or not?" "Alas, Amy," said Tressilian, in a low and melancholy tone, as he suffered her to draw the mantle from his face. The sound of his voice, and still more the unexpected sight of his face, changed in an instant the lady's playful mood. She staggered back, turned as pale as death, and put her hands before her face. Tressilian was himself for a moment much overcome, but seeming suddenly to remember the necessity of using an opportunity which might not again occur, he said in a low tone, "Amy, fear me not." "Why should I fear you?" said the lady, withdrawing her hands from her beautiful face, which was now covered with crimson. "Why should I fear you, Master Tressilian? Or wherefore have you intruded yourself into my dwelling, uninvited, sir, and unwished for?" "Your dwelling, Amy?" said Tressilian. "Alas! Is a prison your dwelling? A person guarded by one of the most sordid of men, but not a greater wretch than his employer." "This house is mine," said Amy, "mine while I choose to inhabit it. If it is my pleasure to live in seclusion, who shall gainsay me?" "Your father, maiden," answered Tressilian, "your broken-hearted father, who dispatched me in quest of you with that authority which he cannot exert in person. Here is his letter, written while he blessed his pain of body which somewhat stunned the agony of his mind." "The pain? Is my father then ill?" said the lady. "So ill," answered Tressilian, "that even your utmost haste may not restore him to health. But all shall be instantly prepared for your departure, the instant you yourself will give consent." "Tressilian," answered the lady, "I cannot, I must not, I dare not leave this place. Go back to my father, tell him I will obtain leave to see him within 12 hours from hence. Go back, Tressilian, tell him I am well, I am happy happy could I think he was so. Tell him not to fear that I will come, and in such a manner that all the grief Amy has given him shall be forgotten. The poor Amy is now greater than she dare name. Go, good Tressilian, I have injured thee too, but, believe me, I have power to heal the wounds I have caused. I robbed you of a childish heart which was not worthy of you, and I can repay the loss with honours and advancement. Do you say this to me, Amy? Do you offer me pageants of idle ambition for the quiet peace you have robbed me of? But be it so, I came not to upbraid, but to serve and to free you. You cannot disguise it from me, you are a prisoner, otherwise your kind heart, for it was once a kind heart, would have been already at your father's bedside. Come, poor, deceived, unhappy maiden, all shall be forgot, all shall be forgiven. Fear not my importunity for what regarded our contract. It was a dream, and I have awaked. But come, your father yet lives. Come, and one word of affection, one tear of penitence, will efface the memory of all that has passed." "Have I not already said, Tressilian," replied she, "that I will surely come to my father, and that without further delay than is necessary to discharge other and equally binding duties? Go, carry him the news. I come as sure as there is light in heaven, that is, when I obtain permission." "Permission? Permission to visit your father on his sick bed, perhaps on his death bed?" repeated Tressilian impatiently. "And permission from whom? From the villain who, under disguise of friendship, abused every duty of hospitality, and stole thee from thy father's roof." "Do him no slander, Tressilian. He whom thou speakest of wears a sword as sharp as thine, sharper, vain man; for the best deeds thou hast ever done in peace or war were as unworthy to be named with his, as thy obscure rank to match itself with the sphere he moves in. Leave me. Go, do mine errand to my father, and when he next sends to me, let him choose a more welcome messenger." "Amy," replied Tressilian calmly, "thou canst not move me by thy reproaches. Tell me one thing, that I may bear at least one ray of comfort to my aged friend. This rank of his which thou dost boast, dost thou share it with him, Amy? Does he claim a husband's right to control thy motions?" "Stop thy base, unmannered tongue," said the lady. "To no question that derogates from my honour do I deign an answer." "You have said enough in refusing to reply," answered Tressilian. "And mark me, unhappy as thou art, I am armed with thy father's full authority to command thy obedience, and I will save thee from the slavery of sin and of sorrow, even despite of thyself, Amy." "Menace no violence here!" exclaimed the lady, drawing back from him, and alarmed at the determination expressed in his look and manner. "Threaten me not, Tressilian, for I have means to repel force." "But not, I trust, the wish to use them in so evil a cause," said Tressilian. "With thy will, thine uninfluenced, free, and natural will, Amy, thou canst not choose this state of slavery and dishonour. Thou hast been bound by some spell, entrapped by some deceit, art now detained by some compelled vow. But thus I break the charm. Amy, in the name of thine excellent, thy broken hearted father, I command thee to follow me." As he spoke, he advanced and extended his arm, as with the purpose of laying hold upon her, but she shrunk back from his grasp, and uttered the scream which, as we before noticed, brought into the apartment Lambourne and Foster. The latter exclaimed, as soon as he entered, "Fire and faggot, what have we here?" Then addressing the lady, in a tone betwixt entreaty and command, he added, "Uds precious, madam, what makes you here out of bounds? Retire, retire, there is life and death in this matter. And you, friend, whoever you may be, leave this house. Out with you, before my dagger's hilt and your costard become acquainted. Draw, Mike, and rid us of the knave." "Not I, on my soul," replied Lambourne. "He came hither in my company, and he is safe from me by my cutter's law, at least till we meet again. But hark ye, my Cornish comrade, you have brought a Cornish flaw of wind with you hither, a hurricano, as they call it in the Indies. Make yourself scarce, depart, vanish, or we'll have you summoned before the Mayor of Halgaver, and that before Dudman and Ramhead meet." Reader's note: two headlands on the Cornish coast, the expressions are proverbial. End reader's note. "Away, base groom," said Tressilian. "And you, madam, fare you well. What life lingers in your father's bosom will leave him at the news I have to tell." He departed, the lady saying faintly as he left the room, "Tressilian, be not rash. Say no scandal of me." "Here is proper gear," said Foster. "I pray you go to your chamber, my lady, and let us consider how this is to be answered. Nay, tarry not." "I move not at your command, sir," answered the lady. "Nay, but you must, fair lady," replied Foster. "Excuse my freedom, but, by blood and nails, this is no time to strain courtesies. You must go to your chamber. Mike, Follow the meddling coxcomb, and, as you desire to thrive, see him safely clear of the premises, while I bring this headstrong lady to reason. Draw thy tool, man, and after him." "I'll follow him," said Michael Lambourne, "and see him fairly out of Flanders; but for hurting a man I have drunk my morning's draught withal, 'tis clean against my conscience." So saying, he left the apartment. Tressilian, meanwhile, with hasty steps, pursued the first path which promised to conduct him through the wild and overgrown park in which the mansion of Foster was situated. Haste and distress of mind led his steps astray, and instead of taking the avenue which led towards the village, he chose another, which, after he had pursued it for some time with a hasty and reckless step, conducted him to the other side of the demesne, where a postern door opened through the wall, and led into the open country. Tressilian paused an instant. It was indifferent to him by what road he left a spot now so odious to his recollections, but it was probable that the postern door was locked, and his retreat by that pass rendered impossible. "I must make the attempt, however," he said to himself. "The only means of reclaiming this lost, this miserable, this still most lovely and most unhappy girl, must rest in her father's appeal to the broken laws of his country. I must haste to apprise him of this heart-rending intelligence." As Tressilian, thus conversing with himself, approached to try some means of opening the door, or climbing over it, he perceived there was a key put into the lock from the outside. It turned round, the bolt revolved, and a cavalier, who entered, muffled in his riding cloak, and wearing a slouched hat with a drooping feather, stood at once within 4 yards of him who was desirous of going out. They exclaimed at once, in tones of resentment and surprise, the one, "Varney!" the other, "Tressilian!" "What make you here?" was the stern question put by the stranger to Tressilian, when the moment of surprise was past. "What make you here, where your presence is neither expected nor desired?" "Nay, Varney," replied Tressilian, "what make you here? Are you come to triumph over the innocent you have destroyed, as the vulture of carrion crow comes to batten on the lamb whose eyes it has first plucked out? Or are you come to encounter the merited vengeance of an honest man? Draw, dog, and defend thyself!" Tressilian drew his sword as he spoke, but Varney only laid his hand on the hilt of his own as he replied, "Thou art mad, Tressilian. I own appearances are against me, but by every oath a priest can make, or a man can swear, Mistress Amy Robsart hath had no injury from me, and in truth I were somewhat loath to hurt you in this cause. Thou knowest I can fight." "I have heard thee say so, Varney," replied Tressilian; "but now, methinks I would fain have some better evidence than thine own word." "That shall not be lacking, if blade and hilt be but true to me," answered Varney; and drawing his sword with the right hand, he threw his cloak around his left, and attacked Tressilian with a vigour which for a moment seemed to give him the advantage of the combat. But this advantage lasted not long. Tressilian added to a spirit determined on revenge, a hand and eye admirably well adapted to the use of the rapier, so that Varney, finding himself hard pressed in his turn, endeavoured to avail himself of his superior strength by closing with his adversary. For this purpose he hazarded the receiving one of Tressilian's passes in his cloak, wrapped as it was around his arm, and ere his adversary could extricate his rapier thus entangled, he closed with him, shortening his own sword at the same time, with the purpose of dispatching him. But Tressilian was on his guard, and unsheathing his poniard, parried with the blade of that weapon the home thrust which would otherwise have finished the combat, and, in the struggle which followed, displayed so much address as might have confirmed the opinion that he drew his origin from Cornwall, whose natives are such masters in the art of wrestling, as, were the games of antiquity revived, might enable them to challenge all Europe to the ring. Varney, in his ill-advised attempt, received a fall so sudden and violent that his sword flew several paces from his hand, and ere he could recover his feet, that of his antagonist was pointed to his throat. "Give me the instant means of relieving the victim of thy treachery," said Tressilian, "or take the last look of your Creator's blessed Son." And while Varney, too confused or too sullen to reply, made a sudden effort to arise, his adversary drew back his arm, and would have executed his threat, but that the blow was arrested by the grasp of Michael Lambourne, who, directed by the clashing of swords, had come up just in time to save the life of Varney. "Come, come, comrade," said Lambourne, "here is enough done, and more than enough. Put up your fox, and let us be jogging. The Black Bear growls for us." "Off, abject!" said Tressilian, striking himself free of Lambourne's grasp. "Darest thou come betwixt me and mine enemy?" "Abject, abject," repeated Lambourne. "That shall be answered with cold steel whenever a bowl of sack has washed out memory of the morning's draught that we had together. In the meanwhile, do you see, shog, tramp, begone, we are 2 to 1." He spoke truth, for Varney had taken the opportunity to regain his weapon, and Tressilian perceived it was madness to press the quarrel further against such odds. He took his purse from his side, and taking out 2 gold nobles, flung them to Lambourne. "There, caitiff, is thy morning's wage. Thou shalt not say thou hast been my guide unhired. Varney, farewell. We shall meet where there are none to come betwixt us." So saying, he turned round and departed through the postern door. Varney seemed to want the inclination, or perhaps the power, for his fall had been a severe one, to follow his retreating enemy, but he glared darkly as he disappeared, and then addressed Lambourne. "Art thou a comrade of Foster's, good fellow?" "Sworn friends, as the haft is to the knife," replied Michael Lambourne. "Here is a broad piece for thee. Follow yonder fellow, and see where he takes earth, and bring me word up to the mansion house here. Cautious and silent, thou knave, as thou valuest thy throat." "Enough said," replied Lambourne. "I can draw on a scent as well as a sleuth hound." "Begone, then," said Varney, sheathing his rapier, and turning his back on Michael Lambourne, he walked slowly towards the house. Lambourne stopped but an instant to gather the nobles which his late companion had flung towards him so unceremoniously, and muttered to himself, while he put them upon his purse along with the gratuity of Varney, "I spoke to yonder gulls of Eldorado. By Saint Anthony, there is no Eldorado for me of our stamp equal to bonny old England. It rains nobles, by heaven! They lie on the grass as thick as dewdrops. You may have them for the gathering. And if I have not my share of such glittering dewdrops, may my sword melt like an icicle." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 5. He was a man versed in the world as pilot in his compass. The needle pointed ever to that interest which was his lodestar, and he spread his sails with vantage to the gale of others' passion. The Deceiver, a tragedy. Anthony Foster was still engaged in debate with his fair guest, who treated with scorn every entreaty and request that she would retire to her own apartment, when a whistle was heard at the entrance door of the mansion. "We are fairly sped now," said Foster. "Yonder is thy lord's signal; and what to say about the disorder which has happened in this household, by my conscience, I know not. Some evil fortune dogs the heels of that unhanged rogue Lambourne, and he escaped the gallows against every chance, to come back and be the ruin of me." "Peace, sir," said the lady, "and undo the gate to your master." "My lord! My dear lord!" she then exclaimed, hastening to the entrance of the apartment; then added, with a voice expressive of disappointment, "Pooh! It is but Richard Varney." "Ay, madam," said Varney, entering and saluting the lady with a respectful obeisance, which she returned with a careless mixture of negligence and of displeasure. "It is but Richard Varney; but even the first grey cloud should be acceptable when it lightens in the east, because it announces the approach of the blessed sun." "How! Comes my lord hither to night?" said the lady, in joyful yet startled agitation. And Anthony Foster caught up the word, and echoed the question. Varney replied to the lady, that his lord purposed to attend her, and would have proceeded with some compliment, when, running to the door of the parlour, she called aloud, "Janet! Janet! Come to my tiring room instantly." Then returning to Varney, she asked if her lord sent any further commendations to her. "This letter, honoured madam," said he, taking from his bosom a small parcel wrapped in scarlet silk, and with it a token to the queen of his affections. With eager speed the lady hastened to undo the silken string which surrounded the little packet, and failing to unloose readily the knot with which it was secured, she again called loudly on Janet. "Bring me a knife, scissors, aught that may undo this envious knot." "May not my poor poniard serve, honoured madam?" said Varney, presenting a small dagger of exquisite workmanship, which hung in his turkey leather sword belt. "No, sir," replied the lady, rejecting the instrument which he offered. "Steel poniard shall cut no true love knot of mine." "It has cut many, however," said Anthony Foster, half aside, and looking at Varney. By this time the knot was disentangled without any other help than the neat and nimble fingers of Janet, a simply attired pretty maiden, the daughter of Anthony Foster, who came running at the repeated call of her mistress. A necklace of orient pearl, the companion of a perfumed billet, was now hastily produced from the packet. The lady gave the one, after a slight glance, to the charge of her attendant, while she read, or rather devoured, the contents of the other. "Surely, lady," said Janet, gazing with admiration at the next string of pearls, "the daughters of Tyre wore no fairer neck jewels than these. And then the posy, for a neck that is fairer. Each pearl is worth a free hold." "Each word in this dear paper is worth the whole string, my girl. But come to my tiring room, girl. We must be brave. My lord comes hither to night. He bids me grace you, Master Varney, and to me his wish is a law. I bid you to a collation in my bower this afternoon. And you too, Master Foster. Give orders that all is fitting, and that suitable preparations be made for my lord's reception to night." With these words she left the apartment. "She takes state on her already," said Varney, "and distributes the favour of her presence as if she were already the partner of his dignity. Well, it is wise to practise beforehand the part which fortune prepares us to play. The young eagle must gaze at the sun ere he soars on strong wing to meet it." "If holding her head aloft," said Foster, "will keep her eyes from dazzling, I warrant you the dame will not stoop her crest. She will presently soar beyond reach of my whistle, Master Varney. I promise you she holds me already in slight regard." "It is thine own fault, thou sullen, uninventive companion," answered Varney, "who knowest no mode of control save downright brute force. Canst thou not make home pleasant to her, with music and toys? Canst thou not make the out of doors frightful to her, with tales of goblins? Thou livest here by the churchyard, and hast not even wit enough to raise a ghost, to scare thy females into good discipline." "Speak not thus, Master Varney," said Foster. "The living I fear not, but I trifle not nor toy with my dead neighbours of the churchyard. I promise you, it requires a good heart to live so near it. Worthy Master Holdforth, the afternoon's lecturer of St. Antolines, had a sore fright there the last time he came to visit me." "Hold thy superstitious tongue," answered Varney, "and while thou talkest of visiting, answer me, thou paltry knave, how came Tressilian to be at the postern door?" "Tressilian?" answered Foster. "What know I of Tressilian? I never heard his name." "Why, villain, it was the very Cornish chough to whom old Sir Hugh Robsart destined his pretty Amy, and hither the hot brained fool has come back to look after his fair runaway. There must be some order taken with him, for he thinks he hath wrong, and is not the mean hind that will sit down with it. Luckily he knows not of my lord, but thinks he has only me to deal with. But how, in the fiend's name, came he hither?" "Why, with Mike Lambourne, and you must know," answered Foster. "And who is Mike Lambourne?" demanded Varney. "By heaven, thou wert best set up a bush over thy door, and invite every stroller who passes by to see what thou shouldest keep secret even from the sun and air." "Ay, ay, this is a court-like requital of my service to you, Master Richard Varney," replied Foster. "Didst thou not charge me to seek out for thee a fellow who had a good sword and an unscrupulous conscience? And was I not busying myself to find a fit man? For, thank heaven, my acquaintance lies not amongst such companions, when, as Heaven would have it, this tall fellow, who is in all his qualities the very flashing knave thou didst wish, came hither to fix acquaintance upon me in the plenitude of his impudence, and I admitted his claim, thinking to do you a pleasure. And now see what thanks I get for disgracing myself by converse with him." "And did he," said Varney, "being such a fellow as thyself, only lacking, I suppose, thy present humour of hypocrisy, which lies as thin over thy hard ruffianly heart as gold lacquer upon rusty iron, did he, I say, bring the saintly, sighing Tressilian in his train?" "They came together, by heaven!" said Foster. "And Tressilian, to speak heaven's truth, obtained a moment's interview with our pretty Moppet, while I was talking apart with Lambourne." "Improvident villain! We are both undone," said Varney. "She has of late been casting many a backward look to her father's halls, whenever her lordly lover leaves her alone. Should this preaching fool whistle her back to her old perch, we were but lost men." "No fear of that, my master," replied Anthony Foster. "She is in no mood to stoop to his lure, for she yelled out on seeing him as if an adder had stung her." "That is good. Canst thou not get from thy daughter an inkling of what passed between them, good Foster?" "I tell you plain, Master Varney," said Foster, "my daughter shall not enter our purposes or walk in our paths. They may suit me well enough, who know how to repent of my misdoings, but I will not have my child's soul committed to peril either for your pleasure or my lord's. I may walk among snares and pitfalls myself, because I have discretion, but I will not trust the poor lamb among them." "Why, thou suspicious fool, I were as averse as thou art that thy baby faced girl should enter into my plans, or walk to hell at her father's elbow. But indirectly thou mightst gain some intelligence of her." "And so I did, Master Varney," answered Foster, "and she said her lady called out upon the sickness of her father." "Good," replied Varney. "That is a hint worth catching, and I will work upon it. But the country must be rid of this Tressilian. I would have cumbered no man about the matter, for I hate him like strong poison. His presence is hemlock to me. And this day I had been rid of him, but that my foot slipped, when, to speak truth, had not thy comrade yonder come to my aid, and held his hand, I should have known by this time whether you and I have been treading the path to heaven or hell." "And you can speak thus of such a risk?" said Foster. "You keep a stout heart, Master Varney. For me, if I did not hope to live many years, and to have time for the great work of repentance, I would not go forward with you." "Oh, thou shalt live as long as Methuselah," said Varney, "and amass as much wealth as Solomon, and thou shalt repent so devoutly that thy repentance shall be more famous than thy villainy, and that is a bold word. But for all this, Tressilian must be looked after. Thy ruffian yonder is gone to Doggen. It concerns our fortunes, Anthony." "Ay, ay," said Foster sullenly. "This is to be leagued with one who knows not even so much of Scripture as that the labourer is worthy of his hire. I must, as usual, take all the trouble and risk." "Risk! And what is the mighty risk, I pray you?" answered Varney. "This fellow will come prowling again about your demesne, or into your house, and if you take him for a housebreaker or a park-breaker, is it not most natural you should welcome him with cold steel or hot lead? Even a mastiff will pull down those who come near his kennel. And who shall blame him?" "I have a mastiff's work and a mastiff's wage among you," said Foster. "Here have you, Master Varney, secured a good freehold estate out of this old superstitious foundation, and I have but a poor lease of this mansion under you, voidable at your honour's pleasure." "Ay, and thou wouldst fain convert thy leasehold into a copyhold. The thing may chance to happen, Anthony Foster, if thou dost good service for it. But softly, good Anthony. It is not the lending a room or two of this old house for keeping my lord's pretty paroquet. Nay, it is not the shutting thy doors and windows to keep her from flying off that may deserve it. Remember, the manor and tithes are rated at the clear annual value of £79, 5 shillings, and 5 pence halfpenny, besides the value of the wood. Come, come, thou must be conscionable. Great and secret service may deserve both this and a better thing. And now let thy knave come and pluck off my boots. Get us some dinner, and a cup of thy best wine. I must visit this Mavis, brave in apparel, unruffled in aspect, and gay in temper." They parted, and at the hour of noon, which was then that of dinner, they again met at their meal. Varney gaily dressed like a courtier of the time, and even Anthony Foster improved in appearance, as far as dress could amend an exterior so unfavourable. This alteration did not escape Varney. Then the meal was finished, the cloth removed, and they were left to their private discourse. "Thou art gay as a goldfinch, Anthony," said Varney, looking at his host. "Methinks thou wilt whistle a jig anon. But I crave your pardon. That would secure your ejection from the congregation of the zealous botchers, the pure-hearted weavers, and the sanctified bakers of Abingdon, who let their ovens cool while their brains get heated." "To answer you in the spirit, Master Varney," said Foster, "were, excuse the parable, to fling sacred and precious things before swine. So I will speak to thee in the language of the world, which he who is king of the world hath taught thee to understand and to profit by in no common measure." "Say what thou wilt, honest Tony," replied Varney; "for be it according to thine absurd faith, or according to thy most villainous practice, it cannot choose but be rare matter to qualify this cup of Alicant. Thy conversation is relishing and poignant, and beats caviar, dried neat's tongue, and all other provocatives that give savour to good liquor." "Well, then, tell me," said Anthony Foster, "is not our good lord and master's turn better served, and his antechamber more suitably filled, with decent, God-fearing men, who will work his will and their own profit quietly, and without worldly scandal, than that he should be manned and attended and followed by such open debauchers and ruffianly swordsmen as Tydesley, Killigrew, this fellow Lambourne, whom you have put me to seek out for you, and other such, who bear the gallows in their face, and murder in their right hand, who are a terror to peaceable men, and a scandal to my lord's service?" "Oh, content you, good Master Anthony Foster," answered Varney. "He that flies at all manner of game must keep all kinds of hawks, both short and long-winged. The course my lord holds is no easy one, and he must stand provided at all points with trusty retainers to meet each sort of service. He must have his gay courtier, like myself, to ruffle it in the presence chamber, and to lay hand on hilt when any speaks in disparagement of my lord's honour." "Ay," said Foster, "and to whisper a word for him into a fair lady's ear, when he may not approach her himself." "Then," said Varney, going on without appearing to notice the interruption, "he must have his lawyers, deep, subtle pioneers, to draw his contracts, his pre contracts, and his post contracts, and to find the way to make the most of grants, of church lands and commons, and licenses for monopoly. And he must have physicians who can spice a cup or a caudle. And he must have his cabalist, like Deck and Allen, for conjuring up the devil. And he must have ruffling swordsmen, who would fight the devil when he is raised and at the wildest. And above all, without prejudice to others, he must have such godly, innocent, puritanic souls as thou, honest Anthony, who defy Satan, and do his work at the same time." "You would not say, Master Varney," said Foster, "that our good lord and master, whom I hold to be fulfilled in all nobleness, would use such base and sinful means to rise, as thy speech points at?" "Tush, man," said Varney, "never look at me with so sad a brow. You trap me not, nor am I in your power, as your weak brain may imagine, because I name to you freely the engines, the springs, the screws, the tackle and braces, by which great men rise in stirring times. Sayest thou our good lord is fulfilled of all nobleness? Amen, and so be it. He has the more need to have those about him who are unscrupulous in his service, and who, because they know that his fall will overwhelm and crush them, must wager both blood and brain, soul and body, in order to keep him aloft. And this I tell thee, because I care not who knows it." "You speak truth, Master Varney," said Anthony Foster. "He that is head of a party is but a boat on a wave that raises not itself, but is moved upward by the billow which it floats upon." "Thou art metaphorical, honest Anthony," replied Varney. "That velvet doublet hath made an oracle of thee. We will have thee to Oxford to take the degrees in the arts. And, in the meantime, hast thou arranged all the matters which were sent from London, and put the western chambers into such fashion as may answer my lord's humour?" "They may serve a king on his bridal day," said Anthony, "and I promise you that Dame Amy sits in them yonder as proud and gay as if she were the Queen of Sheba." "'Tis the better, good Anthony," answered Varney. "We must found our future fortunes on her good liking." "We build on sand, then," said Anthony Foster; "for supposing that she sails away to court in all her lord's dignity and authority, how is she to look back upon me, who am her jailor, as it were, to detain her here against her will, keeping her a caterpillar on an old wall, when she would fain be a painted butterfly in a court garden?" "Fear not her displeasure, man," said Varney. "I will show her all thou hast done in this matter was good service, both to my lord and her; and when she chips the egg shell, and walks alone, she shall own we have hatched her greatness." "Look to yourself, Master Varney," said Foster. "You may misreckon foully in this matter. She gave you but a frosty reception this morning, and, I think, looks on you, as well as me, with an evil eye." "You mistake her, Foster, you mistake her utterly. To me she is bound by all the ties which can secure her to one who has been the means of gratifying both her love and ambition. Who was it that took the obscure Amy Robsart, the daughter of an impoverished and noted knight, the destined bride of a moonstruck, moping enthusiast, like Edmund Tressilian, from her lowly fates, and held out to her in prospect the brightest fortune in England, or perchance in Europe? Why, man, it was I, as I have often told thee, that found opportunity for their secret meetings. It was I who watched the wood while he beat for the deer. It was I who, to this day, am blamed by her family as the companion of her flight. And were I in their neighbourhood, would be fain to wear a shirt of better stuff than Holland linen, lest my ribs should be acquainted with Spanish steel. Who carried their letters? I. Who amused the old knight and Tressilian? I. Who planned her escape? It was I. It was I, in short, Dick Varney, who pulled this pretty little daisy from its lowly nook, and placed it in the proudest bonnet in Britain." "Ay, Master Varney," said Foster; "but it may be she thinks that, had the matter remained with you, the flower had been stuck so slightly into the cap, that the first breath of a changeable breeze of passion had blown the poor daisy to the common." "She should consider," said Varney, smiling. "The true faith I owed my lord and master prevented me at first from counselling marriage; and yet I did counsel marriage when I saw she would not be satisfied without the sacrament or the ceremony. Which callest thou it, Anthony?" "Still she has you at feud on another score," said Foster; "and I tell it you that you may look to yourself in time. She would not hide her splendour in the stark lantern of an old monastic house, but would fain shine a countess amongst countesses." "Very natural, very right," answered Varney; "but what have I to do with that? She may shine through horn or through crystal at my lord's pleasure. I have naught to say against it." "She deems that you have an oar upon that side of the boat, Master Varney," replied Foster, "and that you can pull it or no at your good pleasure. In a word, she ascribes the secrecy and obscurity in which she is kept to your secret counsel to my lord, and to my strict agency; and so she loves us both as a sentenced man loves his judge and his jailor." "She must love us better ere she leave this place, Anthony," answered Varney. "If I have counselled for weighty reasons that she remain here for a season, I can also advise her being brought forth in the full blow of her dignity. But I were mad to do so, holding so near a place to my lord's person, were she mine enemy. Bear this truth in upon her, as occasion offers, Anthony, and let me alone for extolling you in her ear, and exalting you in her opinion. Came cavi, it is a proverb all over the world. The lady must know her friends, and be made to judge of the power they have of being her enemies. Meanwhile, watch her strictly, but with all the outward observance that thy rough nature will permit. 'Tis an excellent thing, that sullen look and bulldog humour of thine. Thou shouldest thank God for it, and so should my lord, for when there is aught harsh of hard nature to be done, thou dost it as if it flowed from thine own natural doggedness, and not from orders, and so my lord escapes the scandal. But hark, some one knocks at the gate. Look out at the window, let no one enter. This were an ill night to be interrupted." "It is he whom we spoke of before dinner," said Foster, as he looked through the casement. "It is Michael Lambourne." "Oh, admit him, by all means," said the courtier. "He comes to give some account of his guest. It imports us much to know the movements of Edmund Tressilian. Admit him, I say, but bring him not hither. I will come to you presently in the abbot's library." Foster left the room, and the courtier, who remained behind, paced the parlour more than once in deep thought, his arms folded on his bosom, until at length he gave vent to his meditations in broken words, which we have somewhat enlarged and connected, that his soliloquy may be intelligible to the reader. "'Tis true," he said, suddenly stopping, and resting his right hand on the table at which they had been sitting. "This base churl hath fathomed the very depth of my fear, and I have been unable to disguise it from him. She loves me not. I would it were as true that I loved not her. Idiot that I was, to move her in my own behalf, when wisdom bade me to be a true broker to my lord. And this fatal error has placed me more at her discretion than a wise man would willingly be at that of the best piece of painted ease flesh of them all. Since the hour that my policy made so perilous a slip, I cannot look at her without fear, and hate, and fondness, so strangely mingled, that I know not whether, were it at my choice, I would rather possess or ruin her. But she must not leave this retreat until I am assured on what terms we are to stand. My lord's interest, and so far it is mine own, for if he sinks I fall in his train, demands concealment of this obscure marriage. And besides, I will not lend her my arm to climb to her chair of state, that she may set her foot on my neck when she is fairly seated. I must work an interest in her, either through love or through fear, and who knows but I may yet reap the sweetest and best revenge for her former scorn. That were indeed a masterpiece of courtlike art. Let me but once be her counsel-keeper, let her confide to me a secret, did it but concern the robbery of a linnet's nest, and, fair Countess, thou art mine own." He again paced the room in silence, stopped, filled and drank a cup of wine, as if to compose the agitation of his mind, and muttering, "Now for a close heart and an open and unruffled brow," he left the apartment. Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 6. The dews of summer night did fall, the moon, sweet regent of the sky, silvered the walls of Cumnor Hall, and many an oak that grew thereby. Mickle. Note to Reader. This verse is the commencement of the ballad already quoted as what suggested the novel. End note. 4 apartments, which occupied the western side of the old quadrangle at Cumnor Place, had been fitted up with extraordinary splendour. This had been the work of several days prior to that on which our story opened. Workmen sent from London, and not permitted to leave the premises until the work was finished, had converted the apartments in that side of the building from the dilapidated appearance of a dissolved monastic house into the semblance of a royal palace. A mystery was observed in all these arrangements. The workmen came hither and returned by night, and all measures were taken to prevent the prying curiosity of the villagers from observing or speculating upon the changes which were taking place in the mansion of their once indigent but now wealthy neighbour, Anthony Foster. Accordingly, the secrecy desired was so far preserved that nothing got abroad but vague and uncertain reports, which were received and repeated, but without much credit being attached to them. On the evening of which we treat, the new and highly decorated suite of rooms were for the first time illuminated, and that with a brilliancy which might have been visible half a dozen miles off, had not oaken shutters, carefully secured with bolt and padlock, and mantled with long curtains, of silk and of velvet, deeply fringed with gold, prevented the slightest gleam of radiance from being seen without. The principal apartments, as we have seen, were 4 in number, each opening into the other. Access was given to them by a large scale staircase, as they were then called, of unusual length and height, which had its landing place at the door of an antechamber, shaped somewhat like a gallery. This apartment the abbot had used as an occasional council room, but it was now beautifully wainscoted with dark, foreign wood, of a brown colour, and bearing a high polish, said to have been brought from the Western Indies, and to have been wrought in London with infinite difficulty and much damage to the tools of the workmen. The dark colour of this finishing was relieved by the number of lights in silver sconces, which hung against the walls, and by 6 large and richly framed pictures, by the first masters of the age. A massy oaken table, placed at the lower end of the apartment, served to accommodate such as chose to play at the then fashionable game of shovel-board, and there was at the other end an elevated gallery for the musicians or minstrels who might be summoned to increase the festivity of the evening. From this antechamber opened a banqueting room of moderate size, but brilliant enough to dazzle the eyes of the spectator with the richness of its furniture. The walls, lately so bare and ghastly, were now clothed with hangings of sky-blue velvet and silver. The chairs were of ebony, richly carved, with cushions corresponding to the hangings, and the place of the silver sconces, which enlightened the antechamber, was supplied by a huge chandelier of the same precious metal. The floor was covered with a Spanish footcloth or carpet, on which flowers and fruits were represented in such glowing and natural colours, that you hesitated to place the foot on such exquisite workmanship. The table, of old English oak, stood ready covered with the finest linen, and a large portable court cupboard was placed with the leaves of its embossed folding doors displayed, showing the shelves within, decorated with a full display of plate and porcelain. In the midst of the table stood a salt cellar of Italian workmanship, a beautiful and splendid piece of plate about 2 feet high, moulded into a representation of the giant Briareus, whose 100 hands of silver presented to the guests various sorts of spices or condiments to season their food withal. The third apartment was called the withdrawing room. It was hung with the finest tapestry, representing the fall of Phaeton, for the looms of Flanders were now much occupied on classical subjects. The principal seat of this apartment was a chair of state, raised a step or two from the floor, and large enough to contain 2 persons. It was surmounted by a canopy, which, as well as the cushions, side curtains, and the very footcloth, was composed of crimson velvet, embroidered with seed pearl. On the top of the canopy were 2 coronets, resembling those of an earl and countess, stools covered with velvet, and some cushions disposed in the Moorish fashion, and ornamented with arabesque needlework, supplied the place of chairs in this apartment, which contained musical instruments, embroidery frames, and other articles for ladies' pastime. Besides lesser lights, the withdrawing room was illuminated by 4 tall torches of virgin wax, each of which was placed in the grasp of a statue representing an armed Moor, who held in his left arm a round buckler of silver, highly polished, interposed betwixt his breast and the light, which was thus brilliantly reflected as from a crystal mirror. The sleeping chamber belonging to this splendid suite of apartments was decorated in a taste less showy, but not less rich, than had been displayed in the others. 2 silver lamps, fed with perfumed oil, diffused at once a delicious odour and a trembling, twilight-seeming shimmer through the quiet apartment. It was carpeted so thick that the heaviest step could not have been heard, and the bed, richly heaped with down, was spread with an ample coverlet of silk and gold, from under which peeped forth cambric sheets and blankets, as white as the lambs which yielded the fleece that made them. The curtains were of blue velvet, lined with crimson silk, deeply festooned with gold, and embroidered with the loves of Cupid and Psyche. On the toilet was a beautiful Venetian mirror, in a frame of silver filigree, and beside it stood a gold posset dish to contain the night draught. A pair of pistols and a dagger, mounted with gold, were displayed near the head of the bed, being the arms for the night, which were presented to honoured guests rather, it may be supposed, in the way of ceremony than from any apprehension of danger. We must not omit to mention, what was more to the credit of the manners of the time, that in a small recess, illuminated by a taper, were disposed 2 hassocks of velvet and gold, corresponding with the bed furniture, before a desk of carved ebony. This recess had formerly been the private oratory of the abbot, but the crucifix was removed, and instead there were placed on the desk 2 books of common prayer, richly bound, and embossed with silver. With this enviable sleeping apartment, which was so far removed from every sound save that of the wind sighing among the oaks of the park, that Morpheus might have coveted it for his own proper repose, corresponded 2 wardrobes, or dressing rooms as they are now termed, suitably furnished, and in a style of the same magnificence which we have already described. It ought to be added that a part of the building in the adjoining wing was occupied by the kitchen and its offices, and served to accommodate the personal attendance of the great and wealthy noblemen, for whose use these magnificent preparations had been made. The divinity for whose sake this temple had been decorated was well worthy the cost and pains which had been bestowed. She was seated in the withdrawing room which we have described, surveying with the pleased eye of natural and innocent vanity the splendour which had been so suddenly created, as it were, in her honour. For, as her own residence at Cumnor Place formed the cause of the mystery observed in all the preparations for opening these apartments, it was sedulously arranged that, until she took possession of them, she should have no means of knowing what was going forward in that part of the ancient building, or of exposing herself to be seen by the workmen engaged in the decorations. She had been, therefore, introduced on that evening to a part of the mansion which she had never yet seen, so different from all the rest that it appeared, in comparison, like an enchanted palace. And when she first examined and occupied these splendid rooms, it was with the wild and unrestrained joy of a rustic beauty who finds herself suddenly invested with a splendour which her most extravagant wishes had never imagined, and at the same time with the keen feeling of an affectionate heart, which knows that all the enchantment that surrounds her is the work of the great magician, Love. The Countess Amy, therefore, for to that rank she was exalted by her private but solemn union with England's proudest Earl, had for a time flitted hastily from room to room, admiring each new proof of her lover and her bridegroom's taste, and feeling that admiration enhanced as she recollected that all she gazed upon was one continued proof of his ardent and devoted affection. How beautiful are these hangings! How natural these paintings, which seem to contend with life! How richly wrought is that plate, which looks as if all the galleons of Spain had been intercepted on the broad seas to furnish it forth! And oh, Janet," she exclaimed repeatedly to the daughter of Anthony Foster, the close attendant, who, with equal curiosity, but somewhat less ecstatic joy, followed on her mistress's footsteps, "oh, Janet, how much more delightful to think that all these fair things have been assembled by his love, for the love of me, and that this evening, this very evening, which grows darker every instant, I shall thank him more for the love that has created such an unimaginable paradise than for all the wonders it contains." "The Lord is to be thanked first," said the pretty Puritan, "who gave thee, lady, the kind and courteous husband whose love has done so much for thee. I, too, have done my poor share. But if you thus run wildly from room to room, the toil of my crisping and my curling pins will vanish like the frostwork on the window when the sun is high." "Thou sayest true, Janet," said the young and beautiful Countess, stopping suddenly from her tripping race of enraptured delight, and looking at herself from head to foot in a large mirror, such as she had never before seen, and which, indeed, had few to match it even in the Queen's palace. "Thou sayest true, Janet," she answered, as she saw, with pardonable self applause, the noble mirror reflect such charms as were seldom presented to its fair and polished surface. "I have more of the milkmaid than the Countess, with these cheeks flushed with haste, and all these brown curls, which you labour to bring to order, straying as wild as the tendrils of an unpruned vine. My falling ruff is chafed too, and shows the neck and bosom more than is modest and seemly. Come, Janet, we will practise state. We will go to the withdrawing room, my good girl, and thou shalt put these rebel locks in order, and imprison within lace and cambric the bosom that beats too high." They went to the withdrawing apartment accordingly, where the Countess playfully stretched herself upon the pile of Moorish cushions, half sitting, half reclining, half wrapped in her own thoughts, half listening to the prattle of her attendant. While she was in this attitude, and with a corresponding expression betwixt listlessness and expectation on her fine and intelligent features, you might have searched sea and land without finding anything half so expressive or half so lovely. The wreath of brilliants which mixed with her dark brown hair, did not match in lustre the hazel eye which a light brown eyebrow, pencilled with exquisite delicacy, and long eyelashes of the same colour, relieved and shaded. The exercise she had just taken, her excited expectation, and gratified vanity, spread a glow over her fine features, which had been sometimes censured, as beauty as well as art has her minute critics, for being rather too pale. The milk-white pearls of the necklace which she wore, the same which she had just received as a true love token from her husband, were excelled in purity by her teeth and by the colour of her skin, saving where the blush of pleasure and self-satisfaction had somewhat stained the neck with a shade of light crimson. "Now, have done with these busy fingers, Janet," she said to her handmaiden, who was still officiously employed in bringing her hair and her dress into order. "Have done, I say. I must see your father ere my lord arrives, and also Master Richard Varney, whom my lord has highly in his esteem, but I could tell that of him would lose him favour." "Oh, do not do so, good my lady," replied Janet. "Leave him to God, who punishes the wicked in his own time. But do not you cross Varney's path, for so thoroughly hath he my lord's ear, that few have thriven who have thwarted his courses." "And from whom had you this, my most righteous Janet?" said the Countess. "Or why should I keep terms with so mean a gentleman as Varney, being, as I am, wife to his master and patron?" "Nay, madam," replied Janet Foster, "your ladyship knows better than I, but I have heard my father say he would rather cross a hungry wolf than thwart Richard Varney in his projects, and he has often charged me to have a care of holding commerce with him." "Thy father said well, girl, for thee," replied the lady, "and I dare swear meant well. It is a pity, though, his face and manner do little match his true purpose, for I think his purpose may be true." "Doubt it not, my lady," answered Janet. "Doubt not that my father purposes well, though he is a plain man, and his blunt looks may belie his heart." "I will not doubt it, girl, were it only for thy sake. And yet he has one of those faces which men tremble when they look on. I think even thy mother, Janet nay, have done with that poking iron could hardly look upon him without quaking." "If it were so, madam," answered Janet Foster, "my mother had those who could keep her in honourable countenance. Why, even you, my lady, both trembled and blushed when Varney brought the letter from my lord." "You are bold, damsel," said the Countess, rising from the cushions on which she sat half reclined in the arms of her attendant. "Know that there are causes of trembling which have nothing to do with fear. But, Janet," she added, immediately relapsing into the good natured and familiar tone which was natural to her, "believe me, I will do what credit I can to your father, and the rather that you, sweetheart, are his child. Alas! alas!" she added, a sudden sadness passing over her fine features, and her eyes filling with tears, "I ought the rather to hold sympathy with thy kind heart, that my own poor father is uncertain of my fate, and they say lies sick and sorrowful for my worthless sake. But I will soon cheer him. The news of my happiness and advancement will make him young again. And that I may cheer him the sooner," she wiped her eyes as she spoke, "I must be cheerful myself. My lord must not find me insensible to his kindness, or sorrowful, when he snatches a visit to his recluse, after so long an absence. Be merry, Janet. The night wears on, and my lord must soon arrive. Call thy father hither, and call Varney also. I cherish resentment against neither, and though I may have some room to be displeased with both, it shall be their own fault if ever a complaint against them reaches the Earl through my means. Call them hither, Janet." Janet Foster obeyed her mistress, and in a few minutes after, Varney entered the withdrawing room with the graceful ease and unclouded front of an accomplished courtier, skilled, under the veil of external politeness, to disguise his own feelings and to penetrate those of others. Anthony Foster plodded into the apartment after him, his natural gloomy vulgarity of aspect seeming to become yet more remarkable from his clumsy attempt to conceal the mixture of anxiety and dislike with which he looked on her, over whom he had hitherto exercised so severe a control, now so splendidly attired, and decked with so many pledges of the interest which she possessed in her husband's affections. The plundering reverence which he made, rather at than to the Countess, had confession in it. It was like the reverence which the criminal makes to the judge, when he at once owns his guilt and implores mercy, which is at the same time an impudent and embarrassed attempt at defence or extenuation, a confession of a fault, and an entreaty for lenity. Varney, who, in right of his gentle blood, had pressed into the room before Anthony Foster, knew better what to say than he, and said it with more assurance and a better grace. The Countess greeted him indeed with an appearance of cordiality, which seemed a complete amnesty for whatever she might have to complain of. She rose from her seat, and advanced 2 steps towards him, holding forth her hand as she said, "Master Richard Varney, you brought me this morning such welcome tidings, that I fear surprise and joy made me neglect my lord and husband's charge, to receive you with distinction. We offer you our hand, sir, in reconciliation." "I am unworthy to touch it," said Varney, dropping on one knee, "save as a subject honours that of a prince." He touched with his lips those fair and slender fingers, so richly loaded with rings and jewels. Then rising, with graceful gallantry, was about to hand her to the chair of state, when she said, "No, good Master Richard Varney, I take not my place there until my lord himself conducts me. I am for the present but a disguised countess, and will not take dignity on me until authorized by him whom I derive it from." "I trust, my lady," said Foster, "that in doing the commands of my lord your husband, in your restraint and so forth, I have not incurred your displeasure, seeing that I did but my duty towards your lord and mine. For heaven, as Holy Writ saith, hath given the husband supremacy and dominion over the wife. I think it runs so, or something like it." "I receive at this moment so pleasant a surprise, Master Foster," answered the Countess, "that I cannot but excuse the rigid fidelity which secluded me from these apartments, until they had assumed an appearance so new and so splendid." "Ay, lady," said Foster, "it hath cost many a fair crown, and that more need not be wasted than is absolutely necessary. I leave you till my lord's arrival with good Master Richard Varney, who, as I think, hath somewhat to say to you from your most noble lord and husband. Janet, follow me, to see that all be in order." "No, Master Foster," said the Countess, "we will your daughter remains here in our apartment, out of earshot, however, in case Varney hath aught to say to me from my lord." Foster made his clumsy reverence and departed, with an aspect which seemed to grudge the profuse expense which had been wasted upon changing his house from a bare and ruinous grange to an Asiatic palace. When he was gone, his daughter took her embroidery frame and went to establish herself at the bottom of the apartment, while Richard Varney, with a profoundly humble curtsy, took the lowest stool he could find, and placing it by the side of the pile of cushions on which the Countess had now again seated herself, sat with his eyes for a time fixed on the ground, and in profound silence. "I thought, Master Varney," said the Countess, when she saw he was not likely to open the conversation, "that you had something to communicate from my lord and husband. So at least I understood Master Foster, and therefore I removed my waiting maid. If I am mistaken, I will recall her to my side, for her needle is not so absolutely perfect in tent and cross stitch, but that my superintendence is advisable." "Lady," said Varney, "Foster was partly mistaken in my purpose. It was not from, but of your noble husband, and my approved and most noble patron, that I am led and indeed bound to speak." "The theme is most welcome, sir," said the Countess, "whether it be of or from my noble husband. But be brief, for I expect his hasty approach." "Briefly, then, madam," replied Varney, "and boldly, for my argument requires both haste and courage. You have this day seen Tressilian?" "I have, sir, and what of that?" answered the lady somewhat sharply. "Nothing that concerns me, lady," Varney replied with humility. "But think you, honoured madam, that your lord will hear it with equal equanimity?" "And wherefore should he not? To me alone was Tressilian's visit embarrassing and painful, for he brought news of my good father's illness." "Of your father's illness, madam?" answered Varney. "It must have been sudden, then very sudden, for the messenger whom I dispatched, at my lord's instance, found the good knight on the hunting field, cheering his beagles with his wonted jovial field cry. I trust Tressilian has but forged this news. He hath his reasons, madam, as you well know, for disquieting your present happiness." "You do him injustice, Master Varney," replied the Countess with animation. "You do him much injustice. He is the freest, the most open, the most gentle heart that breathes, my honourable lord ever excepted. I know not one to whom falsehood is more odious than to Tressilian." "I crave your pardon, madam," said Varney. "I meant the gentleman no injustice. I knew not how nearly his cause affected you. A man may, in some circumstances, disguise the truth for fair and honest purpose; for were it to be always spoken, and upon all occasions, this were no world to live in." "You have a courtly conscience, Master Varney," said the Countess, "and your veracity will not, I think, interrupt your preferment in the world, such as it is. But touching Tressilian, I must do him justice, for I have done him wrong, as none knows better than thou. Tressilian's conscience is of other mould. The world thou speakest of has not that which could bribe him from the way of truth and honour, and for living in it with a soiled fame, the ermine would as soon seek to lodge in the den of the foul polecat. For this my father loved him, for this I would have loved him, if I could, and yet in this case he had what seemed to him, unknowing alike of my marriage and to whom I was united, such powerful reasons to withdraw me from this place, that I well trusted he exaggerated much of my father's indisposition, and that thy better news may be the truer." "Believe me, they are, madam," answered Varney. "I pretend not to be a champion of that same naked virtue called truth, to the very outrance. I can consent that her charms be hidden with a veil, were it but for decency's sake. But you must think lower of my head and heart than is due to one whom my noble lord deigns to call his friend, if you suppose I could wilfully and unnecessarily palm upon your ladyship a falsehood so soon to be detected, in a matter which concerns your happiness." "Master Varney," said the Countess, "I know that my lord esteems you, and holds you a faithful and a good pilot in those seats in which he has spread so high and so venturous a sail. Do not suppose, therefore, I meant hardly by you when I spoke the truth in Tressilian's vindication. I am, as you well know, country bred, and like plain rustic truth better than courtly compliment. But I must change my fashions with my sphere, I presume." "True, madam," said Varney, smiling; "and though you speak now in jest, it will not be amiss that in earnest your present speech had some connection with your real purpose. A court dame, take the most noble, the most virtuous, the most unimpeachable that stands around our Queen's throne, would, for example, have shunned to speak the truth, or what she thought such, in praise of a discarded suitor, before the dependant and confidant of her noble husband." "And wherefore," said the Countess, colouring impatiently, "should I not do justice to Tressilian's worth, before my husband's friend, before my husband himself, before the whole world?" "And with the same openness," said Varney, "your ladyship will this night tell my noble lord, your husband, that Tressilian has discovered your place of residence, so anxiously concealed from the world, and that he has had an interview with you?" "Unquestionably," said the Countess. "It will be the first thing I tell him, together with every word that Tressilian said, and that I answered. I shall speak my own shame in this, for Tressilian's reproaches, less just than he esteemed them, were not altogether unmerited. I will speak, therefore, with pain, but I will speak, and speak all." "Your ladyship will do your pleasure," answered Varney; "but methinks it were as well, since nothing calls for so frank a disclosure, to spare yourself this pain, and my noble lord the disquiet, and Master Tressilian, since belike he must be thought of in the matter, the danger which is like to ensue." "I can see naught of all these terrible consequences," said the lady composedly, "unless by imputing to my noble lord unworthy thoughts, which I am sure never harboured in his generous heart." "Far be it from me to do so," said Varney; and then, after a moment's silence, he added, with a real or affected plainness of manner, very different from his usual smooth courtesy, "Come, madam, I will show you that a courtier dares speak truth as well as another, when it concerns the weal of those whom he honours and regards; ay, and although it may infer his own danger." He waited as if to receive commands, or at least permission, to go on; but as the lady remained silent, he proceeded, but obviously with caution. "Look around you," he said, "noble lady, and observe the barriers with which this place is surrounded, the studious mystery with which the brightest jewel that England possesses is secluded from the admiring gaze. See with what rigour your walks are circumscribed, and your movement restrained at the beck of yonder churlish Foster. Consider all this, and judge for yourself what can be the cause." "My lord's pleasure," answered the Countess, "and I am bound to seek no other motive." "His pleasure it is, indeed," said Varney, "and his pleasure arises out of a love worthy of the object which inspires it. But he who possesses a treasure, and who values it, is oft anxious, in proportion to the value he puts upon it, to secure it from the depredations of others." "What needs all this talk, Master Varney?" said the lady in reply. "You would have me believe that my noble lord is jealous. Suppose it true, I know a cure for jealousy." "Indeed, madam?" said Varney. "It is," replied the lady, "to speak the truth to my lord at all times, to hold up my mind and my thoughts before him as pure as that polished mirror, so that when he looks into my heart, he shall only see his own features reflected there." "I am mute, madam," answered Varney; "and as I have no reason to grieve for Tressilian, who would have my heart's blood were he able, I shall reconcile myself easily to what may befall the gentleman in consequence of your frank disclosure of his having presumed to intrude upon your solitude. You, who know my lord so much better than I, will judge if he be likely to bear the insult unavenged." "Nay, if I could think myself the cause of Tressilian's ruin," said the Countess, "I who have already occasioned him so much distress, I might be brought to be silent. And yet what will it avail, since he was seen by Foster, and I think by some one else? No, no, Varney, urge it no more. I will tell the whole matter to my lord, and with such pleading for Tressilian's folly, I shall dispose my lord's generous heart rather to serve than to punish him." "Your judgment, madam," said Varney, "is far superior to mine, especially as you may, if you will, prove the ice before you step on it, by mentioning Tressilian's name to my lord, and observing how he endures it. For Foster and his attendant, they know not Tressilian by sight, and I can easily give them some reasonable excuse for the appearance of an unknown stranger." The lady paused for an instant, and then replied, "If, Varney, it be indeed true that Foster knows not as yet that the man he saw was Tressilian, I own I were unwilling he should learn what nowise concerns him. He bears himself already with austerity enough, and I wish him not to be judge or privy counsellor in my affairs." "Tush," said Varney, "what has the surly groom to do with your ladyship's concerns? No more, surely, than the ban dog, which watches his courtyard. If he is in aught distasteful to your ladyship, I have interest enough to have him exchanged for a seneschal that shall be more agreeable to you." "Master Varney," said the Countess, "let us drop this theme. When I complain of the attendants whom my lord has placed around me, it must be to my lord himself. Hark! I hear the trampling of horse. He comes! He comes!" she exclaimed, jumping up in ecstasy. "I cannot think it is he," said Varney, "or that you can hear the tread of his horse through the closely mantled casements." "Stop me not, Varney, my ears are keener than thine. It is he." "But, madam," exclaimed Varney anxiously, and still placing himself in her way, "I trust that what I have spoken in humble duty and service will not be turned to my ruin. I hope that my faithful advice will not be bewrayed to my prejudice. I implore that" "Content thee, man, content thee," said the Countess, "and quit my skirt. You are too bold to detain me. Content thyself, I think not of thee." At this moment the folding doors flew wide open, and a man of majestic mien, muffled in the folds of a long dark riding cloak, entered the apartment. Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7. This is he who rides on the court gale, controls its tides, knows all their secret shoals and fatal eddies, whose frown abases, and whose smile exalts. He shines like any rainbow, and perchance his colours are as transient. Old Play. There was some little displeasure and confusion on the Countess's brow, owing to her struggle with Varney's pertinacity, but it was exchanged for an expression of the purest joy and affection, as she threw herself into the arms of the noble stranger who entered, and clasping him to her bosom, exclaimed, At length thou art come!" Varney discreetly withdrew as his lord entered, and Janet was about to do the same, when her mistress signed to her to remain. She took her place at the farther end of the apartment, and continued standing, as if ready for attendance. Meanwhile the Earl, for he was of no inferior rank, returned his lady's caress with the most affectionate ardour, but affected to resist when she strove to take his cloak from him. "Nay," she said, "but I will unmantle you. I must see if you have kept your word to me, and come as the great Earl men call thee, and not as heretofore like a private cavalier." "Thou art like the rest of the world, Amy," said the Earl, suffering her to prevail in the playful contest. "The jewels, and feathers, and silk are more to them than the man whom they adorn. Many a poor blade looks gay in a velvet scabbard." "But so cannot men say of thee, thou noble Earl," said his lady, as the cloak dropped on the floor, and showed him dressed as princes when they ride abroad. "Thou art the good and well tried steel, whose inly worth deserves yet disdains its outward ornaments. Do not think Amy can love thee better in this glorious garb than she did when she gave her heart to him who wore the russet brown cloak in the woods of Devon." "And thou too," said the Earl, as gracefully and majestically he led his beautiful Countess towards the chair of state, which was prepared for them both. "Thou too, my love, hast donned a dress which becomes thy rank, though it cannot improve thy beauty. What thinkest thou of our court taste?" The lady cast a sidelong glance upon the great mirror as they passed it by, and then said, "I know not how it is, but I think not of my own person while I look at the reflection of thine. Sit thou there," she said, as they approached the chair of state, "like a thing for men to worship and to wonder at." "Ay, love," said the Earl, "if thou wilt share my state with me." "Not so," said the Countess. "I will sit on this footstool at thy feet, that I may spell over thy splendour, and learn, for the first time, how princes are attired." and with a childish wonder which her youth and rustic education rendered not only excusable but becoming, mixed as it was with a delicate show of the most tender conjugal affection, she examined and admired from head to foot the noble form and princely attire of him who formed the proudest ornament of the court of England's maiden queen, renowned as it was for splendid courtiers, as well as for wise counsellors. Regarding affectionately his lovely bride, and gratified by her unrepressed admiration, the dark eye and noble features of the Earl expressed passions more gentle than the commanding and aspiring look which usually sat upon his broad forehead, and in the piercing brilliancy of his dark eye. And he smiled at the simplicity which dictated the questions she put to him concerning the various ornaments with which he was decorated. "The embroidered strap, as thou callest it, around my knee," he said, "is the English garter, an ornament which kings are proud to wear. See, here is the star which belongs to it, and here the diamond George, the jewel of the order. You have heard how King Edward and the Countess of Salisbury—" "Oh, I know all that tale," said the Countess, slightly blushing. "And how a lady's garter became the proudest badge of English chivalry." "Even so," said the Earl, "and this most honourable order I had the good hap to receive at the same time, with three most noble associates, the Duke of Norfolk, the Marquis of Northampton, and the Earl of Rutland. I was the lowest of the four in rank, but what then? He that climbs a ladder must begin at the first round." "But this other fair collar, so richly wrought, with some jewel like a sheep hung by the middle attached to it, what," said the young Countess, "does that emblem signify?" "This collar," said the Earl, "with its double fusils interchanged with these knobs, which are supposed to present flint stones sparkling with fire, and sustaining the jewel you inquire about, is the badge of the noble order of the Golden Fleece. Once appertaining to the house of Burgundy, it hath high privileges, my Amy, belonging to it, this most noble order; for even the King of Spain himself, who hath now succeeded to the honours and domains of Burgundy, may not sit in judgment upon a knight of the Golden Fleece, unless by assistance and consent of the great chapter of the order." "And is this an order belonging to the cruel King of Spain?" said the Countess. "Alas, my noble lord, that you will defile your noble English breast by bearing such an emblem! Bethink you of the most unhappy Queen Mary's days, when this same Philip held sway with her in England, and of the piles which were built for our noblest and our wisest, and our most truly sanctified prelates and divines. And will you, whom men call the standard bearer of the true Protestant faith, be contented to wear the emblem and mark of such a Romish tyrant as he of Spain?" "Oh, content you, my love," answered the Earl. "We who spread our sails to gales of court favour cannot always display the ensigns we love the best, or at all times refuse sailing under colours which we like not. Believe me, I am not the less good Protestant, that for policy I must accept the honour offered me by Spain, in admitting me to this his highest order of knighthood. Besides, it belongs properly to Flanders, and Egmont, Orange, and others have pride in seeing it displayed on an English bosom." "Nay, my lord, you know your own path best," replied the Countess. "And this other collar, to what country does this fair jewel belong?" "To a very poor one, my love," replied the Earl. "This is the Order of St. Andrew, revived by the last James of Scotland. It was bestowed on me when it was thought the young widow of France and Scotland would gladly have wedded an English baron; but a free coronet of England is worth a crown matrimonial held at the humour of a woman, and owing only the poor rocks and bogs of the north." The Countess paused, as if what the Earl last said had excited some painful but interesting train of thought, and, as she still remained silent, her husband proceeded. And now, loveliest, your wish is gratified, and you have seen your vassal in such of his trim array as accords with riding vestments, for robes of state and coronets are only for princely halls." "Well, then," said the Countess, "my gratified wish has, as usual, given rise to a new one." "And what is it thou canst ask that I can deny?" said the fond husband. "I wish to see my Earl visit this obscure and secret bower," said the Countess, "in all his princely array. And now, methinks I long to sit in one of his princely halls, and see him enter dressed in sober russet, as when he won poor Amy Robsart's heart." "That is a wish easily granted," said the Earl. "The sober russet shall be donned to morrow, if you will." "But shall I," said the lady, "go with you to one of your castles, to see how the richness of your dwelling will correspond with your peasant habit?" "Why, Amy," said the Earl, looking round, "are not these apartments decorated with sufficient splendour? I gave the most unbounded order, and methinks it has been indifferently well obeyed. But if thou canst tell me aught which remains to be done, I will instantly give direction." "Nay, my lord, now you mock me," replied the Countess. "The gaiety of this rich lodging exceeds my imagination as much as it does my desert. But shall not your wife, my love, at least one day soon, be surrounded with the honour which arises neither from the toils of the mechanic who decks her apartment, nor from the silks and jewels with which your generosity adorns her, but which is attached to her place among the matronage as the avowed wife of England's noblest Earl? One day yes, Amy, my love, one day this shall surely happen, and believe me, thou canst not wish for that day more fondly than I. With what rapture could I retire from labours of state, and cares and toils of ambition, to spend my life in dignity and honour on my own broad domains, with thee, my lovely Amy, for my friend and companion? But, Amy, this cannot yet be, and these dear but stolen interviews are all I can give to the loveliest and the best beloved of her sex." "But why can it not be?" urged the Countess, in the softest tones of persuasion. "Why can it not immediately take place, this more perfect, this uninterrupted union, for which you say you wish, and which the laws of God and man alike command? Ah, did you but desire it half as much as you say, mighty and favoured as you are, who or what should bar your attaining your wish?" The Earl's brow was overcast. "Amy," he said, "you speak of what you understand not. We that toil in courts are like those who climb a mountain of loose sand. We dare make no halt until some projecting rock affords us a secure footing and resting place. If we pause sooner, we slide down by our own weight, an object of universal derision. I stand high, but I stand not secure enough to follow my own inclination. To declare my marriage were to be the artificer of my own ruin. But believe me, I will reach a point, and that speedily, when I can do justice to thee and to myself. Meantime, poison not the bliss of the present moment by desiring that which cannot at present be. Let me rather know whether all here is managed to thy liking. How does Foster bear himself to you? In all things respectful, I trust, else the fellow shall dearly rue it." "He reminds me sometimes of the necessity of this privacy," answered the lady with a sigh; "but that is reminding me of your wishes, and therefore I am rather bound to him than disposed to blame him for it." "I have told you the stern necessity which is upon us," replied the Earl. "Foster is, I note, somewhat sullen of mood, but Varney warrants to me his fidelity and devotion to my service. If thou hast aught, however, to complain of the mode in which he discharges his duty, he shall abye it." "Oh, I have nought to complain of," answered the lady. "So he discharges his task with fidelity to you, and his daughter Janet is the kindest and best companion of my solitude. Her little air of precision sits so well upon her." "Is she indeed?" said the Earl. "She who gives you pleasure must not pass unrewarded. Come hither, damsel." "Janet," said the lady, "come hither to my lord." Janet, who, as we already noticed, had discreetly retired to some distance, that her presence might be no check upon the private conversation of her lord and lady, now came forward, and as she made her reverential curtsy, the Earl could not help smiling at the contrast which the extreme simplicity of her dress, and the prim demureness of her looks, made with a very pretty countenance and a pair of black eyes, that laughed in spite of their mistress's desire to look grave. "I am bound to you, pretty damsel," said the Earl, "for the contentment which your service hath given to this lady." As he said this, he took from his finger a ring of some price, and offered it to Janet Foster, adding, "Wear this for her sake and for mine." "I am well pleased, my lord," answered Janet demurely, "that my poor service hath gratified my lady, whom no one can draw nigh to without desiring to please. But we of the precious Master Holdforth's congregation seek not, like the gay daughters of this world, to twine gold around our fingers, or wear stones upon our necks, like the vain women of Tyre and of Sidon." "Oh, what! You are a great professor of the precise sisterhood, pretty Mistress Janet," said the Earl, "and I think your father is of the same congregation in sincerity. I like you both the better for it, for I have been prayed for and wished well to in your congregations, and you may the better afford the lack of ornament, Mistress Janet, because your fingers are slender and your neck white. But here is what neither Papist nor Puritan, latitudinarian nor precisian, ever boggles or makes mouths at. Even take it, my girl, and employ it as you list." So saying, he put into her hand 5 broad gold pieces of Philip and Mary. "I would not accept this gold either," said Janet, "but that I hope to find a use for it which will bring a blessing on us all." "Even please thyself, pretty Janet," said the Earl, "and I shall be well satisfied. And I prithee, let them hasten the evening collation." "I have bidden Master Varney and Master Foster to sup with us, my lord," said the Countess, as Janet retired to obey the Earl's commands. "Has it your approbation?" "What you do ever must have so, my sweet Amy," replied her husband; "and I am the better pleased thou hast done them this grace, because Richard Varney is my sworn man, and a close brother of my secret council, and, for the present, I must needs repose much trust in this Anthony Foster. I had a boon to beg of thee, and a secret to tell thee, my dear lord," said the Countess, with a faltering accent. "Let both be for to morrow, my love," replied the Earl. "I see they open the folding doors into the banqueting parlour, and as I have ridden far and fast, a cup of wine will not be unacceptable." So saying, he led his lovely wife into the next apartment, where Varney and Foster received them with the deepest reverences, which the first paid after the fashion of the court, and the second after that of the congregation. The Earl returned their salutation with the negligent curtsy of one long used to such homage, while the Countess repaid it with a punctilious solicitude which showed it was not quite so familiar to her. The banquet at which the company seated themselves corresponded in magnificence with the splendour of the apartment in which it was served up, but no domestic gave his attendance. Janet alone stood ready to wait upon the company, and, indeed, the board was so well supplied with all that could be desired, that little or no assistance was necessary. The Earl and his lady occupied the upper end of the table, and Varney and Foster sat beneath the salt, as was the custom with inferiors. The latter, overawed perhaps by society to which he was altogether unused, did not utter a single syllable during the repast, while Varney, with great tact and discernment, sustained just so much of the conversation as, without the appearance of intrusion on his part, prevented it from languishing and maintained the good humour of the Earl at the highest pitch. This man was indeed highly qualified by nature to discharge the part in which he found himself placed, being discreet and cautious on the one hand, and, on the other, quick, keen-witted, and imaginative; so that even the Countess, prejudiced as she was against him on many accounts, felt and enjoyed his powers of conversation, and was more disposed than she had ever hitherto found herself to join in the praises which the Earl lavished on his favourite. The hour of rest at length arrived. The Earl and Countess retired to their apartment, and all was silent in the Castle for the rest of the night. Early on the ensuing morning, Varney acted as the Earl's chamberlain as well as his master of horse, though the latter was his proper office in that magnificent household, where knights and gentlemen of good descent were well contented to hold such menial situations, as nobles themselves held in that of the sovereign. The duties of each of these charges were familiar to Varney, who, sprung from an ancient but somewhat decayed family, was the Earl's page during his earlier and more obscure fortunes, and, faithful to him in adversity, had afterwards contrived to render himself no less useful to him in his rapid and splendid advance to fortune, thus establishing in him an interest resting both on present and past services, which rendered him an almost indispensable sharer of his confidence. "Help me to do on a plainer riding suit, Varney," said the Earl, as he laid aside his morning gown, flowered with silk and lined with sables, "and put these chains and fetters there," pointing to the collars of the various orders which lay on the table, "into their place of security. My neck last night was well nigh broke with the weight of them. I am half of the mind that they shall gall me no more. They are bonds which knaves have invented to fetter fools. How thinkest thou, Varney?" "Faith, my good lord," said his attendant, "I think fetters of gold are like no other fetters. They are ever the weightier the welcomer." "For all that, Varney," replied his master, "I am well nigh resolved they shall bind me to the court no longer. What can further service and higher favour give me, beyond the high rank and large estate which I have already secured? What brought my father to the block but that he could not bound his wishes within right and reason? I have, you know, had mine own ventures and mine own escapes. I am well nigh resolved to tempt the sea no further, but sit me down in quiet on the shore." "And gather cockle shells, with Dan Cupid to aid you," said Varney. "How mean you by that, Varney?" said the Earl somewhat hastily. "Nay, my lord," said Varney, "be not angry with me. If your lordship is happy in a lady so rarely lovely that, in order to enjoy her company with somewhat more freedom, you are willing to part with all you have hitherto lived for, some of your poor servants may be sufferers. But your bounty hath placed me so high, that I shall ever have enough to maintain a poor gentleman in the rank befitting the high office he has held in your lordship's family." "You seem discontented when I propose throwing up a dangerous game, which may end in the ruin of both of us." "I, my lord?" said Varney. "Surely I have no cause to regret your lordship's retreat. It will not be Richard Varney who will incur the displeasure of majesty and the ridicule of the court, when the stateliest fabric that ever was founded upon a prince's favour melts away like a morning frostwork. I would only have you yourself to be assured, my lord, ere you take a step which cannot be retracted, that you consult your fame and happiness in the course you propose." "Speak on, then, Varney," said the Earl. "I tell thee I have determined nothing, and will weigh all considerations on either side." "Well, then, my lord," replied Varney, "we will suppose the step taken, the frown frowned, the laugh laughed, and the moan moaned. You have retired, we will say, to some one of your most distant castles, so far from court that you hear neither the sorrow of your friends nor the glee of your enemies. We will suppose, too, that your successful rival will be satisfied, a thing greatly to be doubted, with abridging and cutting away the branches of the great tree which so long kept the sun from him, and that he does not insist upon tearing you up by the roots. Well, the late prime favourite of England, who wielded her general staff and controlled her parliaments, is now a rural baron, hunting, hawking, drinking fat ale with country esquires, and mustering his men at the command of the High Sheriff. "Varney, forbear!" said the Earl. "Nay, my lord, you must give me leave to conclude my picture. Sussex governs England, the Queen's health fails, the succession is to be settled, a road is opened to ambition more splendid than ambition ever dreamed of. You hear all this as you sit by the hob, under the shade of your hall chimney. You then begin to think what hopes you have fallen from, and what insignificance you have embraced, and all that you might look babies in the eye of your fair wife oftener than once a fortnight." "I say, Varney," said the Earl, "no more of this. I said not that the step which my own ease and comfort would urge me to was to be taken hastily, or without due consideration to the public safety. Bear witness to me, Varney. I subdue my wishes of retirement, not because I am moved by the call of private ambition, but that I may preserve the position in which I may best serve my country at the hour of need. Order our horses presently. I will wear, as formerly, one of the livery cloaks, and ride before the portmantle. Thou shalt be master of the day, Varney. Neglect nothing that can blind suspicion. We will to horse ere men are stirring. I will but take leave of my lady, and be ready. I impose a restraint on my own poor heart, and would one yet more dear to me. But the patriot must subdue the husband." Having said this in a melancholy but firm accent, he left the dressing apartment. "I am glad thou art gone," thought Varney, "or, practised as I am in the follies of mankind, I had laughed in the very face of thee. Thou mayest tire as thou wilt of thy new bauble, thy pretty piece of painted Eve's flesh there, I will not be thy hindrance. But of thine old bauble, ambition, thou shalt not tire, for as you climb the hill, my lord, you must drag Richard Varney up with you, and if he can urge you to the ascent he means to profit by, believe me, he will spare neither whip nor spur. And for you, my pretty lady, that would be Countess outright, you were best not thwart my courses, lest you are called to an old reckoning on a new score. Thou shalt be master, did he say? By my faith, he may find that he spoke truer than he is aware of. And thus he who, in the estimation of so many wise judging men, can match Burleigh and Walsingham in policy, and Sussex in war, becomes pupil to his own menial, and all for a hazel eye and a little cunning red and white. And so falls ambition. And yet, if the charms of mortal woman could excuse a man's politic pate for becoming bewildered, my lord had the excuse at his right hand on this blessed evening that has last passed over us. Well, let things roll as they may, he shall make me great, or I will make myself happy. And for that softer piece of creation, if she speak not out her interview with Tressilian, as well I think she dare not, she also must traffic with me for concealment and mutual support, in spite of all this scorn. I must to the stables. Well, my lord, I order your retinue now. The time may soon come that my master of the horse shall order mine own. What was Thomas Cromwell but a smith's son? And he died, my lord, on a scaffold doubtless, but that too was in character. And what was Ralph Sadler but the clerk of Cromwell? And he has gazed 18 fair lordships. Via, I know my steerage as well as they." So saying, he left the apartment. In the meanwhile, the Earl had re entered the bedchamber, bent on taking a hasty farewell of the lovely Countess, and scarce daring to trust himself in private with her, to hear requests again urged, which he found it difficult to parry, yet which his recent conversation with his master of horse had determined him not to grant. He found her in a white cymar of silk lined with furs, her little feet unstockinged and hastily thrust into slippers, her unbraided hair escaping from under her midnight coif, with little array but her own loveliness, rather augmented than diminished by the grief which she felt at the approaching moment of separation. "Now, God be with thee, my dearest and loveliest," said the Earl, scarce tearing himself from her embrace, yet again returning to fold her again and again in his arms, and again bidding farewell, and again returning to kiss and bid adieu once more. "The sun is on the verge of the blue horizon. I dare not stay. Ere this I should have been 10 miles from hence." Such were the words with which at length he strove to cut short their parting interview. "You will not grant my request, then?" said the Countess. "Ah, false knight! Did ever lady, with bare foot and slipper, seek boon of a brave knight, yet return with denial?" "Anything, Amy, anything thou canst ask, I will grant," answered the Earl, "always excepting," he said, "that which might ruin us both." "Nay," said the Countess, "I urge not my wish to be acknowledged in the character which would make me the envy of England, as the wife, that is, of my brave and noble lord, the first as the most fondly beloved of English nobles. Let me but share the secret with my dear father, let me but end his misery on my unworthy account. They say he is ill, the good old kind hearted man." "They say?" asked the Earl hastily. "Who says? Did not Varney convey to Sir Hugh all we dare at present tell him concerning your happiness and welfare? And has he not told you that the good old knight was following, with good heart and health, his favourite and wonted exercise? Who has dared put other thoughts into your head?" "Oh, no one, my lord, no one," said the Countess, something alarmed at the tone in which the question was put. "But yet, my lord, I would fain be assured by mine own eyesight that my father is well." "Be contented, Amy. Thou canst not now have communication with thy father or his house. Were it not a deep course of policy to commit no secret unnecessarily to the custody of more than must needs be, it were sufficient reason for secrecy that yonder Cornish man, yonder Trevanion or Tressilian, or whatever his name is, haunts the old knight's house, and must necessarily know whatever is communicated there." "My lord," answered the Countess, "I do not think it so. My father has been long noted a worthy and honourable man, and for Tressilian, if we can pardon ourselves the ill we have wrought him, I will wager the coronet I am to share with you one day that he is incapable of returning injury for injury." "I will not trust him, however, Amy," said her husband. "By my honour, I will not trust him. I would rather the foul fiend intermingle in our secret than this Tressilian." "And why, my lord?" said the Countess, though she shuddered slightly at the tone of determination in which he spoke. "Let me but know why you think thus hardly of Tressilian." "Madam," replied the Earl, "my will ought to be sufficient reason. If you desire more, consider how this Tressilian is leagued, and with whom. He stands high in the opinion of this Radcliffe, this Sussex, against whom I am barely able to maintain my ground in the opinion of our suspicious mistress. And if he had had me at such advantage, Amy, as to become acquainted with the tale of our marriage, before Elizabeth were fitly prepared, I were an outcast from her grace for ever, a bankrupt at once in favour and in fortune, perhaps, for she hath in her a touch of her father Henry, a victim, and it may be a bloody one, to her offended and jealous resentment." "But why, my lord," again urged his lady, "should you deem thus injuriously of a man of whom you know so little? What you do know of Tressilian is through me, and it is I who assure you that in no circumstances will he betray your secret. If I did him wrong in your behalf, my lord, I am now the more concerned you should do him justice. You are offended at my speaking of him. What would you say had I actually myself seen him?" "If you had," replied the Earl, "you would do well to keep that interview as secret as that which is spoken in a confessional. I seek no one's ruin. but he who thrusts himself on my secret privacy were better look well to his future walk. The bear brooks no one to cross his awful path. Note to reader: the Leicester cognizance was the ancient device adopted by his father, when Earl of Warwick, the bear and ragged staff. Awful indeed, said the Countess, turning very pale. You are ill, my love, said the Earl, supporting her in his arms. Stretch yourself on your couch again. It is but an early day for you to leave it. Have you aught else, involving less than my fame, my fortune, and my life, to ask of me?" "Nothing, my lord and love," answered the Countess, faintly. "Something there was that I would have told you, but your anger has driven it from my recollection." "Reserve it till our next meeting, my love," said the Earl fondly, and again embracing her. "And barring only those requests which I cannot and dare not grant, thy wish must be more than England and all its dependencies can fulfil, if it is not gratified to the letter." Thus saying, he at length took farewell. At the bottom of the staircase he received from Varney an ample livery cloak and slouched hat, in which he wrapped himself so as to disguise his person, and completely conceal his features. Horses were ready in the courtyard for himself and Varney, for one or two of his train, entrusted with the secret so far as to know or guess that the Earl intrigued with a beautiful lady at that mansion, though her name and quality were unknown to them, had already been dismissed overnight. Anthony Foster himself had in hand the rein of the Earl's palfrey, a stout and able nag for the road, while his old serving man held the bridle of the more showy and gallant steed which Richard Varney was to occupy in the character of master. As the Earl approached, however, Varney advanced to hold his master's bridle, and to prevent Foster from paying that duty to the Earl which he probably considered as belonging to his own office. Foster scowled at an interference which seemed intended to prevent his paying his court to his patron, but gave place to Varney, and the Earl, mounting without further observation, and forgetting that his assumed character of a domestic threw him into the rear of his supposed master, rode pensively out of the quadrangle, not without waving his hand repeatedly in answer to the signals which were made by the Countess with her kerchief from the windows of her apartment. While his stately form vanished under the dark archway which led out of the quadrangle, Varney muttered, "There goes fine policy, the servant before the master." Then, as he disappeared, seized the moment to speak a word with Foster. "Thou lookest dark on me, Anthony," he said, "as if I had deprived thee of a parting nod of my lord, but I have moved him to leave thee a better remembrance for thy faithful service. See here, a purse of as good gold as ever chinked under a miser's thumb and forefinger. Ay, count them, lad," said he, as Foster received the gold with a grim smile, "and add to them the goodly remembrance he gave last night to Janet." "How's this? How's this?" said Anthony Foster hastily. "Gave he gold to Janet? Ay, man, wherefore not? Does not her service to his fair lady require guerdon?" "She shall have none on't," said Foster. "She shall return it. I know his dotage on one face is as brief as it is deep. His affections are as fickle as the moon." "Why, Foster, thou art mad. Thou dost not hope for such good fortune as that my lord should cast an eye on Janet. Who, in the fiend's name, would listen to the thrush while the nightingale is singing?" "Thrush or nightingale, all is one to the fowler; and, Master Varney, you can sound the quail pipe most daintily to wile wantons into his nets. I desire no such devil's preferment for Janet as you have brought many a poor maiden to. Dost thou laugh? I will keep one limb of my family at least from Satan's clutches, that thou mayest rely on. She shall restore the gold." "Ay, or give it to thy keeping, Tony, which will serve as well," answered Varney. "But I have that to say which is more serious. Our lord is returning to court in an evil humour for us." "How meanest thou?" said Foster. "Is he tired already of his pretty toy, his plaything yonder?" He has purchased her at a monarch's ransom, and I warrant me he rues his bargain." "Not a whit, Tony," answered the master of the horse. "He dotes on her, and will forsake the court for her. Then down go hopes, possessions, and safety. Church lands are resumed, Tony, and well if the holders be not called to account in exchequer." "That were ruin," said Foster, his brow darkening with apprehensions, "and all this for a woman! Had it been for his soul's sake, it were something. And I sometimes wish I myself could fling away the world that cleaves to me, and be as one of the poorest of our church." "Thou art like enough to be so, Tony," answered Varney; "but I think the devil will give thee little credit for thy compelled poverty, and so thou losest on all hands. But follow my counsel, and Cumnor Place shall be thy copyhold yet. Say nothing of this Tressilian's visit, not a word until I give thee notice." "And wherefore, I pray you?" asked Foster, suspiciously. "Dull beast," replied Varney. "In my lord's present humour, it were the ready way to confirm him in his resolution of retirement, should he know that his lady was haunted with such a spectre in his absence. He would be for playing the dragon himself over his golden fruit, and then, Tony, thy occupation is ended. A word to the wise. Farewell, I must follow him." He turned his horse, struck him with the spurs, and rode off under the archway in pursuit of his lord. "Would thy occupation were ended, or thy neck broken, damned pander!" said Anthony Foster. "But I must follow his beck, for his interest and mine are the same, and he can wind the proud Earl to his will. Janet shall give me those pieces, though; they shall be laid out in some way for God's service, and I will keep them separate in my strong chest till I can fall upon a fitting employment for them. No contagious vapour shall breathe on Janet. She shall remain pure as the blessed spirit were it but to pray God for her father. I need her prayers, for I am at a hard pass. Strange reports are abroad concerning my way of life. The congregation look cold on me, and when Master Holdforth spoke of hypocrites being like a whited sepulchre, which within was full of dead men's bones, methought he looked full at me. The Romish was a comfortable faith. Lambourne spoke true in that. A man had but to follow his thrift by such ways as offered, tell his beads, hear a mass, confess, and be absolved. These Puritans tread a harder and a rougher path. But I will try. I will read my Bible for an hour ere I again open mine iron chest." Varney, meantime, spurred after his lord, whom he found waiting for him at the postern gate of the park. "You waste time, Varney," said the Earl, "and it presses. I must be at Woodstock before I can safely lay aside my disguise, and till then I journey in some peril." "It is but 2 hours' brisk riding, my lord," said Varney. "For me, I only stop to enforce your commands of care and secrecy on yonder Foster, and to inquire about the abode of the gentleman whom I would promote to your lordship's train, in the room of Trevors. Is he fit for the meridian of the antechamber, thinkest thou?" said the Earl. "He promises well, my lord," replied Varney. "But if your lordship were pleased to ride on, I could go back to Cumnor, and bring him to your lordship at Woodstock before you are out of bed." "Why, I am asleep there, thou knowest, at this moment," said the Earl, "and I pray you not to spare horseflesh that you may be with me at my levee." So saying, he gave his horse the spur, and proceeded on his journey, while Varney rode back to Cumnor by the public road, avoiding the park. The latter alighted at the door of the Bonny Black Bear, and desired to speak with Master Michael Lambourne. That respectable character was not long of appearing before his new patron, but it was with downcast looks. "Thou hast lost the scent," said Varney, "of thy comrade Tressilian. I know it by thy bang dog visage. Is this thy alacrity, thou impudent knave?" "Cog's wounds," said Lambourne. "There was never trail so finely hunted. I saw him to earth at mine uncle's here, stuck to him like beeswax, saw him at supper, watched him to his chamber, and presto! He's gone next morning, the very hostler knows not where." "This sounds like practice upon me, sir," replied Varney; "and if it prove so, by my soul, you shall repent it." "Sir, the best hound will be sometimes at fault," answered Lambourne. "How should it serve me that this fellow should have thus evanished? You may ask mine host, Giles Gosling, ask the tapster and hostler, ask Cicely and the whole household, how I kept eyes on Tressilian while he was on foot. On my soul, I could not be expected to watch him like a sick nurse, when I had seen him fairly abed in his chamber. That will be allowed me, surely." Varney did, in fact, make some inquiry among the household, which confirmed the truth of Lambourne's statement. Tressilian, it was unanimously agreed, had departed suddenly and unexpectedly betwixt night and morning. "But I will wrong no one," said mine host. "He left on the table in his lodging the full value of his reckoning, with some allowance to the servants of the house, which was the less necessary that he saddled his own gelding, as it seems, without the hostler's assistance." Thus satisfied of the rectitude of Lambourne's conduct, Varney began to talk to him upon his future prospects, and the mode in which he meant to bestow himself, intimating that he understood from Foster he was not disinclined to enter into the household of a nobleman. "Have you," said he, "ever been at court?" "No," replied Lambourne; "but ever since I was 10 years old, I have dreamt once a week that I was there, and made my fortune." "It may be your own fault if your dream comes not true," said Varney. "Are you needy?" Replied Lambourne, "I love pleasure." "That is a sufficient answer, and an honest one," said Varney. "Know you aught of the requisites expected from the retainer of a rising courtier?" "I have imagined them to myself, sir," answered Lambourne; "as, for example, a quick eye, a close mouth, a ready and bold hand, a sharp wit, and a blunt conscience." "And thine, I suppose," said Varney, "has had its edge blunted long since." "I cannot remember, sir, that its edge was ever over keen," replied Lambourne. "When I was a youth I had some few whimsies, but I rubbed them partly out of my recollection on the rough grindstone of the wars, and what remained I washed out in the broad waves of the Atlantic." "Thou hast served, then, in the Indies?" "In both East and West," answered the candidate for court service, "by both sea and land. I have served both the Portugal and the Spaniard, both the Dutchman and the Frenchman, and have made war on our own account with the crew of jolly fellows, who held there was no peace beyond the line. Reader's note: Sir Francis Drake, Morgan, and many a bold buccaneer of those days were, in fact, little better than pirates. End reader's note. "Thou mayest do me, and my lord, and thyself, good service," said Varney, after a pause. "But observe, I know the world, and answer me truly, canst thou be faithful?" "Did you not know the world," answered Lambourne, "it were my duty to say ay, without further circumstance, and to swear to it with life and honour, and so forth. But as it seems to me that your worship is one who desires rather honest truth than politic falsehood, I reply to you, that I can be faithful to the gallows foot, ay, to the loop that dangles from it, if I am well used and well recompensed, not otherwise." "To thy other virtues thou canst add, no doubt," said Varney, in a jeering tone, "the knack of seeming serious and religious, when the moment demands it?" "It would cost me nothing," said Lambourne, "to say yes; but, to speak on the square, I must needs say no. If you want a hypocrite, you may take Anthony Foster, who from his childhood had some sort of phantom haunting him, which he called religion, though it was that sort of godliness which always ended in being great gain. But I have no such knack of it." "Well," replied Varney, "if thou hast no hypocrisy, hast thou not a nag here in the stable?" "Ay, sir," said Lambourne, "that shall take hedge and ditch with my Lord Duke's best hunters. Then I made a little mistake on Shooter's Hill, and stopped an ancient grazier, whose pouches were better lined than his brain pan. The bonny bay nag carried me sheer off in spite of the whole hue and cry." "Saddle him then instantly, and attend me," said Varney. "Leave thy clothes and baggage under charge of mine host, and I will conduct thee to a service in which, if thou do not better thyself, the fault shall not be fortune's, but thine own." "Brave and hardy," said Lambourne, "and I am mounted in an instant. Knave, hostler, saddle my nag without the loss of one second, as thou dost value the safety of thy noddle. Pretty Cicely, take half this purse to comfort thee for my sudden departure." "Gogs nouns!" replied the father, "Cicely wants no such token from thee. Go away, Mike, and gather grace if thou canst, though I think thou goest not to the land where it grows." "Let me look at this Cicely of thine, mine host," said Varney. "I have heard much talk of her beauty." "It is a sunburnt beauty," said mine host, "well qualified to stand out rain and wind, but little calculated to please such critical gallants as yourself. She keeps her chamber, and cannot encounter the glance of such sunny day courtiers as my noble guest." "Well, peace be with her, my good host," answered Varney. "Our horses are impatient. We bid you good day." "Does my nephew go with you, so please you?" said Gosling. "Ay, such is his purpose," answered Richard Varney. "You are right, fully right," replied mine host. "You are, I say, fully right, my kinsman. Thou hast got a gay horse. See thou light not unaware upon a halter; or, if thou wilt needs be made immortal by means of a rope, which thy purpose of following this gentleman renders not unlikely, I charge thee to find a gallows as far from Cumnor as thou conveniently mayest. And so I commend you to your saddle." The master of the horse and his new retainer mounted accordingly, leaving the landlord to conclude his ill omened farewell, to himself and at leisure, and set off together at a rapid pace, which prevented conversation until the ascent of a steep sandy hill permitted them to resume it. "You are contented, then," said Varney to his companion, "to take court service?" "Ay, worshipful sir, if you like my terms as well as I like yours." "And what are your terms?" demanded Varney. "If I am to have a quick eye for my patron's interest, he must have a dull one towards my faults," said Lambourne. "Ay," said Varney, "so they lie not so grossly open that he must needs break his shins over them." "Agreed," said Lambourne. "Next, if I run down game, I must have the picking of the bones." "That is but reason," replied Varney, "so that your betters are served before you." "Good," said Lambourne. "And it only remains to be said, that if the law and I quarrel, my patron must bear me out, for that is a chief point." "Reason again," said Varney, "if the quarrel hath happened in your master's service." "For the wage and so forth I say nothing," proceeded Lambourne; "it is the secret guerdon that I must live by." "Never fear," said Varney, "thou shalt have clothes and spending money to ruffle it with the best of thy degree, for thou goest to a household where you have gold, as they say, by the eye." "That jumps all with my honour," replied Michael Lambourne; "and it only remains that you tell me my master's name." "My name is Master Richard Varney," answered his companion. "But I mean," said Lambourne, "the name of the noble lord to whose service you are to prefer me." "How, knave, art thou too good to call me master?" said Varney hastily. "I would have thee bold to others, but not saucy to me." "I crave your worship's pardon," said Lambourne; "but you seemed familiar with Anthony Foster. Now I am familiar with Anthony myself." "Thou art a shrewd knave, I see," replied Varney. "Mark me, I do indeed propose to introduce thee into a nobleman's household, but it is upon my person thou wilt chiefly wait, and upon my countenance that thou wilt depend. I am his master of horse. Thou wilt soon know his name. It is one that shakes the council and wields the state." "By this light, a brave spell to conjure with," said Lambourne, "if a man would discover hidden treasures." "Used with discretion, it may prove so," replied Varney; "but mark, if thou conjure with it at thine own hand, it may raise a devil who will tear thee in fragments." "Enough said," replied Lambourne; "I will not exceed my limits." The travellers then resumed the rapid rate of travelling which their discourse had interrupted, and soon arrived at the royal park of Woodstock. This ancient possession of the Crown of England was then very different from what it had been when it was the residence of the fair Rosamond, and the scene of Henry II.'s secret and illicit amours, and yet more unlike to the scene which it exhibits in the present day, when Blenheim House commemorates the victory of Marlborough, and no less the genius of Vanbrugh, though decried in his own time by persons of taste far inferior to his own. It was in Elizabeth's time an ancient mansion in bad repair, which had long ceased to be honoured with the royal residence, to the great impoverishment of the adjacent village. The inhabitants, however, had made several petitions to the Queen to have the favour of the sovereign's countenance occasionally bestowed upon them, and upon this very business, ostensibly at least, was the noble lord, whom we have already introduced to our readers, a visitor at Woodstock. Varney and Lambourne galloped without ceremony into the courtyard of the ancient and dilapidated mansion, which presented, on that morning, a scene of bustle which it had not exhibited for 2 reigns. Officers of the Earl's household, liverymen and retainers, went and came with all the insolent fracas which attaches to their profession. The neigh of horses and the baying of hounds were heard, for my lord, in his occupation of inspecting and surveying the manor and domain, was of course provided with the means of following his pleasure in the chase or park, said to have been the earliest that was enclosed in England, and which was well stocked with deer that had long roamed there unmolested. Several of the inhabitants of the village, in anxious hope of a favourable result from this unwonted visit, loitered about the courtyard, and awaited the great man's coming forth. Their attention was excited by the hasty arrival of Varney, and a murmur ran amongst them, "The Earl's master of the horse," while they hurried to bespeak favour by hastily unbonneting and proffering to hold the bridle and stirrup of the favoured retainer and his attendant. "Stand somewhat aloof, my masters," said Varney haughtily, "and let the domestics do their office." The mortified citizens and peasants fell back at the signal, while Lambourne, who had his eye upon his superior's deportment, repelled the services of those who offered to assist him with yet more discourtesy. "Stand back, Jack peasant, with a murrain to you, and let these knave footmen do their duty." While they gave their nags to the attendants of the household, and walked into the mansion with an air of superiority which long practice and consciousness of birth rendered natural to Varney, and which Lambourne endeavoured to imitate as well as he could, the poor inhabitants of Woodstock whispered to each other, "Well a day! God save us from all such misproud princoxes! An the master be like the men, why, the fiend may take all, and yet have no more than his due." "Silence, good neighbours," said the bailiff; "keep tongue betwixt teeth, we shall know more by and by. But never will a lord come to Woodstock so welcome as bluff old King Harry. He would horsewhip a fellow one day with his own royal hand, and then fling him a handful of silver groats with his own broad face on them, to noint the sore withal." "Ay, rust be with him!" echoed the auditors. "It will be long ere this Lady Elizabeth horsewhip any of us." "There is no saying," answered the bailiff. "Meanwhile, patience, good neighbours, and let us comfort ourselves by thinking that we deserve such notice at her Grace's hands." Meanwhile Varney, closely followed by his new dependant, made his way to the hall, where men of more note and consequence than those left in the courtyard awaited the appearance of the Earl, who as yet kept his chamber. All paid court to Varney, with more or less deference, as suited their own rank, or the urgency of the business which brought them to his lord's levee. To the general question of "When comes my lord forth, Master Varney?" he gave brief answers, as, "See you not my boots? I am but just returned from Oxford, and know nothing of it," and the like, until the same query was put in a higher tone by a personage of more importance. "I will inquire of the chamberlain, Sir Thomas Copley," was the reply. The chamberlain, distinguished by his silver key, answered that the Earl only awaited Master Varney's return to come down, but that he would first speak with him in his private chamber. Varney, therefore, bowed to the company, and took leave, to enter his lord's apartment. There was a murmur of expectation which lasted a few minutes, and was at length hushed by the opening of the folding doors at the upper end of the apartment, through which the Earl made his entrance, marshalled by his chamberlain and the steward of his family, and followed by Richard Varney. In his noble mien and princely features, men read nothing of that insolence which was practised by his dependants. His courtesies were indeed measured by the rank of those to whom they were addressed, but even the meanest person present had a share of his gracious notice. The inquiries which he made respecting the condition of the manor, of the Queen's rights there, and of the advantages and disadvantages which might attend her occasional residence at the royal seat of Woodstock, seemed to show that he had most earnestly investigated the matter of the petition of the inhabitants, and with a desire to forward the interest of the place. "Now the Lord love his noble countenance," said the bailiff, who had thrust himself into the presence chamber. "He looks somewhat pale. I warrant him he hath spent the whole night in perusing our memorial. Master Tuffyarn, who took 6 months to draw it up, said it would take a week to understand it, and see if the Earl hath not knocked the marrow out of it in 24 hours." The Earl then acquainted them that he should move their sovereign to honour Woodstock occasionally with her residence during her royal progresses, that the town and its vicinity might derive, from her countenance and favour, the same advantages as from those of her predecessors. Meanwhile, he rejoiced to be the expounder of her gracious pleasure in assuring them that for the increase of trade and encouragement of the worthy burgesses of Woodstock, her Majesty was minded to erect the town into a stable for wool. This joyful intelligence was received with the acclamations, not only of the better sort who were admitted to the audience chamber, but of the commons who awaited without. The freedom of the corporation was presented to the Earl upon knee by the magistrates of the place, together with a purse of gold pieces, which the Earl handed to Varney, who on his part gave a share to Lambourne, as the most acceptable earnest of his new service. The Earl and his retinue took horse soon after to return to court, accompanied by the shouts of the inhabitants of Woodstock, who made the old oaks ring with re echoing, "Long live Queen Elizabeth and the noble Earl of Leicester!" The urbanity and courtesy of the Earl even threw a gleam of popularity over his attendants, as their haughty deportment had formerly obscured that of their master, and men shouted, "Long life to the Earl and to his gallant followers!" as Varney and Lambourne, each in his rank, rode proudly through the streets of Woodstock. Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 8. Host. I will hear you, Master Fenton, and I will at the least keep your counsel. Merry Wives of Windsor. It becomes necessary to return to the detail of those circumstances which accompanied, and indeed occasioned, the sudden disappearance of Tressilian from the sign of the Black Bear at Cumnor. It will be recollected that this gentleman, after his rencounter with Varney, had returned to Giles Gosling's caravansary, where he shut himself up in his own chamber, demanded pen, ink, and paper, and announced his purpose to remain private for the day. In the evening he appeared again in the public room, where Michael Lambourne, who had been on the watch for him, agreeably to his engagement to Varney, endeavoured to renew his acquaintance with him, and hoped he retained no unfriendly recollection of the part he had taken in the morning's scuffle. But Tressilian repelled his advances firmly, though with civility. "Master Lambourne," said he, "I trust I have recompensed to your pleasure the time you have wasted on me. Under the show of wild bluntness which you exhibit, I know you have sense enough to understand me, when I say frankly, that the object of our temporary acquaintance having been accomplished, we must be strangers to each other in future." "Voto!" said Lambourne, twirling his whiskers with one hand, and grasping the hilt of his weapon with the other. If I thought that this usage was meant to insult me—" "You would bear it with discretion, doubtless," interrupted Tressilian, "as you must do at any rate. You know too well the distance that is betwixt us, to require me to explain myself further. Good evening." So saying, he turned his back upon his former companion, and entered into discourse with the landlord. Michael Lambourne felt strongly disposed to bully, but his wrath died away in a few incoherent oaths and ejaculations, and he sank unresistingly under the ascendancy which superior spirits possess over persons of his habits and description. He remained moody and silent in a corner of the apartment, paying the most marked attention to every motion of his late companion, against whom he began now to nourish a quarrel on his own account, which he trusted to avenge by the execution of his new master Varney's directions. The hour of supper arrived, and was followed by that of repose, when Tressilian, like others, retired to his sleeping apartment. He had not been in bed long when the train of sad reveries, which supplied the place of rest in his disturbed mind, was suddenly interrupted by the jar of a door on its hinges, and a light was seen to glimmer in the apartment. Tressilian, who was as brave as steel, sprang from his bed at this alarm, and had laid hand upon his sword, when he was prevented from drawing it by a voice which said, "Be not too rash with your rapier, Master Tressilian. It is I, your host, Giles Gosling." At the same time, unshrouding the dark lantern, which had hitherto only emitted an indistinct glimmer, the goodly aspect and figure of the landlord of the Black Bear was visibly presented to his astonished guest. "What mummery is this, mine host?" said Tressilian. "Have you supped as jollily as last night, and so mistaken your chamber? Or is midnight a time for masquerading in your guest's lodging?" "Master Tressilian," replied mine host, "I know my place and my time as well as e'er a merry landlord in England. But here has been my hangdog kinsman watching you as close as ever a cat watched a mouse; and here have you, on the other hand, quarrelled and fought, either with him or with some other person, and I fear that danger will come of it." "Go to, thou art but a fool, man," said Tressilian. "Thy kinsman is beneath my resentment; and besides, why shouldst thou think I had quarrelled with any one whomsoever?" "Oh, sir," replied the innkeeper, "there was a red spot on thy very cheek bone, which boded of a late brawl, as sure as the conjunction of Mars and Saturn threatens misfortune. And when you returned, the buckles of your girdle were brought forward, and your step was quick and hasty, and all things showed your hand and your hilt had been lately acquainted." "Well, good mine host, if I have been obliged to draw my sword," said Tressilian, "why should such a circumstance fetch thee out of thy warm bed at this time of night? Thou seest the mischief is all over." "Under favour, that is what I doubt. Anthony Foster is a dangerous man, defended by strong court patronage, which hath borne him out in matters of very deep concernment. And then my kinsman, why, I have told you what he is; and if these two old cronies have made up their old acquaintance, I would not, my worshipful guest, that it should be at thy cost. I promise you, Mike Lambourne has been making very particular inquiries at my hostler when and which way you ride. Now I would have you think whether you may not have done or said something for which you may be waylaid and taken at disadvantage." "Thou art an honest man, mine host," said Tressilian, after a moment's consideration, "and I will deal frankly with thee. If these men's malice is directed against me, as I deny not but it may, it is because they are the agents of a more powerful villain than themselves." "You mean Master Richard Varney, do you not?" said the landlord. "He was at Cumnor Place yesterday, and came not thither so private but what he was espied by one who told me." "I mean the same, mine host." "Then, for God's sake, worshipful Master Tressilian," said honest Joceline, "look well to yourself. This Varney is the protector and patron of Anthony Foster, who holds under him, and by his favour, some lease of yonder mansion in the park. Varney got a large grant of the lands of the Abbacy of Abingdon, and Cumnor Place amongst others, from his master, the Earl of Leicester. Men say he can do everything with him, though I hold the Earl too good a nobleman to employ him as some men talk of. And then the Earl can do anything, that is, anything right or fitting, with the Queen. God bless her! So you see what an enemy you have made to yourself." "Well, it is done, and I cannot help it," answered Tressilian. "Odds precious! But it must be helped in some manner," said the host. "Richard Varney, why, what between his influence with my lord, and his pretending to so many old and vexatious claims, in right of the abbot here, men fear almost to mention his name, much more to set themselves against his practices. You may judge by our discourses the last night. Men said their pleasure of Tony Foster, but not a word of Richard Varney, though all men judge him to be at the bottom of yonder mystery about the pretty wench. But perhaps you know more of that matter than I do, for women, though they wear not swords, are occasion for many a blade's exchanging the sheath of neat's leather for one of flesh and blood." "I do indeed know more of that poor unfortunate lady than thou dost, my friendly host, and so bankrupt am I at this moment of friends and advice, that I will willingly make a counsellor of thee, and tell thee the whole history, the rather that I have a favour to ask when my tale is ended." "Good Master Tressilian," said the landlord, "I am but a poor innkeeper, little able to adjust or counsel such a guest as yourself, but, as sure as I have risen decently above the world, by giving good measure and reasonable charges, I am an honest man, and as such, if I may not be able to assist you, I am at least not capable to abuse your confidence. Say away, therefore, as confidently as if you spoke to your father, and thus far at least be certain that my curiosity, for I will not deny that which belongs to my calling, is joined to a reasonable degree of discretion." "I doubt it not, mine host," answered Tressilian; and while his auditor remained in anxious expectation, he meditated for an instant how he should commence his narrative. "My tale," he at length said, "to be quite intelligible, must begin at some distance back. You have heard of the Battle of Stoke, my good host, and perhaps of old Sir Roger Robsart, who in that battle valiantly took part with Henry VII., the Queen's grandfather, and routed the Earl of Lincoln, Lord Geraldine and his wild Irish, and the Flemings, whom the Duchess of Burgundy had sent over, in the quarrel of Lambert Simnel." "I remember both one and the other," said Giles Gosling. "It is sung of a dozen times a week on my ale bench below. Sir Roger Robsart of Devon. Oh, ay, 'tis him of whom minstrels sing to this hour. He was the flower of Stoke's red field, when Martin Swart on ground lay slain. In raging rout he never reeled, but like a rock did firm remain." Reader's note: This verse, or something similar, occurs in a long ballad or poem on Flodden Field, reprinted by the late Henry Weber. End reader's note. "Ay, and then there was Martin Swart, I have heard my grandfather talk of, and of the jolly Almain, whom he commanded, with their slashed doublets and quaint hose, all frounced with ribbons above the nether stocks. Here's a song goes of Martin Swart too, and I have but memory for it. Martin Swart and his men, saddle them, saddle them. Martin Swart and his men, saddle them well." Reader's note: This verse of an old song actually occurs in an old play where the singer boasts, "Courteously I can both counter and knack of Martin Swart and all his merry men." End reader's note. True, good mine host, the day was long talked of, but if you sing so loud, you will awake more listeners than I care to commit my confidence unto. "I crave pardon, my worshipful guest," said mine host. "I was oblivious. When an old song comes across us merry old knights of the spigot, it runs away with our discretion. Well, mine host, my grandfather, like some other Cornishmen, kept a warm affection to the House of York, and espoused the quarrel of this Simnel, assuming the title of Earl of Warwick, as the county afterwards, in great numbers, countenanced the cause of Perkin Warbeck, calling himself the Duke of York. My grandsire joined Simnel's standard, and was taken fighting desperately at Stoke, where most of the leaders of that unhappy army were slain in their harness. The good knight to whom he rendered himself, Sir Roger Robsart, protected him from the immediate vengeance of the king, and dismissed him without ransom. But he was unable to guard him from other penalties of his rashness, being the heavy fines by which he was impoverished, according to Henry's mode of weakening his enemies. The good knight did what he might to mitigate the distresses of my ancestor, and their friendship became so strict that my father was bred up as the sworn brother and intimate of the present Sir Hugh Robsart, the only son of Sir Roger, and the heir of his honest and generous and hospitable temper, though not equal to him in martial achievements. "I have heard of good Sir Hugh Robsart," interrupted the host, "many a time and oft. His huntsman and sworn servant, Will Badger, has spoken of him 100 times in this very house. A jovial knight he is, and hath loved hospitality and open housekeeping more than the present fashion, which lays as much gold lace on the seams of a doublet as would feed a dozen of tall fellows with beef and ale for a twelvemonth, and let them have their evening at the alehouse once a week, to do good to the publican." "If you have seen Will Badger, mine host," said Tressilian, "you have heard enough of Sir Hugh Robsart, and therefore I will but say that the hospitality you boast of hath proved somewhat detrimental to the estate of his family, which is perhaps of the less consequence, as he has but one daughter to whom to bequeath it. And here begins my share in the tale. Upon my father's death, now several years since, the good Sir Hugh would willingly have made me his constant companion. There was a time, however, at which I felt the kind knight's excessive love for field sports detained me from studies, by which I might have profited more. But I ceased to regret the leisure which gratitude and hereditary friendship compelled me to bestow on these rural avocations. The exquisite beauty of Mistress Amy Robsart, as she grew up from childhood to woman, could not escape one whom circumstances obliged to be so constantly in her company. I loved her, in short, mine host, and her father saw it." "And crossed your true loves, no doubt," said mine host. "It is the way in all such cases, and I judge it must have been so in your instance, from the heavy sigh you uttered even now." "The case was different, mine host. My suit was highly approved by the generous Sir Hugh Robsart. It was his daughter who was cold to my passion." "She was the more dangerous enemy of the two," said the innkeeper. "I fear me your suit proved a cold one." "She yielded me her esteem," said Tressilian, "and seemed not unwilling that I should hope it might ripen into a warmer passion. There was a contract of future marriage executed betwixt us, upon her father's intercession, but to comply with her anxious request the execution was deferred for a twelvemonth. During this period Richard Varney appeared in the country, and, availing himself of some distant family connection with Sir Hugh Robsart, spent much of his time in his company, until at length he almost lived in the family." "That could bode no good to the place he honoured with his residence," said Gosling. "No, by the rood," replied Tressilian. "Misunderstanding and misery followed his presence, yet so strangely that I am at this moment at a loss to trace the gradations of their encroachment upon a family which had till then been so happy. For a time Amy Robsart received the attentions of this man Varney with the indifference attached to common courtesies. Then followed a period in which she seemed to regard him with dislike, and even with disgust. And then an extraordinary species of connection appeared to grow up betwixt them. Varney dropped those airs of pretension and gallantry which had marked his former approaches, and Amy, on the other hand, seemed to renounce the ill disguised disgust with which she had regarded them. They seemed to have more of privacy and confidence together than I fully liked, and I suspected that they met in private, where there was less restraint than in our presence. Many circumstances which I noticed but little at the time, for I deemed her heart as open as her angelic countenance, have since arisen on my memory to convince me of their private understanding. But I need not detail them. The fact speaks for itself. She vanished from her father's house. Varney disappeared at the same time, and this very day I have seen her in the character of his paramour, living in the house of his sordid dependant, Foster, and visited by him, muffled, and by a secret entrance. And this, then, is the cause of your quarrel? Methinks you should have been sure that the fair lady either desired or deserved your interference." "Mine host," answered Tressilian, "my father, such I must ever consider Sir Hugh Robsart, sits at home struggling with his grief, or, if so far recovered, vainly attempting to drown, in the practice of his field sports, the recollection that he had once a daughter, a recollection which ever and anon breaks from him under circumstances the most pathetic. I could not brook the idea that he should live in misery, and Amy in guilt, and I endeavoured to seek her out, with the hope of inducing her to return to her family. I have found her, and when I have either succeeded in my attempt, or have found it altogether unavailing, it is my purpose to embark for the Virginian voyage." "Be not so rash, good sir," replied Giles Gosling, "and cast not yourself away because a woman, to be brief, is a woman, and changes her lovers like a suit of ribands, with no better reason than mere fantasy. And ere we probe this matter further, let me ask you what circumstances of suspicion directed you so truly to this lady's residence, or rather to her place of concealment?" "The last is the better chosen word, mine host," answered Tressilian. "And touching your question, the knowledge that Varney held large grants of the domain formerly belonging to the monks of Abingdon directed me to this neighbourhood, and your nephew's visit to his old comrade Foster gave me the means of conviction on the subject." "And what is now your purpose, worthy sir? Excuse my freedom in asking the question so broadly." "I purpose, mine host," said Tressilian, "to renew my visit to the place of her residence to-morrow, and to seek a more detailed communication with her than I have had to-day. She must indeed be widely changed from what she once was, if my words make no impression upon her." "Under your favour, Master Tressilian," said the landlord, "you can follow no such course. The lady, if I understand you, has already rejected your interference in the matter." "It is but too true," said Tressilian. "I cannot deny it." "Then, Mary, by what right or interest do you process a compulsory interference with her inclination, disgraceful as it may be to herself and her parents? Unless my judgment gulls me, those under whose protection she has thrown herself would have small hesitation to reject your interference, even if it were that of a father or brother. But as a discarded lover, you expose yourself to be repelled with a strong hand as well as with scorn. You can apply to no magistrate for aid or countenance, and you are hunting, therefore, a shadow in water, and will only, excuse my plainness, come by ducking and danger in attempting to catch it." "I will appeal to the Earl of Leicester," said Tressilian, "against the infamy of his favourite. He courts the severe and strict sect of Puritans. He dare not, for the sake of his own character, refuse my appeal, even although he were destitute of the principles of honour and nobleness with which fame invests him. Or I will appeal to the Queen herself." "Should Leicester," said the landlord, "be disposed to protect his dependant, as indeed he is said to be very confidential with Varney, the appeal to the Queen may bring them both to reason. Her Majesty is strict in such matters, and, if it be not treason to speak it, will rather, it is said, pardon a dozen courtiers for falling in love with herself than one for giving preference to another woman. Coraggio, then, my brave guest! For if thou layest a petition from Sir Hugh at the foot of the throne, bucklered by the story of thine own wrongs, the favourite Earl dared as soon leap into the Thames, at the fullest and deepest, as offer to protect Varney in a cause of this nature. But to do this with any chance of success, you must go formally to work, and, without staying here to tilt with the master of horse to a privy councillor, and expose yourself to the dagger of his camarados. You should hie you to Devonshire, get a petition drawn up for Sir Hugh Robsart, and make as many friends as you can to forward your interest at court." "You have spoken well, mine host," said Tressilian, "and I will profit by your advice, and leave you to morrow early." "Nay, leave me to night, sir, before to morrow comes," said the landlord. "I never prayed for a guest's arrival more eagerly than I do to have you safely gone. My kinsman's destiny is most like to be hanged for something, but I would not that the cause were the murder of an honoured guest of mine. Better ride safe in the dark, says the proverb, than in daylight with a cut throat at your elbow. Come, sir, I move you for your own safety. Your horse and all is ready, and here is your score." "It is somewhat under a noble," said Tressilian, giving one to the host. "Give the balance to pretty Cicely, your daughter, and the servants of the house." "They shall taste of your bounty, sir," said Gosling, "and you should taste of my daughter's lips in grateful acknowledgment, but at this hour she cannot grace the porch to greet your departure." "Do not trust your daughter too far with your guests, my good landlord," said Tressilian. "Oh, sir, we will keep measure. But I wonder not that you are jealous of them all. May I crave to know with what aspect the fair lady at the Place yesterday received you?" "I own," said Tressilian, "it was angry as well as confused, and affords me little hope that she is yet awakened from her unhappy delusion." "In that case, sir, I see not why you should play the champion of a wench that will none of you, and incur the resentment of a favourite's favourite, as dangerous a monster as ever a knight adventurer encountered in the old story books." "You do me wrong in the supposition, mine host, gross wrong," said Tressilian. "I do not desire that Amy should ever turn thought upon me more. Let me but see her restored to her father, and all I have to do in Europe, perhaps in the world, is over and ended." "A wiser resolution were to drink a cup of sack, and forget her," said the landlord. "But 25 and 50 look on those matters with different eyes, especially when one case of peepers is set in the skull of a young gallant, and the other in that of an old publican. I pity you, Master Tressilian, but I see not how I can aid you in the matter." "Only thus far, mine host," replied Tressilian. "Keep a watch on the motions of those at the Place, which thou canst easily learn without suspicion, as all men's news fly to the ale bench, and be pleased to communicate the tidings in writing to such person, and to no other, who shall bring you this ring as a special token. Look at it. It is of value, and I will freely bestow it on you. Nay, sir, I desire no recompense, but it seems an unadvised course in me, being in a public line, to connect myself in a matter of this dark and perilous nature. I have no interest in it. You and every father in the land, who would have his daughter released from the snares of shame and sin and misery, have an interest deeper than aught concerning earth only could create." "Well, sir," said the host, "these are brave words, and I do pity from my soul the frank hearted old gentleman who has minished his estate and good housekeeping for the honour of his country, and now has his daughter, who should be the stay of his age, and so forth, whisked up by such a kite as this Varney. And though your part in the matter is somewhat of the wildest, yet I will even be a madcap for company, and help you in your honest attempt to get back the good man's child, so far as being your faithful intelligencer can serve. And as I shall be true to you, I pray you to be trusty to me, and keep my secret, for it were bad for the custom of the Black Bear should it be said the bear warder interfered in such matters. Varney has interest enough with the justices to dismount my noble emblem from the post on which he swings so gallantly, to call in my license, and ruin me from garret to cellar. Do not doubt my secrecy, mine host," said Tressilian. "I will retain, besides, the deepest sense of thy service, and of the risks thou dost run. Remember the ring is my sure token. And now farewell, for it was thy wise advice that I should tarry here as short a time as may be." "Follow me, then, sir guest," said the landlord, "and tread as gently as if eggs were under your foot, instead of deal boards. No man must know when or how you departed." By the aid of his dark lantern he conducted Tressilian, as soon as he had made himself ready for his journey, through a long intricacy of passages, which opened to an outer court, and from thence to a remote stable, where he had already placed his guest's horse. He then aided him to fasten on the saddle the small portmantle which contained his necessaries, opened a postern door, and with a hearty shake of the hand, and a reiteration of his promise to attend to what went on at Cumnor Place, he dismissed his guest to his solitary journey. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 9. Far in the lane a lonely hut he found, no tenant ventured on the unwholesome ground. Here smokes his forge, he bares his sinewy arm, and early strokes the sounding anvil warm. Around his shop the steely sparkles flew, as for the steed he shaped the bending shoe. Gay's Trivia. As it was deemed proper by the traveller himself, as well as by Giles Gosling, that Tressilian should avoid being seen in the neighbourhood of Cumnor by those whom accident might make early risers, the landlord had given him a route consisting of various byways and lanes, which he was to follow in succession, and which, all the turns and short cuts duly observed, was to conduct him to the public road to Marlborough. But, like counsel of every other kind, this species of direction is much more easily given than followed, and what betwixt the intricacy of the way, the darkness of the night, Tressilian's ignorance of the country, and the sad and perplexing thoughts with which he had to contend, his journey proceeded so slowly that morning found him only in the Vale of Whitehorse, memorable for the defeat of the Danes in former days, with his horse deprived of a forefoot shoe, an accident which threatened to put a stop to his journey by laming the animal. The residence of a smith was his first object of inquiry, in which he received little satisfaction from the dullness or sullenness of one or two peasants, early bound for their labour, who gave brief and indifferent answers to his questions on the subject. Anxious at length that the partner of his journey should suffer as little as possible from the unfortunate accident, Tressilian dismounted, and led his horse in the direction of a little hamlet, where he hoped either to find or hear tidings of such an artificer as he now wanted. Through a deep and muddy lane he at length waded on to the place, which proved only an assemblage of 5 or 6 miserable huts, about the doors of which one or two persons, whose appearance seemed as rude as that of their dwellings, were beginning the toils of the day. One cottage, however, seemed of rather superior aspect, and the old dame who was sweeping her threshold appeared something less rude than her neighbours. To her Tressilian addressed the oft repeated question, whether there was a smith in this neighbourhood, or any place where he could refresh his horse. The dame looked him in the face with a peculiar expression, as she replied, "Smith? Ay, truly is there a smith. What wouldst have with un man?" "To shoe my horse, good dame," answered Tressilian. "You may see that he has thrown a forefoot shoe." "Master Holiday!" exclaimed the dame, without returning any direct answer. "Master Erasmus Holiday, come and speak to man, an please you." "Favete linguis," answered a voice from within. "I cannot now come forth, Gammer Sludge, being in the very sweetest bit of my morning studies." "Nay, but good now, Master Holiday, come ye out, do ye. Here's a mon would to Wayland Smith, and I care not to show him way to devil. His horse hath cast shoe." "Quid mihi cum caballo?" replied the man of learning from within. "I think there is but one wise man in 100, and they cannot shoe a horse without him." And forth came the honest pedagogue, for such his dress bespoke him. A long, lean, shambling, stooping figure was surmounted by a head thatched with lank, black hair, somewhat inclining to grey. His features had the cast of habitual authority, which I suppose Dionysius carried with him from the throne to the schoolmaster's pulpit, and bequeathed as a legacy to all of the same profession. A black buckram cassock was gathered at his middle with a belt, at which hung, instead of knife or weapon, a goodly leathern pen and ink case. His ferula was stuck on the other side, like Harlequin's wooden sword, and he carried in his hand the tattered volume which he had been busily perusing. On seeing a person of Tressilian's appearance, which he was better able to estimate than the country folks had been, the schoolmaster unbonneted, and accosted him with "Salve, Domine, intelligisna linguam Latinum?" Tressilian mustered his learning to reply, "Linguae Latinae, haud penitus ignorus, venia tua, Domine eruditissima, vernaculum leventius locor." The Latin reply had upon the schoolmaster the effect which the mason's sign is said to produce on the brethren of the trowel. He was at once interested in the learned traveller, listened with gravity to his story of a tired horse and a lost shoe, and then replied with solemnity, "It may appear a simple thing, most worshipful, to reply to you that there dwells, within a brief mile of these Tuguria, the best Faber Ferrarius, the most accomplished blacksmith, that ever nailed iron upon horse. Now, were I to say so, I warrant me you would think yourself compos voti, or, as the vulgar have it, a made man." "I should at least," said Tressilian, "have a direct answer to a plain question, which seems difficult to be obtained in this country." "It is a mere sending of a sinful soul to the evil one," said the old woman, "the sending a living creature to Wayland Smith." "Peace, Gammer Sludge," said the pedagogue, "pauca verba, Gammer Sludge. Look to the furmity, Gammer Sludge. Curator hentaculum, Gammer Sludge. This gentleman is none of thy gossips." Then turning to Tressilian, he resumed his lofty tone, "And so, most worshipful, you would really think yourself Felix bis Turqua, should I point out to you the dwelling of this same smith?" "Sir," replied Tressilian, "I should in that case have all that I want at present, a horse fit to carry me forward, out of hearing of your learning." The last words he muttered to himself. "O caesa mens mortalium," said the learned man. Well was it sung by Junius Juvenalis, "Numinibus vota exaudita malignis." "Learned Magister," said Tressilian, "your erudition so greatly exceeds my poor intellectual capacity, that you must excuse my seeking elsewhere for information which I can better understand." "There again now," replied the pedagogue, "how fondly you fly from him that would instruct you! Truly said Quintilian. I pray, sir, let Quintilian be for the present, and answer in a word and in English, if your learning can condescend so far, whether there is any place here where I can have opportunity to refresh my horse until I can have him shod." "Thus much courtesy, sir," said the schoolmaster, "I can readily render you, that although there is in this poor hamlet, nostra paupera regna, no regular hospitium, as my namesake Erasmus calleth it, yet, forasmuch as you are somewhat imbued, or at least tinged, as it were, with good letters, I will use my interest with the good woman of the house to accommodate you with a platter of furmity, and wholesome food for which I have found no Latin phrase. Your horse shall have a share of the cow house, with a bottle of sweet hay, in which the good woman Sludge so much abounds that it may be said of her cow, Flinum habet in cornu. And if it please you to bestow on me the pleasure of your company, the banquet shall cost you ne semisum quidem, so much is Gammer Sludge bound to me for the pains I have bestowed on the top and bottom of her hopeful heir Dickie, whom I have painfully made to travel through the accidents." "Now, God yield ye for it, Master Erasmus," said the good Gammer, "and grant that little Dickie may be the better for his accident. And for the rest, the gentleman lists to stay, breakfast shall be on the board and the ringing of a dish clout; and for horse meat and man's meat, I bear no such base mind as to ask a penny." Considering the state of his horse, Tressilian, upon the whole, saw no better course than to accept the invitation thus learnedly made and hospitably confirmed, and take chance that when the good pedagogue had exhausted every topic of conversation, he might possibly condescend to tell him where he could find the smith they spoke of. He entered the hut accordingly, and sat down with the learned Magister Erasmus Holiday, partook of his furmity, and listened to his learned account of himself for a good half hour, ere he could get him to talk upon any other topic. The reader will readily excuse our accompanying this man of learning into all the details with which he favoured Tressilian, of which the following sketch may suffice. He was born at Hogsnorton, where, according to popular saying, the pigs play upon the organ, a proverb which he interpreted allegorically as having reference to the herd of Epicurus, of which litter Horace confessed himself a porker. His name of Erasmus he derived partly from his father having been the son of a renowned washerwoman, who had held that great scholar in clean linen all the while he was at Oxford, a task of some difficulty, as he was only possessed of 2 shirts, the one, as she expressed herself, to wash the other. The vestiges of one of these chamisii, as Master Holiday boasted, were still in his possession, having fortunately been detained by his grandmother to cover the balance of her bill. But he thought there was a still higher and overruling cause for his having had the name of Erasmus conferred on him, namely, the secret presentiment of his mother's mind that, in the babe to be christened, was a hidden genius, which should one day lead him to rival the fame of the great scholar of Amsterdam. The schoolmaster's surname led him as far into dissertation as his Christian appellative. He was inclined to think that he bore the name of Holiday quasi locus a non lucendo, because he gave such few holidays to his school. Hence, said he, the schoolmaster is termed classically ludi magister, because he deprives boys of their play. And yet, on the other hand, he thought it might bear a very different interpretation, and referred to his own exquisite art in arranging pageants, morris dances, May Day festivities, and such like holiday delights, for which he assured Tressilian he had positively the purest and the most inventive brain in England, insomuch that his cunning in framing such pleasures had made him known to many honourable persons, both in country and court, and especially to the noble Earl of Leicester. And although he may now seem to forget me, he said, in the multitude of state affairs, yet I am well assured that, had he some pretty pastime to array for an attainment of the Queen's grace, horse and man would be seeking the humble cottage of Erasmus Holiday, parvo contentus. In the meanwhile, I hear my pupils parse and construe, worshipful sir, and drive away my time with the aid of the Muses. And I have at all times, when in correspondence with foreign scholars, subscribed myself Erasmus ab Dii Fausto, and have enjoyed the distinction due to the learned under that title. Witness the erudite Diedrichus Wiegerschochius, who dedicated to me under that title his treatise on the letter Dou. In fine, sir, I have been a happy and distinguished man." "Long may it be so, sir," said the traveller. "But permit me to ask, in your own learned phrase, quid hoc ad Ithocli bovis? What has all this to do with the shoeing of my poor nag?" "Festina lente," said the man of learning. "We will presently come to that point. You must know that some 2 or 3 years past there came to these parts one who called himself Doctor de Bouvi, although it may be he never wrote even Magister Artium, save in right of his hungry belly; or it may be, that if he had any degrees, they were of the devil's giving, for he was what the vulgar call a white witch, a cunning man, and such like. Now, good sir, I perceive you are impatient, but if a man tell not his tale his own way, how have you warrant to think that he can tell it in yours?" "Well, then, learned sir, take your way," answered Tressilian; "only let us travel at a sharper pace, for my time is somewhat of the shortest." "Well, sir," resumed Erasmus Holiday, with the most provoking perseverance, "I will not say that this same Demetrius, for so he wrote himself when in foreign parts, was an actual conjurer, but certain it is that he professed to be a brother of the mystical order of the Rosy Cross, a disciple of Geber, ex nomine cujus venit verbum vernaculum gibberish. He cured wounds by salving the weapon instead of the sore, told fortunes by palmistry, discovered stolen goods by the sieve and shears, gathered the right maddow and the male fern seed, through use of which men walk invisible, pretended some advances towards the panacea, or universal elixir, and affected to convert good lead into sorry silver." "In other words," said Tressilian, "he was a quacksalver and common cheat. But what has all this to do with my nag, and the shoe which he has lost?" "With your worshipful patience," replied the diffusive man of letters, "you shall understand that presently. Patientia, right worshipful, which word, according to our Marcus Tullius, is difficilium rerum diurna perpessio." The same Demetrius Doboobie, after dealing with the country, as I have told you, began to acquire fame inter magnates, among the prime men of the land, and there is likelihood he might have aspired to great matters, had not, according to vulgar fame, for I aver not the thing is according with my certain knowledge, the devil claimed his right, one dark night, and flown off with Demetrius, who was never seen or heard of afterwards. Now here comes the medulla, the very marrow of my tale. This Doctor Doboobie had a servant, a poor snake, whom he employed in trimming his furnace, regulating it by just measure, compounding his drugs, tracing his circles, cajoling his patients, et sic de caeteris. Well, right worshipful, the doctor being removed thus strangely, and in a way which struck the whole country with terror, this poor zany thinks to himself, in the words of Maro, uno avulso, non deficit alter. And even as a tradesman's apprentice sets himself up in his master's shop when he is dead, or hath retired from business, so doth this Wayland assume the dangerous trade of his defunct master. But although, most worshipful sir, the world is ever prone to listen to the pretensions of such unworthy men, who are indeed mere saltum banqui and charlatani, though usurping the style and skill of doctors of medicine, yet the pretensions of this poor zany, this Wayland, were too gross to pass on them, nor was there a mere rustic, a villager, who was not ready to accost him in the sense of Perseus, though in their own rugged words, Diluis, Helleborum certo compuscere puncto, necius examen? Vetat hoc natura medendi, which I have thus rendered in a poor paraphrase of mine own. Wilt thou mix hellebore, who dost not know how many grains should to the mixture go? The art of medicine this forbids, I trow. Moreover, the evil reputation of the master, and his strange and doubtful end, or at least sudden disappearance, prevented any, excepting the most desperate of men, to seek any advice or opinion from the servant, wherefore the poor vermin was likely at first to swarf for very hunger. But the devil that serves him, since the death of Demetrius or Doboobie, put him on a fresh device. This knave, whether from the inspiration of the devil, or from early education, shoes horses better than e'er a man betwixt us and Iceland, and so he gives up his practice on the bipeds, the two-legged and unfledged species called mankind, and betakes him entirely to shoeing of horses." "Indeed! And where does he lodge all this time?" said Tressilian. "And does he shoe horses well? Show me his dwelling presently." The interruption pleased not the Magister, who exclaimed, "O caeca mens mortalium! though, by the way, I used that quotation before, but I would the classics could afford me any sentiment of power to stop those who are so willing to rush upon their own destruction. Hear but, I pray you, the conditions of this man," said he in continuation, "ere you are so willing to place yourself within his danger." "A takes no money for a's work," said the dame, who stood by, enraptured as it were with the line words and learned apothegms which glided so fluently from her erudite inmate, Master Holiday. But this interruption pleased not the Magister more than that of the traveller. "Peace," said he, "Gammer Sludge, know your place, if it be your will. Sufflamina, Gammer Sludge. And allow me to expound this matter to our worshipful guest. Sir," said he, again addressing Tressilian, "this old woman speaks true, though in her own rude style, for certainly this Faber Ferrarius, or blacksmith, takes money of no one." "And that is a sure sign he deals with Satan," said Dame Sludge, "since no good Christian would ever refuse the wages of his labour." "The old woman hath touched it again," said the pedagogue. "Rum accu tetigit, she has pricked it with her needle's point. This Wayland takes no money indeed, nor doth he show himself to any one." "And can this madman, for such I hold him," said the traveller, "know aught like good skill of his trade?" "Oh, sir, and that let us give the devil his due, Mulciber himself, with all his Cyclops, could hardly amend him. But assuredly there is little wisdom in taking counsel or receiving aid from one who is but too plainly in league with the author of evil." "I must take my chance of that, good Master Holiday," said Tressilian, rising; "and as my horse must now have eaten his provender, I must needs thank you for your good cheer, and pray you to show me this man's residence, that I may have the means of proceeding on my journey." "Ay, ay, do you show him, Master Herasmus," said the old dame, who was perhaps desirous to get her house freed of her guest. "I must needs go when the devil drives." "Do, manus," said the Magister. "I submit, taking the world to witness, that I have possessed this honourable gentleman with the full injustice which he has done and shall do to his own soul, if he becomes thus a trinketer with Satan. Neither will I go forth with our guest myself, but rather send my pupil. Ricarde, adsis nebulo." "Under your favour, not so," answered the old woman. "You may peril your own soul if you list, but my son shall budge on no such errand. And I wonder at you, Dominie Doctor, to propose such a piece of service for little Dickie." "Nay, my good Gammer Sludge," answered the preceptor, "Ricardus shall go but to the top of the hill, and indicate with his digit to the stranger the dwelling of Wayland Smith. Believe not that any evil can come to him, he having read this morning, fasting, a chapter of the Septuagint, and, moreover, having had his lesson in the Greek Testament." "Ay," said his mother, "and I have sewn a sprig of witch's elm in the neck of un's doublet, ever since that foul thief has begun his practices on man and beast in these parts. And as he goes oft, as I hugely suspect, towards this conjurer for his own pastime, he may for once go thither, or near it, to pleasure us, and to assist this stranger. Ergo heus Ricarde, adsis quaeso me didascula." The pupil, thus affectionately invoked, at length came stumbling into the room, a queer, shambling, ill-made urchin, who, by his stunted growth, seemed about 12 or 13 years old, though he was probably in reality a year or two older, with a carroty pate and huge disorder, a freckled sunburnt visage, with a snub nose, a long chin, and two peery grey eyes, which had a droll obliquity of vision, approaching to a squint, though perhaps not a decided one. It was impossible to look at the little man without some disposition to laugh, especially when Gammer Sludge, seizing upon and kissing him, in spite of his struggling and kicking in reply to her caresses, termed him her own precious pearl of beauty. "Ricarde," said the preceptor, "you must forthwith, which is profecto, set forth so far as the top of the hill, and show this man of worship Wayland Smith's workshop." "A proper errand of a morning," said the boy, in better language than Tressilian expected, "and who knows but the devil may fly away with me before I come back?" "Ay, marry man," said Dame Sludge, "and you might have thought twice, Master Dominie, ere you set my dainty darling on arrow such errand. It is not for such doings I feed your belly and clothe your back, I warrant you." "Pshaw, no guy, good Gammer Sludge," answered the preceptor. "I ensure you that Satan, if there be Satan in the case, shall not touch a thread of his garment, for Dickie can say his pater with the best, and may defy the foul fiend, Eumenides stigmaumque nefas." "Ay, and I, as I said before, have sewed a sprig of the mountain ash into his collar," said the good woman, "which will avail more than your clerkship, I wuss; but, for all that, it is ill to seek the devil or his mates either." "My good boy," said Tressilian, who saw from a grotesque sneer on Dickie's face that he was more likely to act upon his own bottom than by the instructions of his elders, "I will give thee a silver groat, my pretty fellow, if you will but guide me to this man's forge." The boy gave him a knowing side look, which seemed to promise acquiescence, while at the same time he exclaimed, "I be your guide to Wayland Smith's? Why, man, did I not say that the devil might fly off with me, just as the kite there," looking to the window, "is flying off with one of grandam's chicks?" "The kite! The kite!" exclaimed the old woman in return, and forgetting all other matters in her alarm, hastened to the rescue of her chickens as fast as her old legs could carry her. "Now for it," said the urchin to Tressilian. "Snatch your beaver, get out your horse, and have at the silver groat you spoke of." "Nay, but tarry, tarry," said the preceptor. "Sufflamina Ricarde." "Tarry yourself," said Dickie, "and think what answer you are to make to granny for sending me post to the devil." The teacher, aware of the responsibility he was incurring, bustled up in great haste to lay hold of the urchin, and to prevent his departure. But Dickie slipped through his fingers, bolted from the cottage, and sped him to the top of a neighbouring rising ground, while the preceptor, despairing, by well taught experience, of recovering his pupil by speed of foot, had recourse to the most honeyed epithets the Latin vocabulary affords to persuade his return, but to me anima corculum meum, and all such classical endearments, the truant turned a deaf ear, and kept frisking on the top of the rising ground like a goblin by moonlight, making signs to his new acquaintance Tressilian to follow him. The traveller lost no time in getting out his horse and departing to join his elfish guide, after half forcing on the poor, deserted teacher a recompense for the entertainment he had received, which partly allayed that terror he had for facing the return of the old lady of the mansion. Apparently this took place soon afterwards, for ere Tressilian and his guide had proceeded far on their journey, they heard the screams of a cracked female voice, intermingled with the classical objurgations of Master Erasmus Holiday. But Dickie Sludge, equally deaf to the voice of maternal tenderness and of magisterial authority, skipped on unconsciously before Tressilian, only observing that, if they cried themselves hoarse, they might go lick the honey pot, for he had eaten up all the honeycomb himself on yesterday even. Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 10. There entering in, they found the goodman's self full busily unto his work he bent, who was to weet a wretched warish elf, with hollow eyes and raw boned cheeks forspent, as if he had been long in prison pent. The Fairy Queen. "Are we far from the dwelling of the smith, my pretty lad?" said Tressilian to his young guide. "How is it you call me?" said the boy, looking askew at him with his sharp grey eyes. "I call you my pretty lad. Is there any offence in that, my boy?" "No, but were you with grandam and Dominie Holiday, you might sing chorus to the old song of 'We three tomfools be.'" "And why so, my little man?" said Tressilian. "Because," answered the ugly urchin, "you are the only three ever called me pretty lad. Now, my grandam does it because she is parcel blind by age, and whole blind by kindred; and my master, the poor dominie, does it to curry favour, and have the fullest platter of furmity, and the warmest seat by the fire. But what you call me pretty lad for, you know best yourself. Thou art a sharp wag at least, if not a pretty one. But what do thy playfellows call thee?" "Hobgoblin," answered the boy readily. "But for all that, I would rather have my own ugly physiognomy than any of their jolterheads, that have no more brains in them than a brickbat." "Then you fear not this smith whom you are going to see?" "Me fear him!" answered the boy. "If he were the devil folk think him, I would not fear him. But though there is something queer about him, he's no more a devil than you are, and that's what I would not tell to every one." "And why do you tell it to me, then, my boy?" said Tressilian. "Because you are another guess, gentlemen, than those we see here every day," replied Dickie. "And though I am as ugly as sin, I would not have you think me an ass, especially as I may have a boon to ask of you one day." "And what is that, my lad, whom I must not call pretty?" replied Tressilian. "Oh, if I were to ask it just now," said the boy, "you would deny it me. But I will wait till we meet at court." "At court, Richard? Are you bound for court?" said Tressilian. "Ay, ay, that's just like the rest of them," replied the boy. "I warrant me, you think, what should such an ill favoured, scrambling urchin do at court? But let Richard Sludge alone. I have not been cock of the roost here for nothing. I will make sharp wit mend foul feature. But what will your grandam say, and your tutor, Dominie Holiday?" "In what they like," replied Dickie. "The one has her chickens to reckon, and the other has his boys to whip. I would have given them the candle to hold long since, and shown this trumpery hamlet a fair pair of heels. But that Dominie promises I should go with him to bear share in the next pageant he is to set forth, and they say there are to be great revels shortly." "And whereabouts are they to be held, my little friend?" said Tressilian. "Oh, at some castle far in the north," answered his guide, "a world's breadth from Berkshire. But our old Dominie holds that they cannot go forward without him, and it may be he is right, for he has put in order many a fair pageant. He's not half the fool you would take him for; when he gets to work he understands, and so he can spout verses like a play actor, when, God wot, if you set him to steal a goose's egg, he would be drubbed by the gander." "And you are to play a part in his next show?" said Tressilian, somewhat interested by the boy's boldness of conversation and shrewd estimate of character. "In faith," said Richard Sludge in answer, "he hath so promised me, and if he break his word it will be the worse for him; for let me take the bit between my teeth, and turn my head down hill, and I will shake him off with a fall that may harm his bones. And I should not like much to hurt him neither," said he, "for the tiresome old fool has painfully laboured to teach me all he could. But enough of that. Here are we at Wayland Smith's forge door." "You jest, my little friend," said Tressilian. "Here is nothing but a bare moor, and that ring of stones, with a great one in the midst like a Cornish barrow." "Ay, and that great flat stone in the midst, which lies across the top of these uprights," said the boy, "is Wayland Smith's counter, that you must tell down your money upon." "What do you mean by such folly?" said the traveller, beginning to be angry with the boy, and vexed with himself for having trusted such a hare-brained guide. "Why," said Dickie with a grin, "you must tie your horse to that upright stone that has the ring in it, and then you must whistle 3 times, and lay me down your silver groat on that other flat stone, walk out of the circle, sit down on the west side of that little thicket of bushes, and take heed you look neither to right nor to left for 10 minutes, or so long as you shall hear the hammer clink, and, whenever it ceases, say your prayers for the space you could tell 100, or count over 100, which will do as well, and then come into the circle. You will find your money gone and your horse shod." "My money gone, to a certainty," said Tressilian. "But as for the rest, hark ye, my lad, I am not your schoolmaster, but if you play off your waggery on me, I will take a part of his task off his hands, and punish you to purpose." "Ay, when you catch me," said the boy, and presently took to his heels across the heath, with a velocity which baffled every attempt of Tressilian to overtake him, loaded as he was with his heavy boots. Nor was it the least provoking part of the urchin's conduct that he did not exert his utmost speed, like one who finds himself in danger, or who is frightened, but preserved just such a rate as to encourage Tressilian to continue the chase, and then darted away from him with the swiftness of the wind, when his pursuer supposed he had nearly run him down, doubling at the same time and winding, so as always to keep near the place from which he started. This lasted until Tressilian, from very weariness, stood still, and was about to abandon the pursuit with a hearty curse on the ill-favoured urchin, who had engaged him in an exercise so ridiculous. But the boy, who had, as formerly, planted himself on the top of a hillock close in front, began to clap his long thin hands, point with his skinny fingers, and twist his wild and ugly features into such an extravagant expression of laughter and derision, that Tressilian began half to doubt whether he had not in view an actual hobgoblin. Provoked extremely, yet at the same time feeling an irresistible desire to laugh, so very odd were the boy's grimaces and gesticulations, the Cornishman returned to his horse, and mounted him with the purpose of pursuing Dickie at more advantage. The boy no sooner saw him mount his horse than he holloaed out to him, that rather than he should spoil his white-footed nag, he would come to him, on condition he would keep his fingers to himself. "I will make no conditions with thee, thou ugly varlet," said Tressilian. "I will have thee at my mercy in a moment." "Ah, master traveller," said the boy, "there is a marsh hard by would swallow all the horses of the Queen's Guard. I will into it, and see where you will go then. You shall hear the bittern bump and the wild drake quack ere you get hold of me without my consent, I promise you." Tressilian looked out, and, from the appearance of the ground behind the hillock, believed it might be as the boy said, and accordingly determined to strike up a piece with so light-footed and ready-witted an enemy. "Come down," he said, "thou mischievous brat. Leave thy mopping and mowing, and come hither. I will do thee no harm, as I am a gentleman." The boy answered his invitation with the utmost confidence, and danced down from his stance with a galliard sort of step, keeping his eye at the same time fixed on Tressilian's, who, once more dismounted, stood with his horse's bridle in his hand, breathless, and half exhausted with his fruitless exercise, though not one drop of moisture appeared on the freckled forehead of the urchin, which looked like a piece of dry and discoloured parchment, drawn tight across the brow of a fleshless skull. "And tell me," said Tressilian, "why you use me thus, thou mischievous imp, or what your meaning is by telling me so absurd a legend as you wish but now to put on me? Or rather show me, in good earnest, the smith's forge, and I will give thee what will buy thee apples through the whole winter." "Were you to give me an orchard of apples," said Dickie Sludge, "I can guide thee no better than I have done. Lay down the silver token on the flat stone, whistle 3 times, then come sit down on the western side of the thicket of gorse. I will sit by you, and give you free leave to wring my head off, unless you hear the smith at work within 2 minutes after we are seated." "I may be tempted to take thee at thy word," said Tressilian, "if you make me do aught half so ridiculous for your own mischievous sport. However, I will prove your spell. Here, then, I tie my horse to this upright stone. I must lay my silver groat here, and whistle 3 times, sayest thou?" "Ay, but thou must whistle louder than an unfledged ousel," said the boy, as Tressilian, having laid down his money, and half ashamed of the folly he practised, made a careless whistle. "You must whistle louder than that, for who knows where the smith is that you call for? He may be in the King of France's stables, for what I know." "Why, you said but now he was no devil," replied Tressilian. "Man or devil," said Dickie, "I see that I must summon him for you." And therewithal he whistled sharp and shrill, with an acuteness of sound that almost thrilled through Tressilian's brain. "That is what I call whistling," said he, after he had repeated the signal thrice. "And now to cover, or Whitefoot will not be shod this day." Tressilian, musing what the upshot of this mummery was to be, yet satisfied there was to be some serious result, by the confidence with which the boy had put himself in his power, suffered himself to be conducted to that side of the little thicket of gorse and brushwood which was farthest from the circle of stones, and there sat down. And as it occurred to him that, after all, this might be a trick for stealing his horse, he kept his hand on the boy's collar, determined to make him hostage for its safety. "Now, hush and listen," said Dickie, in a low whisper. "You will soon hear the tack of a hammer that was never forged of earthly iron, for the stone it was made of was shot from the moon." And, in effect, Tressilian did immediately hear the light stroke of a hammer, as when a farrier is at work. The singularity of such a sound, in so very lonely a place, made him involuntarily start. But looking at the boy, and discovering, by the arch malicious expression of his countenance, that the urchin saw and enjoyed his slight tremor, he became convinced that the whole was a concerted stratagem, and determined to know by whom, or for what purpose, the trick was played off. Accordingly, he remained perfectly quiet all the time that the hammer continued to sound, being about the space usually employed in fixing a horseshoe. But the instant the sound ceased, Tressilian, instead of interposing the space of time which his guide had required, started up with his sword in his hand, ran round the thicket, and confronted a man in a farrier's leathern apron, but otherwise fantastically attired in a bearskin, dressed with the fur on, and a cap of the same, which almost hid the sooty and begrimed features of the wearer. "Come back! Come back!" cried the boy to Tressilian, "or you will be torn to pieces. No man lives that looks on him." In fact, the invisible smith, now fully visible, heaved up his hammer, and showed symptoms of doing battle. But when the boy observed that neither his own entreaties nor the menaces of the farrier appeared to change Tressilian's purpose, but that, on the contrary, he confronted the hammer with his drawn sword, he exclaimed to the smith in turn, "Wayland, touch him not, or you will come by the worse. The gentleman is a true gentleman, and a bold." "So thou hast betrayed me, Flibberty Gibbet," said the smith; "it shall be the worse for thee." "Be who thou wilt," said Tressilian, "thou art in no danger from me. So thou tell me the meaning of this practice, and why thou drivest thy trade in this mysterious fashion." The smith, however, turning to Tressilian, exclaimed, in a threatening tone, "Who questions the keeper of the Crystal Castle of Light, the lord of the Green Lion, the rider of the Red Dragon? Hence, avoid thee, ere I summon Talpak with his fiery lance, to quell, crush, and consume." These words he uttered with violent gesticulation, mouthing and flourishing his hammer. "Peace, thou vile cozener, with thy gipsy cant," replied Tressilian, scornfully, "and follow me to the next magistrate, or I will cut thee over the pate." "Peace, I pray thee, good Wayland," said the boy. "Credit me, the swaggering vein will not pass here. You must cut boon wiz." Reader's note: Give good words, slang dialect. "I think, worshipful sir," said the smith, sinking his hammer, and assuming a more gentle and submissive tone of voice, "that when so poor a man does his day's job, he might be permitted to work it out after his own fashion. Your horse is shod, and your farrier paid. What need you cumber yourself further than to mount and pursue your journey?" "Nay, friend, you are mistaken," replied Tressilian. "Every man has a right to take the mask from the face of a cheat and a juggler, and your mode of living raises suspicion that you are both." "If you are so determined, sir," said the smith, "I cannot help myself, save by force, which I were unwilling to use towards you, Master Tressilian. Not that I fear your weapon, but because I know you to be a worthy, kind, and well accomplished gentleman, who would rather help than harm a poor man that is in a strait." "Well said, Wayland," said the boy, who had anxiously awaited the issue of their conference. "But let us to thy den, man, for it is ill for thy health to stand here talking in the open air." "Thou art right, Hobgoblin," replied the smith, and going to the little thicket of gorse on the side nearest to the circle, and opposite to that at which his customer had so lately crouched, he discovered a trap-door curiously covered with bushes, raised it, and, descending into the earth, vanished from their eyes. Notwithstanding Tressilian's curiosity, he had some hesitation at following the fellow into what might be a den of robbers, especially when he heard the smith's voice, issuing from the bowels of the earth, call out, "Fibberty Gibbet, do you come last? And be sure to fasten the trap." "Have you seen enough of Wayland Smith now?" whispered the urchin to Tressilian, with an arch sneer, as if marking his companion's uncertainty. "Not yet," said Tressilian firmly, and shaking off his momentary irresolution, he descended into the narrow staircase to which the entrance led, and was followed by Dickie Sludge, who made fast the trap-door behind him, and thus excluded every glimmer of daylight. The descent, however, was only a few steps, and led to a level passage of a few yards' length, at the end of which appeared the reflection of a lurid and red light. Arrived at this point, with his drawn sword in his hand, Tressilian found that a turn to the left admitted him and the hobgoblin, who followed closely, into a small square vault containing a smith's forge, glowing with charcoal, the vapour of which filled the apartment with an oppressive smell, which would have been altogether suffocating, but that by some concealed vent the smithy communicated with the upper air. The light afforded by the red fuel, and by a lamp suspended in an iron chain, served to show that, besides an anvil, bellows, tongs, hammers, a quantity of ready-made horseshoes, and other articles proper to the profession of a farrier, there were also stoves, alembics, crucibles, retorts, and other instruments of alchemy. The grotesque figure of the smith, and the ugly but whimsical features of the boy, seen by the gloomy and imperfect light of the charcoal fire and the dying lamp, accorded very well with all this mystical apparatus, and in that age of superstition would have made some impression on the courage of most men. But nature had endowed Tressilian with firm nerves, and his education, originally good, had been too sedulously improved by subsequent study to give way to any imaginary terrors; and after giving a glance around him, he again demanded of the artist who he was, and by what accident he came to know and address him by his name. "Your worship cannot but remember," said the smith, "that about 3 years since, upon St. Lucy's Eve, there came a travelling juggler to a certain hall in Devonshire, and exhibited his skill before a worshipful knight and a fair company. I see from your worship's countenance, dark as this place is, that my memory has not done me wrong." "Thou hast said enough," said Tressilian, turning away, as wishing to hide from the speaker the painful train of recollections which his discourse had unconsciously awakened. "The juggler," said the smith, "played his part so bravely that the clowns and clown-like squires in the company held his art to be little less than magical. But there was one maiden of 15, or thereby, with the fairest face I ever looked upon, whose rosy cheek grew pale, and her bright eyes dim, at the sight of the wonders exhibited." "Peace, I command thee, peace!" said Tressilian. "I mean your worship no offence," said the fellow, "but I have cause to remember how, to relieve the young maiden's fears, you condescended to point out the mode in which these deceptions were practised, and to baffle the poor juggler by laying bare the mysteries of his art, as ably as if you had been a brother of his order. She was indeed so fair a maiden that, to win a smile of her, a man might well" "Not a word more of her, I charge thee," said Tressilian. "I do well remember the night you speak of, one of the few happy evenings my life has known." "She is gone, then?" said the smith. interpreting, after his own fashion, the sigh with which Tressilian uttered these words. "She is gone, young, beautiful, and beloved as she was. I crave your worship's pardon. I should have hammered on another theme. I see I have unwarily driven the nail to the quick." This speech was made with a mixture of rude feeling, which inclined Tressilian favourably to the poor artisan, of whom before he was inclined to judge very harshly. But nothing can so soon attract the unfortunate as real or seeming sympathy with their sorrows. "I think," proceeded Tressilian, after a minute's silence, "thou wert in those days a jovial fellow, who could keep a company merry by song and tale and rebeck, as well as by the juggling tricks. Why do I find thee a laborious handicraftsman, plying thy trade in so melancholy a dwelling, and under such extraordinary circumstances?" "My story is not long," said the artist, "but your honour had better sit while you listen to it." So saying, he approached to the fire a 3-footed stool, and took another himself, while Dickie Sludge, or Flibbertigibbet, as he called the boy, drew a cricket to the smith's feet, and looked up in his face with features which, as illuminated by the glow of the forge, seemed convulsed with intense curiosity. "Thou, too," said the smith to him, "shalt learn, as thou well deservest at my hand, the brief history of my life. And, in troth, it were as well tell it thee as leave thee to ferret it out, since nature never packed a shrewder wit into a more ungainly casket. Well, sir, if my poor story may pleasure you, it is at your command. Will you not taste a stoup of liquor? I promise you that even in this poor cell I have some in store." "Speak not of it," said Tressilian, "but go on with thy story, for my leisure is brief." "You shall have no cause to rue the delay," said the smith, "for your horse shall be better fed in the meantime than he hath been this morning, and made fitter for travel." With that the artist left the vault, and returned after a few minutes' interval. Here also we pause, that the narrative may commence in another chapter. End chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 11. I say, my lord, can such a subtlety, but all his craft ye must not wot of me, and somewhat help I yet to his working, that all the ground on which we ben riding, till that we come to Canterbury town, he can all clean turnen so up so down, and pave it all of silver and of gold. The Canon's Yeoman's Prologue. Canterbury Tales. The artist commenced his narrative in the following terms: "I was bred a blacksmith, and knew my art as well as e'er a black-thumbed, leathern-aproned, swart-faced knave of that noble mystery. But I tired of ringing hammer tunes on iron stithies, and went out into the world, where I became acquainted with a celebrated juggler, whose fingers had become rather too stiff for legerdemain, and who wished to have the aid of an apprentice in his noble mystery. I served him for 6 years, until I was master of my trade. I refer myself to your worship, whose judgment cannot be disputed, whether I did not learn to ply the craft indifferently well." "Excellently," said Tressilian, "but be brief." "It was not long after I had performed at Sir Hugh Robsart's, in your worship's presence," said the artist, "that I took myself to the stage, and have swaggered with the bravest of them all, both at the Black Bull, the Globe, the Fortune, and elsewhere. But I know not how, apples were so plenty that year, that the lads in the twopenny gallery never took more than one bite out of them, and threw the rest of the pippin at whatever actor chanced to be on the stage. So I tired of it, renounced my half share in the company, gave my foil to my comrade, my buskins to the wardrobe, and showed the theatre a clean pair of heels. Well, friend, and what," said Tressilian, "was your next shift?" "I became," said the smith, "half partner, half domestic to a man of much skill and little substance, who practised the trade of a physicianer." "In other words," said Tressilian, "you were Jack Pudding to a quacksalver." "Something beyond that, let me hope, my good Master Tressilian," replied the artist. "And yet, to say truth, our practice was of an adventurous description, and the pharmacy which I had acquired in my first studies for the benefit of horses was frequently applied to our human patients. But the seeds of all maladies are the same, and if turpentine, tar, pitch, and beef suet, mingled with turmeric, gum mastic, and one bead of garlic, can cure the horse that hath been grieved with a nail, I see not but what it may benefit the man that hath been pricked with a sword. But my master's practice, as well as his skill, went far beyond mine, and dealt in more dangerous concerns. He was not only a bold, adventurous practitioner in physic, but also, if your pleasure so chanced to be, an adept who read the stars and expounded the fortunes of mankind, genethliacally, as he called it, or otherwise. He was a learned distiller of simples, and a profound chemist, made several efforts to fix mercury, and judged himself to have made a fair hit at the philosopher's stone. I have yet a programme of his on that subject, which, if your honour understandeth, I believe you have the better, not only of all who read, but also of him who wrote it." He gave Tressilian a scroll of parchment, bearing at top and bottom, and down the margin, the signs of the seven planets, curiously intermingled with talismanical characters and scraps of Greek and Hebrew. In the midst were some Latin verses from a cabalistical author, written out so fairly that even the gloom of the place did not prevent Tressilian from reading them. The tenor of the original ran as follows: "Si fixum solvas, Bacchiasca volare salutum, et volucrum figas, facianta virtutum, si pariat ventum, valet auri pondera centum, ventus ubi vult sperat, capiat qui capere potest." "I protest to you," said Tressilian, "all I understand of this jargon is that the last words seem to mean, catch who catch can." "That," said the smith, "is the very principle that my worthy friend and master, Dr. Doboobie, always acted upon, until, being besotted with his own imaginations, and conceited of his high chemical skill, he began to spend, in cheating himself, the money which he had acquired in cheating others, and either discovered or built for himself, I could never know which, this secret elaboratory, in which he used to seclude himself both from patients and disciples, who doubtless thought his long and mysterious absences from his ordinary residence in the town of Farringdon were occasioned by his progress in the mystic sciences, and his intercourse with the invisible world. Me also he tried to deceive, but though I contradicted him not, he saw that I knew too much of his secrets to be any longer a safe companion. Meanwhile his name waxed famous, or rather infamous, and many of those who resorted to him did so under persuasion that he was a sorcerer. And yet his supposed advance in the occult sciences drew to him the secret resort of men too powerful to be named, for purposes too dangerous to be mentioned. Men cursed and threatened him, and bestowed on me, the innocent assistant of his studies, the nickname of the Devil's Footpost, which procured me a volley of stones as soon as ever I ventured to show my face in the street of the village. At length my master suddenly disappeared, pretending to me that he was about to visit his elaboratory in this place, and forbidding me to disturb him till 2 days were past. When this period had elapsed, I became anxious, and resorted to this vault, where I found the fires extinguished and the utensils in confusion, with a note from the learned Dubuvius, as he was wont to style himself, acquainting me that we should never meet again, bequeathing me his chemical apparatus and the parchment which I have just put into your hands, advising me strongly to prosecute the secret which it contained, which would infallibly lead me to the discovery of the grand magisterium." "And didst thou follow this sage advice?" said Tressilian. "Worshipful sir, no," replied the smith; "for, being by nature cautious, and suspicious from knowing with whom I had to do, I made so many perquisitions before I ventured even to light a fire, that I at length discovered a small barrel of gunpowder, carefully hid beneath the furnace, with the purpose, no doubt, that as soon as I should commence the grand work of the transmutation of metals, the explosion should transmute the vault and all in it into a heap of ruins, which might serve at once for my slaughter-house and my grave. This cured me of alchemy, and fain would I have returned to the honest hammer and anvil, but who would bring a horse to be shod by the devil's post? Meantime, I had won the regard of my honest Thibberty-Gibbet here, he being then at Farringdon with his master, the sage Erasmus Holiday, by teaching him a few secrets, such as please youth at his age; and after much counsel together, we agreed that, since I could get no practice in the ordinary way, I should try how I could work out business among these ignorant boors, by practising upon their silly fears, and, thanks to Thibberty-Gibbet, who hath spread my renown, I have not wanted custom. But it is one at too great risk, and I fear I shall be at length taken up for a wizard, so that I seek but an opportunity to leave this vault, when I can have the protection of some worshipful person against the fury of the populace, in case they chance to recognise me." "And art thou," said Tressilian, "perfectly acquainted with the roads in this country?" "I could ride them every inch by midnight," answered Wayland Smith, which was the name this adept had assumed. "Thou hast no horse to ride upon?" said Tressilian. "Pardon me," replied Wayland, "I have as good a tit as ever yeoman bestrode, and I forgot to say it was the best part of the mediciner's legacy to me, excepting one or two of the choicest of his medical secrets, which I picked up without his knowledge and against his will." "Get thyself washed and shaved, then," said Tressilian, "reform thy dress as well as thou canst, and fling away these grotesque trappings; and, so thou wilt be secret and faithful, thou shalt follow me for a short time, till thy pranks here are forgotten. Thou hast, I think, both address and courage, and I have matter to do that may require both." Wayland Smith eagerly embraced the proposal, and protested his devotion to his new master. In a very few minutes he had made so great an alteration in his original appearance, by change of dress, trimming his beard and hair, and so forth, that Tressilian could not help remarking that he thought he would stand in little need of a protector, since none of his old acquaintance were likely to recognise him. "My debtors would not pay me money," said Wayland, shaking his head, "but my creditors of every kind would be less easily blinded. And, in truth, I hold myself not safe, unless under the protection of a gentleman of birth and character, as is your worship." So saying, he led the way out of the cavern. He then called loudly for Hobgoblin, who, after lingering for an instant, appeared with the horse furniture, when Wayland closed and sedulously covered up the trapdoor, observing it might again serve him at his need, besides that the tools were worth somewhat. A whistle from the owner brought to his side a nag that fed quietly on the common, and was accustomed to the signal. While he accoutred him for the journey, Tressilian drew his own girths tighter, and in a few minutes both were ready to mount. At this moment Sludge approached to bid them farewell. "You are going to leave me, then, my old playfellow?" said the boy, "and there is an end of all our game at Bo Peep with the cowardly lubbards, whom I brought hither to have their broad-footed nags shod by the devil and his imps?" "It is even so," said Wayland Smith. "The best friends must part, Flibberty-Gibbet. But thou, my boy, art the only thing in the Vale of Whitehorse which I shall regret to leave behind me." "Well, I bid thee not farewell," said Dickie Sludge, "for you will be at these revels, I judge, and so shall I; for if Dominie Holiday take me not thither, by the light of day, which we see not in yonder dark hole, I will take myself there." "In good time," said Wayland, "but I pray you to do not rashly." "Nay, now you would make me a common child of me, and tell me of the risk of walking without leading strings. But before you are a mile from these stones, you shall know by a sure token that I have more of the hobgoblin about me than you credit, and I will so manage that, if you take advantage, you may profit by my prank." "What dost thou mean, boy?" said Tressilian. But Flibberty-Gibbet only answered with a grin and a caper, and, bidding both of them farewell, and at the same time exhorting them to make the best of their way from the place, he set them the example by running homeward with the same uncommon velocity with which he had baffled Tressilian's former attempts to get hold of him. "It is in vain to chase him," said Wayland Smith, "for unless your worship is expert in lark hunting, we should never catch hold of him. And besides, what would it avail? Better make the best of our way hence, as he advises." They mounted their horses accordingly, and began to proceed at a round pace, as soon as Tressilian had explained to his guide the direction in which he desired to travel. After they had trotted nearly a mile, Tressilian could not help observing to his companion that his horse felt more lively under him than even when he mounted in the morning. "Are you avised of that?" said Wayland Smith, smiling. "That is owing to a little secret of mine. I mix that with a handful of oats, which shall save your worship's heels the trouble of spurring these 6 hours at least. Nay, I have not studied medicine and pharmacy for naught." "I trust," said Tressilian, "your drugs will do my horse no harm." "No more than the mare's milk, which foaled him," answered the artist, and was proceeding to dilate on the excellence of his recipe, when he was interrupted by an explosion as loud and tremendous as the mine which blows up the rampart of a beleaguered city. The horses started, and the riders were equally surprised. They turned to gaze in the direction from which the thunderclap was heard, and beheld, just over the spot they had left so recently, a huge pillar of dark smoke rising high into the clear blue atmosphere. "My habitation is gone to wreck," said Wayland, immediately conjecturing the cause of the explosion. "I was a fool to mention the doctor's kind intentions towards my mansion before that limb of mischief, Flibbertigibbet. I might have guessed he would long to put so rare a frolic into execution. But let us hasten on, for the sound will collect the country to the spot." So saying, he spurred his horse, and Tressilian also quickening his speed, they rode briskly forward. "This, then, was the meaning of the little imp's token which he promised us," said Tressilian. "Had we lingered near the spot, we had found it a love token with a vengeance." "He would have given us warning," said the smith. "I saw him look back more than once to see if we were off. 'Tis a very devil for mischief, yet not an ill natured devil either. It were long to tell your honour how I became first acquainted with him, and how many tricks he played me. Many a good turn he did me too, especially in bringing me customers; for his great delight was to see them sit shivering behind the bushes when they heard the click of my hammer. I think Dame Nature, when she lodged a double quantity of brains in that misshapen head of his, gave him the power of enjoying other people's distresses, as she gave them the pleasure of laughing at his ugliness." "It may be so," said Tressilian. "Those who find themselves severed from society by peculiarities of form, if they do not hate the common bulk of mankind, are at least not altogether indisposed to enjoy their mishaps and calamities." "But Flibbertigibbet," answered Wayland, "hath that about him which may redeem his turn for mischievous frolic; for he is as faithful when attached as he is tricky and malignant to strangers, and, as I said before, I have cause to say so." Tressilian pursued the conversation no further, and they continued their journey towards Devonshire without further adventure, until they alighted at an inn in the town of Marlborough, since celebrated for having given title to the greatest general, excepting one, whom Britain ever produced. Here the travellers received, in the same breath, an example of the truth of two old proverbs, namely, that ill news flies fast, and that listeners seldom hear a good tale of themselves. The inn yard was in a sort of combustion when they alighted, insomuch that they could scarce get man or boy to take care of their horses, so full were the whole household of some news which flew from tongue to tongue, the import of which they were for some time unable to discover. At length, indeed, they found it respected matters which touched them nearly. "What is the matter, say you, master?" answered, at length, the head hostler, in reply to Tressilian's repeated questions. "Why, truly, I scarce know myself. But here was a rider but now who says that the devil hath flown away with him they called Wayland Smith, that woned about 3 miles from the White Horse of Berkshire, this very blessed morning, in a flash of fire and a pillar of smoke, and rooted up the place he dwelt in, near the old cockpit of upright stones, as cleanly as if it had all been delved up for a cropping." "Why, then," said an old farmer, "the more is the pity, for that Wayland Smith, whether he was the devil's crony or no, I skill not, had a good notion of horses' diseases, and it's to be thought the bots will spread in the country far and near, and Satan has not given un time to leave his secret behind un." "You may say that, Gaffer Grimesby," said the hostler in return. "I have carried a horse to Wayland Smith myself, for he passed all farriers in this country." "Did you see him?" said Dame Alison Crane, mistress of the inn bearing that sign, and deigning to term husband the owner thereof, a mean looking, hop o' my thumb sort of person, whose halting gait, and long neck, and meddling, henpecked insignificance, are supposed to have given origin to the celebrated old English tune of "My dame hath a lame tame crane." On this occasion he chirped out a repetition of his wife's question, "Didst see the devil, Jack Hostler, I say?" "And what if I did see un, Master Crane?" replied Jack Hostler; for, like all the rest of the household, he paid as little respect to his master as his mistress herself did. "Nay, not Jack Hostler," replied the pacific Master Crane; "only if you saw the devil, methinks I would like to know what un's like." "You will know that one day, Master Crane," said his helpmate, "and ye mend not your manners, and mind your business, leaving off such idle palabras. But truly, Jack Hostler, I should be glad to know myself what like the fellow was." "Why, dame," said the hostler more respectfully, "as for what he was like, I cannot tell, nor no man else, for why I never saw un." "And how didst thou get thine errand done," said Gaffer Grimesby, "if thou seedst him not?" "Why, I had schoolmaster to write down ailment o' nag," said Jack Hostler, "and I went with the ugliest slip of a boy for my guide as ever man cut out a lime tree root to please a child withal." "And what was it? And did it cure your nag, Jack Hostler?" was uttered and echoed by all who stood around. "Why, how can I tell you what it was?" said the hostler. "Simply it smelled and tasted, for I did make bold to put a pea's substance into my mouth, like hartshorn and savin mixed with vinegar. But then no hartshorn and savin ever wrought so speedy a cure, and I am dreading that if Wayland Smith be gone, the bots will have more power over horse and cattle." The pride of art, which is certainly not inferior in its influence to any other pride whatever, here so far operated on Wayland Smith, that, notwithstanding the obvious danger of his being recognized, he could not help winking to Tressilian, and smiling mysteriously, as if triumphing in the undoubted evidence of his veterinary skill. In the meanwhile the discourse continued. "E'en let it be so," said a grave man in black, the companion of Gaffer Grimesby; "e'en let us perish under the evil God sends us, rather than the devil be our doctor." "Very true," said Dame Crane; "and I marvel at Jack Hostler, that he would peril his own soul to cure the bowels of a nag." "Very true, mistress," said Jack Hostler; "but the nag was my master's, and had it been yours, I think ye would ha' held me cheap enow, and I had feared the devil when the poor beast was in such a taking. For the rest, let the clergy look to it. Every man to his craft, says the proverb, the parson to the prayer book, and the groom to his curry comb." "I vow," said Dame Crane, "I think Jack Hostler speaks like a good Christian, and a faithful servant, who will spare neither body nor soul in his master's service. However, the devil has lifted him in time, for Constable of the Hundred came hither this morning, to get old Gaffer Pinnywinks, the trier of witches, to go with him to the Vale of Whitehorse to comprehend Wayland Smith, and put him to his probation. I helped Pinnywinks to sharpen his pincers and his poking awl, and I saw the warrant from Justice Blindas." "Pooh, pooh, the devil would laugh both at Blindas and his warrant, constable and witch finder to boot. said old Dame Crank, the Papist laundress. "Wayland Smith's flesh would mind pennywinks all no more than a cambric ruff minds a hot piccadillo needle. But tell me, gentlefolks, if the devil ever had such a hand among ye as to snatch away your smiths and your artists from under your nose, when the good abbots of Abingdon had their own? By our Lady, no! They had their hallowed tapers, and their holy water, and their relics, and what not, could send the foulest fiends a packing. Go ask a heretic parson to do the like. But ours were a comfortable people." "Very true, Dame Crank," said the hostler. "So said Simpkins of Simonburn when the curate kissed his wife. 'They are a comfortable people,' said he." "Silence, thou foul-mouthed vermin," said Dame Crank. "Is it fit for a heretic horseboy like thee to handle such a text as the Catholic clergy?" "In troth, no, dame," replied the man of oats; "and as you yourself are now to text for their handling, dame, whatever may have been the case in your day, I think we had even better leave un alone." And this last exchange of sarcasm Dame Crank set up her throat, and began a horrible exclamation against Jack Hostler, under cover of which Tressilian and his attendant escaped into the house. They had no sooner entered a private chamber, to which Goodman Crane himself had condescended to usher them, and dispatched their worthy and obsequious host on the errand of procuring wine and refreshment, than Wayland Smith began to give vent to his self-importance. "You see, sir," said he, addressing Tressilian, "that I nothing fabled in asserting that I possessed fully the mighty mystery of a farrier, or mareschal, as the French more honourably term us. These dog hostlers, who after all are the better judges in such a case, know what credit they should attach to my medicaments. I call you to witness, worshipful Master Tressilian, that naught, save the voice of calumny and the hand of malicious violence, hath driven me forth from a station in which I held a place alike useful and honoured." "I bear witness, my friend, but will reserve my listening," answered Tressilian, "for a safer time, unless indeed you deem it essential to your reputation to be translated, like your late dwelling, by the assistance of a flash of fire. For you see your best friends reckon you no better than a mere sorcerer." "Now, heaven forgive them," said the artist, "who confounded learned skill with unlawful magic. I trust a man may be as skilful, or more so, than the best chirurgeon ever meddled with horseflesh, and yet may be upon the matter little more than other ordinary men, or at the worst no conjurer." "God forbid else!" said Tressilian. "But be silent just for the present, since here comes mine host with an assistant, who seems something of the least." Everybody about the inn, Dame Crane herself included, had been indeed so interested and agitated by the story they had heard of Wayland Smith, and by the new, varying, and more marvellous additions of the incident, which arrived from various quarters, that mine host, in his righteous determination to accommodate his guests, had been able to obtain the assistance of none of his household, saving that of a little boy, a junior tapster, of about 12 years old, who was called Samson. "I wish," he said, apologizing to his guests, as he set down a flag and a sack, and promised some food immediately, "I wish the devil had flown away with my wife and my whole family instead of this Wayland Smith, who, I dare say, after all said and done, was much less worthy of the distinction which Satan has done him." "I hold opinion with you, good fellow," replied Wayland Smith, "and I will drink to you upon that argument." "Not that I would justify any man who deals with the devil," said mine host, after having pledged Wayland in a rousing draught of sack, "but that saw ye ever better sack, my masters? But that, I say, a man had better deal with a dozen cheats and scoundrel fellows, such as this Wayland Smith, than with the devil incarnate, that takes possession of house and home, bed and board." The poor fellow's detail of grievances was here interrupted by the shrill voice of his helpmate, screaming from the kitchen, to which he instantly hobbled, craving pardon of his guests. He was no sooner gone than Wayland Smith expressed, by every contemptuous epithet in the language, his utter scorn for a nincompoop who stuck his head under his wife's apron string, and intimated that, saving for the sake of the horses, which required both rest and food, he would advise his worshipful master Tressilian to push on a stage farther, rather than pay a reckoning to such a mean-spirited, crow-trodden, hen-pecked coxcomb as Gaffer Crane. The arrival of a large dish of good cow-heel and bacon something soothed the asperity of the artist, which wholly vanished before a choice capon, so delicately roasted that "the lard frothed on it," said Wayland, "like May-dew on a lily." And both Gaffer Crane and his good dame became, in his eyes, very painstaking, accommodating, obliging persons. According to the manners of the times, the master and his attendant sat at the same table, and the latter observed, with regret, how little attention Tressilian paid to his meal. He recollected, indeed, the pain he had given by mentioning the maiden in whose company he had first seen him, but, fearful of touching upon a topic too tender to be tampered with, he chose to ascribe his abstinence to another cause. "This fare is perhaps too coarse for your worship," said Wayland, as the limbs of the capon disappeared before his own exertions. "But had you dwelt as long as I have done in yonder dungeon, which Flibbertigibbet has translated to the upper element, a place where I dared hardly broil my food, lest the smoke should be seen without, you would think a fair capon a more welcome dainty." "If you are pleased, friend," said Tressilian, "it is well. Nevertheless, hasten thy meal if thou canst, for this place is unfriendly to thy safety, and my concerns crave travelling." Allowing, therefore, their horses no more rest than was absolutely necessary for them, they pursued their journey, by a forced march, as far as Bradford, where they reposed themselves for the night. The next morning found them early travellers, and, not to fatigue the reader with unnecessary particulars, they traversed without adventure the counties of Wiltshire and Somerset, and about noon of the third day after Tressilian's leaving Cumnor, arrived at Sir Hugh Robsart's seat, called Lidcote Hall, on the frontiers of Devonshire. End chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 12. Ah me! The flower and blossom of your house, the wind hath blown away to other towers. Joanna Baillie's Family Legend. The ancient seat of Lidcote Hall was situated near the village of the same name, and adjoined the wild and extensive forest of Exmoor, plentifully stocked with game, in which some ancient rights belonging to the Robsart family entitled Sir Hugh to pursue his favourite amusement of the chase. The old mansion was a low, venerable building, occupying a considerable space of ground, which was surrounded by a deep moat. The approach and drawbridge were defended by an octagonal tower of ancient brickwork, but so clothed with ivy and other creepers, that it was difficult to discover of what materials it was constructed. The angles of this tower were each decorated with a turret, whimsically various in form and in size, and therefore very unlike the monotonous stone pepper boxes which in modern Gothic architecture are employed for the same purpose. One of these turrets was square, and occupied as a clock house, but the clock was now standing still, a circumstance peculiarly striking to Tressilian, because the good old knight, among other harmless peculiarities, had a fidgety anxiety about the exact measurement of time, very common to those who have a great deal of that commodity to dispose of, and find it lie heavy upon their hands, just as we see shopkeepers amuse themselves with taking an exact account of their stock at the time there is least demand for it. The entrance to the courtyard of the old mansion lay through an archway, surmounted by the foresaid tower, but the drawbridge was down, and one leaf of the iron-studded folding doors stood carelessly open. Tressilian hastily rode over the drawbridge, entered the court, and began to call loudly on the domestics by their names. For some time he was only answered by the echoes and the howling of the hounds, whose kennel lay at no great distance from the mansion, and was surrounded by the same moat. At length, Will Badger, the old and favourite attendant of the knight, who acted alike as squire of his body and superintendent of his sports, made his appearance. The stout, weather beaten forester showed great signs of joy when he recognised Tressilian. "Lord love you," he said, "Master Edmund, be it thou in flesh and fell? Then thou mayest do some good on Sir Hugh, for it passes the wit of man, that is of mine own, and the curate's, and Master Mumblazen's, to do aught with un." "Is Sir Hugh, then, worse since I went away, Will?" demanded Tressilian. "For worse in body, no, he is much better," replied the domestic; "but he is clean mazed, as it were, eats and drinks as he was wont, but sleeps not, or rather wakes not, for he is ever in a sort of twilight, that is neither sleeping nor waking. Dame Swineford thought it was like the dead palsy. But no, no, dame, said I, it is the heart, it is the heart." "Can ye not stir his mind to any pastimes?" said Tressilian. "He is clean, and quite off his sports," said Will Badger; "hath neither touched backgammon or shovel board, nor looked on the big book of harrowtry with Master Mumblazen. I let the clock run down, thinking the missing the bell might somewhat move him, for you know, Master Edmund, he was particular in counting time, but he never said a word on't, so I may even set the old chime a tolling again. I made bold to tread on Bungay's tail too, and you know what a round rating that would ha' cost me once a day; but he minded the poor tyke's whine no more than a Madge Howlet whooping down the chimney, so the case is beyond me. Thou shalt tell me the rest within doors, Will. Meanwhile, let this person be taken to the buttery, and used with respect. He is a man of art." "White art or black art, I would," said Will Badger, "that he had any art which could help us. Here, Tom Butler, look to the man of art, and see that he stills none of thy spoons, lad," he added in a whisper to the butler, who showed himself at a low window. "I have known as honest a faced fellow have art enough to do that." He then ushered Tressilian into a low parlour, and went at his desire, to see in what state his master was, lest the sudden return of his darling pupil and proposed son in law should affect him too strongly. He returned immediately, and said that Sir Hugh was dozing in his elbow chair, but that Master Mumblazen would acquaint Master Tressilian the instant he awaked. "But it is chance if he knows you," said the huntsman, "for he has forgotten the name of every hound in the pack. I thought about a week since he had gotten a favourable turn. Saddle me old sorrel," said he suddenly, after he had taken his usual night draught out of the great silver grace cup, "and take the hounds to Mount Hazelhurst to morrow." Glad men were we all, and out we had him in the morning, and he rode to cover as usual, with never a word spoken but that the wind was south, and the scent would lie. But ere we had uncoupled the hounds, he began to stare around him like a man that wakes suddenly out of a dream, turns bridle, and walks back to hall again, and leaves us to hunt at leisure by ourselves, if we listed. "You tell a heavy tale, Will," replied Tressilian, "but God must help us, there is no aid in man." "Then you bring us no news of young Mistress Amy? But what need I ask? Your brow tells the story. Ever I hoped that if any man could or would track her, it must be you. All's over and lost now, but if ever I have that Varney within reach of a flight shot, I will bestow a forked shaft on him, and that I swear by salt and bread." As he spoke, the door opened, and Master Mumblazen appeared, a withered, thin, elderly gentleman, with a cheek like a winter apple, and his grey hair partly concealed by a small high hat, shaped like a cone, or rather like such a strawberry basket as London fruiterers exhibit at their windows. He was too sententious a person to waste words on mere salutation; so, having welcomed Tressilian with a nod and a shake of the hand, he beckoned him to follow to Sir Hugh's great chamber, which the good knight usually inhabited. Will Badger followed, unasked, anxious to see whether his master would be relieved from his state of apathy by the arrival of Tressilian. In a long low parlour, amply furnished with implements of the chase, and with sylvan trophies, by a massive stone chimney, over which hung a sword and suit of armour, somewhat obscured by neglect, sat Sir Hugh Robsart of Lidcote, a man of large size, which had been only kept within moderate compass by the constant use of violent exercise. It seemed to Tressilian that the lethargy, under which his old friend appeared to labour, had, even during his few weeks' absence, added bulk to his person. At least it had obviously diminished the vivacity of his eye, which, as they entered, first followed Master Mumblazen slowly to a large oaken desk, on which a ponderous volume lay open, and then rested, as if in uncertainty, on the stranger who had entered along with him. The curate, a grey-headed clergyman, who had been a confessor in the days of Queen Mary, sat with a book in his hand in another recess in the apartment. He too signed a mournful greeting to Tressilian, and laid his book aside to watch the effect his appearance should produce on the afflicted old man. As Tressilian, his own eyes filling fast with tears, approached more and more nearly to the father of his betrothed bride, Sir Hugh's intelligence seemed to revive. He sighed heavily, as one who awakens from a state of stupor. A slight convulsion passed over his features. He opened his arms without speaking a word, and, as Tressilian threw himself into them, he folded him to his bosom. "There is something left to live for yet," were the first words he uttered, and while he spoke he gave vent to his feelings in a paroxysm of weeping, the tears chasing each other down his sunburnt cheeks and long white beard. "I never thought to have thanked God to see my master weep," said Will Badger, "but now I do, though I am like to weep for company." "I will ask thee no questions," said the old knight, "no questions, none, Edmund. Thou hast not found her, or so found her that she were better lost." Tressilian was unable to reply otherwise than by putting his hands before his face. "It is enough, it is enough. But do not thou weep for her, Edmund. I have cause to weep, for she was my daughter. Thou hast cause to rejoice that she did not become thy wife. Great God, thou knowest best what is good for us. It was my nightly prayer that I should see Amy and Edmund wedded. Had it been granted, it had now been gall added to bitterness." "Be comforted, my friend," said the curate, addressing Sir Hugh. "It cannot be that the daughter of all our hopes and affections is the vile creature you would bespeak her." "Oh, no," replied Sir Hugh impatiently. "I were wrong to name broadly the base thing she's become. There is some new court name for it, I warrant me. It is honour enough for the daughter of an old Devonshire clown to be the leman of a gay courtier, of Varney, too, of Varney, whose grandsire was relieved by my father, when his fortune was broken, at the battle of where Richard was slain, out on my memory, and I warrant none of you will help me." "The battle of Bosworth," said Master Mumblazen, "stricken between Richard Crookback and Henry Tudor, grandsire of the Queen that now is Primo Henrique Septimi, and in the year 1485, post Christum natum." "Ay, even so," said the old knight, "every child knows it; but my poor head forgets all it should remember, and remembers only what it would most willingly forget." "My brain has been at fault, Tressilian, almost ever since thou hast been away, and even yet it hunts counter." "Your worship," said the good clergyman, "had better retire to your apartment, and try to sleep for a little space. The physician left a composing draught, and our great physician has commanded us to use earthly means, that we may be strengthened to sustain the trials he sends us." "True, true, old friend. said Sir Hugh, "and we will bear our trials manfully. We have lost but a woman. See, Tressilian." He drew from his bosom a long ringlet of glossy hair. "See this lock. I tell thee, Edmund, the very night she disappeared, when she bid me good even, as she was wont, she hung about my neck and fondled me more than usual, and I, like an old fool, held her by this lock, until she took her scissors, severed it, and left it in my hand, as all I was ever to see more of her." Tressilian was unable to reply, while judging what a complication of feelings must have crossed the bosom of the unhappy fugitive at that cruel moment. The clergyman was about to speak, but Sir Hugh interrupted him. "I know what you would say, master curate. After all, it is but a lock of woman's tresses, and by woman shame and sin and death came into an innocent world. And learned Master Mumblazen, too, can say scholarly things of their inferiority. C'est l'homme, said Master Mumblazen, qui se bat et qui console." "True," said Sir Hugh, "and we will bear us, therefore, like men who have both mettle and wisdom in us. Tressilian, thou art as welcome as if thou hadst brought better news, but we have spoken too long dry-lipped. Amy, fill a cup of wine to Edmund, and another to me." Then instantly recollecting that he called upon her who could not hear, he shook his head, and said to the clergyman, "This grief is to my bewildered mind what the church of Lidcote is to our park. We may lose ourselves among the briars and thickets for a little space, but from the end of each avenue we see the old grey steeple and the grave of my forefathers. I would I were to travel that road to morrow." Tressilian and the curate joined in urging the exhausted old man to lay himself to rest, and at length prevailed. Tressilian remained by his pillow till he saw that slumber at length sunk down on him, and then returned to consult with the curate what steps should be adopted in these unhappy circumstances. They could not exclude from these deliberations Master Michael Mumblazen, and they admitted him the more readily, that besides what hopes they entertained from his sagacity, they knew him to be so great a friend to taciturnity, and there was no doubt of his keeping counsel. He was an old bachelor, of good family, but small fortune, and distantly related to the house of Robsart, in virtue of which connection Lidcote Hall had been honoured with his residence for the last 20 years. His company was agreeable to Sir Hugh, chiefly on account of his profound learning, which, though it only related to heraldry and genealogy, with such scraps of history as connected themselves with these subjects, was precisely of a kind to captivate the good old knight, besides the convenience which he found in having a friend to appeal to when his own memory, as frequently happened, proved infirm, and played him false concerning names and dates, which, and all similar deficiencies, Master Michael Mumblazen supplied with due brevity and discretion. And indeed, in matters concerning the modern world, he often gave, in his enigmatical and heraldic phrase, advice which was well worth attending to, or, in Will Badger's language, started a game while others beat the bush. "We have had an unhappy time of it with the good knight, Master Edmund," said the curate. "I have not suffered so much since I was torn away from my beloved flock, and compelled to abandon them to the Romish wolves." "That was in Tertio Mariae," said Master Mumblazen. "In the name of heaven," continued the curate, "tell us, has your time been better spent than ours, or have you any news of that unhappy maiden, who, being for so many years the principal joy of this broken down house, is now proved our greatest unhappiness? Have you not at least discovered her place of residence?" "I have," replied Tressilian. "Know you Cumnor Place, near Oxford?" "Surely," said the clergyman, "it was a house of removal for the monks of Abingdon." "Whose arms," said Master Michael, "I have seen over a stone chimney in the hall, across pitons betwixt four martlets." "There," said Tressilian, "this unhappy maiden resides in company with the villain Varney. But, for a strange mishap, My sword had revenged all our injuries, as well as hers, on his worthless head. Thank God that kept thine hand from blood guiltiness, rash young man," answered the curate. "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will repay it. It were better study to free her from the villain's nets of infamy. They are called in heraldry Laquei Amoris, or Lac de Mort," said Mumblazen. "It is in that I require your aid, my friends," said Tressilian. "I am resolved to accuse this villain, at the very foot of the throne, of falsehood, seduction, and breach of hospitable laws. The Queen shall hear me, though the Earl of Leicester, the villain's patron, stood at her right hand. Her Grace," said the curate, "hath set a comely example of continence to her subjects, and will doubtless do justice on this inhospitable robber. But wert thou not better apply to the Earl of Leicester, in the first place, for justice on his servant? If he grants it, thou dost save the risk of making thyself a powerful adversary, which will certainly chance, if, in the first instance, you accuse his master of the horse and prime favourite before the Queen." "My mind revolts from your counsel," said Tressilian. "I cannot brook to plead my noble patron's cause, the unhappy Amy's cause, before any one save my lawful sovereign. Leicester, thou wilt say, is noble. Be it so. He is but a subject like ourselves, and I will not carry my plaint to him, if I can do better. Still, I will think on what thou hast said. But I must have your assistance to persuade the good Sir Hugh to make me his commissioner and fiduciary in this matter, for it is in his name I must speak, and not in my own. Since she is so far changed as to dote upon this empty profligate courtier, he shall at least do her the justice which is yet in his power." "Better she died Caleb's in sine prole," said Mumblazen, with more animation than he usually expressed, "than part per pala the noble coat of Robsart with that of such a miscreant." "If it be your object, as I cannot question," said the clergyman, "to save, as much as is yet possible, the credit of this unhappy young woman, I repeat, you should apply in the first instance to the Earl of Leicester. He is as absolute in his household as the Queen in her kingdom, and if he expresses to Varney that such is his pleasure, her honour will not stand so publicly committed." "You are right, you are right," said Tressilian eagerly, "and I thank you for pointing out what I overlooked in my haste. I little thought ever to have besought grace of Leicester, but I could kneel to the proud Dudley, if doing so could remove one shade of shame from this unhappy damsel. You will assist me, then, to procure the necessary powers from Sir Hugh Robsart?" The curate assured him of his assistance, and the herald nodded assent. "You must hold yourselves also in readiness to testify, in case you are called upon, the open hearted hospitality which our good patron exercised towards this deceitful traitor, and the solicitude with which he laboured to seduce his unhappy daughter." "At first," said the clergyman, "she did not, as it seemed to me, much affect his company, but latterly I saw them often together." "Seance in the parlour," said Michael Mumblazen, "and passant in the garden." "I once came on them by chance," said the priest, "in the South Wood in a spring evening. Varney was muffled in a russet cloak, so that I saw not his face. They separated hastily, as they heard me rustle amongst the leaves, and I observed she turned her head and looked long after him." "With neck reguardant," said the herald. "And on the day of her flight, and that was on St. Austin's Eve, I saw Varney's groom, attired in his liveries, hold his master's horse and Mistress Amy's palfrey, bridled and saddled proper, behind the wall of the churchyard." "And now is she found mewed up in his secret place of retirement," said Tressilian. "The villain is taken in the manner, and I well wish he may deny his crime, that I may thrust conviction down his false throat. But I must prepare for my journey. Do you, gentlemen, dispose my patron to grant me such powers as are needful to act in his name. So saying, Tressilian left the room. "He is too hot," said the curate, "and I pray to God that he may grant him the patience to deal with Varney as is fitting." "Patience and Varney," said Mumblazen, "is worse heraldry than metal upon metal. He is more false than a siren, more rapacious than a griffin, more poisonous than a wyvern, and more cruel than a lion rampant." "Yet I doubt much," said the curate, "whether we can, with propriety, ask from Sir Hugh Robsart, being in his present condition, any deed deputing his paternal right in Mistress Amy to whomsoever." "Your reverence need not doubt that," said Will Badger, who entered as he spoke, "for I will lay my life he is another man when he wakes than he has been these 30 days past." "Ay, Will," said the curate, "hast thou then so much confidence in Dr. Diddleum's draught?" "Not a whit," said Will, "because master ne'er tasted a drop on't, seeing it was emptied out by the housemaid. But here's a gentleman, who came attending on Master Tressilian, has given Sir Hugh a draught that is worth 20 of yon un. I have spoken cunningly with him, and a better farrier, or one who hath a more just notion of horse and dog ailment, I have never seen. And such a one would never be unjust to a Christian man." "A farrier! You saucy groom, and by whose authority, pray?" said the curate, rising in surprise and indignation, "or who will be warrant for this new physician?" "For authority, an it like your reverence, he had mine; and for warrant, I trust I have not been 25 years in this house without having right to warrant the giving of a draught to beast or body. I who can gie a drench and a ball, and bleed or blister, if need, to my very self." The counsellors of the house of Robsart thought it meet to carry this information instantly to Tressilian, who as speedily summoned before him Wayland Smith, and demanded of him, in private however, by what authority he had ventured to administer any medicine to Sir Hugh Robsart. "Why," replied the artist, "your worship cannot but remember that I told you I had made more progress into my master's, I mean the learned Doctor Doboobie's, mystery than he was willing to own; and, indeed, half of his quarrel and malice against me was that. Besides that I got something too deep into his secrets, several discerning persons, and particularly a buxom young widow of Abingdon, preferred my prescriptions to his." "None of thy buffoonery, sir," said Tressilian sternly. "If thou hast trifled with us, much more, if thou hast done aught that may prejudice Sir Hugh Robsart's health, thou shalt find thy grave at the bottom of a tin mine." "I know too little of the great arcanum to convert the ore to gold," said Wayland firmly. "But truce to your apprehensions, Master Tressilian. I understood the good knight's case from what Master William Badger told me, and I hope I am able enough to administer a poor dose of mandragora, which, with the sleep that must needs follow, is all that Sir Hugh Robsart requires to settle his distraught brains." "I trust thou dealest fairly with me, Wayland," said Tressilian. "Most fairly and honestly, as the event shall show," replied the artist. "What would it avail me to harm the poor old man for whom you are interested, you to whom I owe it that Gaffer Pinnywinks is not even now rending my flesh and sinews with his accursed pincers, and probing every mole in my body with his sharpened awl, a murrain on the hands which forged it, in order to find out the witch's mark? I trust to yoke myself as a humble follower to your worship's train. I only wish to have my faith judged of by the result of the good knight's slumbers." Wayland Smith was right in his prognostication. The sedative draught which his skill had prepared, and Will Badger's confidence had administered, was attended with the most beneficial effects. The patient's sleep was long and healthful, and the poor old knight awoke, humbled indeed in thought and weak in frame, yet a much better judge of whatever was subjected to his intellect than he had been for some time past. He resisted for a while the proposal made by his friends that Tressilian should undertake a journey to court, to attempt the recovery of his daughter, and the redress of her wrongs, in so far as they might yet be repaired. "Let her go," he said. She is but a hawk that goes down the wind. I would not bestow even a whistle to reclaim her." But though he for some time maintained this argument, he was at length convinced it was his duty to take the part to which natural affection inclined him, and consent that such efforts as could yet be made should be used by Tressilian in behalf of his daughter. He subscribed, therefore, a warrant of attorney, such as the curate's skill enabled him to draw up; for in those simple days the clergy were often the advisers of their flock in law as well as in gospel. All matters were prepared for Tressilian's second departure within 24 hours after he returned to Lidcote Hall. But one material circumstance had been forgotten, which was first called to the remembrance of Tressilian by Master Mumblazen. "You are going to court, Master Tressilian," said he. "You will please remember that your blazonry must be argent and or. No other tinctures will pass current." The remark was equally just and embarrassing. To prosecute a suit at court, ready money was as indispensable, even in the golden days of Elizabeth, as at any succeeding period, and it was a commodity little at the command of the inhabitants of Lidcote Hall. Tressilian was himself poor; the revenues of good Sir Hugh Robsart were consumed, and even anticipated, in his hospitable mode of living, and it was finally necessary that the herald who started the doubt should himself solve it. Master Michael Mumblazen did so by producing a bag of money, containing nearly £300 in gold and silver of various coinage, the savings of 20 years, which he now, without speaking a syllable upon the subject, dedicated to the service of the patron whose shelter and protection had given him the means of making this little hoard. Tressilian accepted it without affecting a moment's hesitation, and a mutual grasp of the hand was all that passed betwixt them, to express the pleasure which the one felt in dedicating his all to such a purpose, and that which the other received from finding so material an obstacle to the success of his journey so suddenly removed, and in a manner so unexpected. While Tressilian was making preparations for his departure early the ensuing morning, Wayland Smith desired to speak with him, and, expressing his hope that he had been pleased with the operation of his medicine in behalf of Sir Hugh Robsart, added his desire to accompany him to court. This was indeed what Tressilian himself had several times thought of, for the shrewdness, alertness of understanding, and variety of resource which this fellow had exhibited during the time they had travelled together, had made him sensible that his assistance might be of importance. But then Wayland was in danger from the grasp of law, and of this Tressilian reminded him, mentioning something at the same time of the pincers of Pinniewinks, and the warrant of Master Justice Blindas. Wayland Smith laughed both to scorn. "See you, sir," said he, "I have changed my garb from that of a farrier to a serving man. But were it still as it was, look at my moustaches. They now hang down. I will but turn them up, and dye them with a tincture that I know of, and the devil would scarce know me again." He accompanied these words with the appropriate action, and in less than a minute, by setting up his moustaches and his hair, he seemed a different person from him that had but now entered the room. Still, however, Tressilian hesitated to accept his services, and the artist became proportionably urgent. "I owe you life and limb," he said, "and I would fain pay a part of the debt, especially as I know from Will Badger on what dangerous service your worship is bound. I do not, indeed, pretend to be what is called a man of mettle, one of those ruffling tear cats who maintain their master's quarrel with sword and buckler. Nay, I am even one of those who hold the end of a feast better than the beginning of a fray. But I know that I can serve your worship better, in such quest as yours, than any of these sword and dagger men, and that my head will be worth 100 of their hands." Tressilian still hesitated. He knew not much of this strange fellow, and was doubtful how far he could repose in him the confidence necessary to render him a useful attendant upon the present emergency. Ere he had come to a determination, the trampling of a horse was heard in the courtyard, and Master Mumblazen and Will Badger both entered hastily into Tressilian's chamber, speaking almost at the same moment. "Here is a serving man on the bonniest grey tit I ever seed in my life," said Will Badger, who got the start, "having on his arm a silver cognizance, being a fire-drake, holding in his mouth a brickbat, under a coronet of an earl's degree," said Master Mumblazen, "and bearing a letter sealed of the same." Tressilian took the letter, which was addressed "To the worshipful Master Edmund Tressilian, our loving kinsman, these ride, 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 for thy life, for thy life, for thy life." He then opened it, and found the following contents: "Master Tressilian, our good friend and cousin, we are at present so ill at ease, and otherwise so unhappily circumstanced, that we are desirous to have around us those of our friends on whose loving kindness we can most especially repose confidence, amongst whom we hold our good Master Tressilian one of the foremost and nearest, both in goodwill and good ability. We therefore pray you, with your most convenient speed, to repair to our poor lodging at Sayes Court, near Deptford, where we will treat further with you of matters which we deem it not fit to commit unto writing. And so we bid you heartily farewell, being your loving kinsman to command, Ratcliffe, Earl of Sussex." "Send up the messenger instantly, Will Badger," said Tressilian, and as the man entered the room, he exclaimed, "Ah, Stevens, is it you? How does my good lord?" "Ill, Master Tressilian," was the messenger's reply, "and having therefore the more need of good friends around him." "But what is my lord's malady?" said Tressilian, anxiously. "I heard nothing of his being ill." "I know not, sir," replied the man. "He is very ill at ease. The leeches are at a stand, and many of his household suspect foul practised witchcraft, or worse." "What are the symptoms?" said Wayland Smith, stepping forward hastily. "Anon?" said the messenger, not comprehending his meaning. "What does he ail?" said Wayland. "Where lies his disease?" The man looked at Tressilian, as if to know whether he should answer these inquiries from a stranger, and receiving a sign in the affirmative, he hastily enumerated gradual loss of strength, nocturnal perspiration, and loss of appetite, faintness, etc. "Joined," said Wayland, "to a gnawing pain in the stomach, and a low fever?" "Even so," said the messenger, somewhat surprised. "I know how the disease is caused," said the artist, "and I know the cause. Your master has eaten of the manna of Saint Nicholas. I know the cure too. My master shall not say I studied in his laboratory for nothing." "How mean you?" said Tressilian, frowning. "We speak of one of the first nobles of England. Bethink you, this is no subject for buffoonery." "God forbid!" said Wayland Smith. "I say that I know this disease, and can cure him. Remember what I did for Sir Hugh Robsart." "We will set forth instantly," said Tressilian. "God calls us." Accordingly, hastily mentioning this new motive for his instant departure, though without alluding to either the suspicions of Stevens or the assurances of Wayland Smith, he took the kindest leave of Sir Hugh and the family at Lidcote Hall, who accompanied him with prayers and blessings, and, attended by Wayland and the Earl of Sussex's domestic, travelled with the utmost speed towards London. Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 13. Ay, I know you have arsenic, vitriol, sal tartar, argale, alkali, sinneper. I know all. This fellow captain will come in time to be a great distiller, and give essay, I will not say directly, but very near, at the philosopher's stone. The Alchemist. Tressilian and his attendants pressed their route with all dispatch. He had asked the smith, indeed, when their departure was resolved on, whether he would not rather choose to avoid Berkshire, in which he had played a part so conspicuous. But Wayland returned a confident answer. He had employed the short interval they passed at Lidcote Hall in transforming himself in a wonderful manner. His wild and overgrown thicket of beard was now restrained to two small moustaches on the upper lip, turned up in a military fashion. A tailor from the village of Lidcote, well paid, had exerted his skill, under his customer's directions, so as to completely alter Wayland's outward man, and take off from his appearance almost 20 years of age. Formerly besmeared with soot and charcoal, overgrown with hair, and bent double with the nature of his labour, disfigured too by his odd and fantastic dress, he seemed a man of 50 years old. But now, in a handsome suit of Tressilian's livery, with a sword by his side and a buckler on his shoulder, he looked like a gay ruffling servingman, whose age might be betwixt 30 and 35, the very prime of human life. His loutish, savage-looking demeanour seemed equally changed into a forward, sharp, and impudent alertness of look and action. When challenged by Tressilian, who desired to know the cause of a metamorphosis so singular and so absolute, Wayland only answered by singing a stave from a comedy, which was then new and was supposed, among the more favourable judges, to augur some genius on the part of the author. We are happy to preserve the couplet, which ran exactly thus: Ban, ban, ca Caliban, get a new master, be a new man. Although Tressilian did not recollect the verses, yet they reminded him that Wayland had once been a stage player, a circumstance which, of itself, accounted indifferently well for the readiness with which he could assume so total a change of personal appearance. The artist himself was so confident of his disguise being completely changed, or of his having completely changed his disguise, which may be the more correct mode of speaking, that he regretted they were not to pass near his old place of retreat. "I could venture," he said, "in my present dress, and with your worship's backing, to face Master Justice Blindus, even on a day of quarter sessions; and I would like to know what is become of Hobgoblin, who is like to play the devil in the world, if he can once slip the string, and leave his granny and his dominie. Ay, and the scathed vault," he said. "I would willingly have seen what havoc the explosion of so much gunpowder has made among Dr. Demetrius Doboobie's retorts and phials. I warrant me my fame haunts the Vale of the White Horse long after my body is rotten, and that many a lout ties up his horse, lays down his silver groat, and pipes like a sailor whistling in a calm for Wayland Smith to come and shew his tit for him. But the horse will catch the founders ere the smith answers the call." In this particular, indeed, Wayland proved a true prophet, and so easily do fables rise, that an obscure tradition of his extraordinary practice in farriery prevails in the Vale of Whitehorse even unto this day, and neither the tradition of Alfred's victory, nor of the celebrated Puseyhorn, are better preserved in Berkshire than the wild legend of Wayland Smith. Note 2, Chapter 13, Legend of Wayland Smith. The great defeat given by Alfred to the Danish invaders is said by Mr. Gow to have taken place near Ashdown in Berkshire. The burial place of Berrig, the Danish chief, who was slain in this fight, is distinguished by a parcel of stones, less than a mile from the hill, set on edge, enclosing a piece of ground somewhat raised. On the east side of the southern extremity stand three squarish flat stones, of about 4 or 5 feet, over either way, supporting a fourth, and now called by the vulgar Wayland Smith, from an idle tradition about an invisible smith replacing lost horseshoes there. Gow's edition of Camden's Britannia, volume 1, page 221. The popular belief still retains memory of this wild legend, which, connected as it is with the site of a Danish sepulchre, may have arisen from some legend concerning the northern Duergar, who resided in the rocks, and were cunning workers in steel and iron. It was believed that Wayland Smith's fee was sixpence, and that, unlike other workmen, he was offended if more was offered. Of late his offices have been again called to memory, but fiction has in this, as in other cases, taken the liberty to pillage the stores of oral tradition. This monument must be very ancient, for it has been kindly pointed out to me that it is referred to in an ancient Saxon charter as a landmark. The monument has been of late cleared out, and made considerably more conspicuous. The haste of the travellers admitted their making no stay upon their journey, save with the refreshment of the horses required, and as many of the places through which they passed were under the influence of the Earl of Leicester, or persons immediately dependent on him, they thought it prudent to disguise their names and the purpose of their journey. On such occasions the agency of Wayland Smith, by which name we shall continue to distinguish the artist, though his real name was Launcelot Wayland, was extremely serviceable. He seemed, indeed, to have a pleasure in displaying the alertness with which he could baffle investigation, and amuse himself by putting the curiosity of tapsters and innkeepers on a false scent. During the course of their brief journey, 3 different and inconsistent reports were circulated by him on their account, namely, first, that Tressilian was the Lord Deputy of Ireland, come over in disguise to take the Queen's pleasure concerning the great rebel Rory Oga MacCarthy MacNan. Secondly, that the said Tressilian was an agent of Monsieur, coming to urge his suit to the hand of Elizabeth. Thirdly, that he was the Duke of Medina, come over incognito to adjust the quarrel betwixt Philip and that princess. Tressilian was angry, and expostulated with the artist on the various inconveniences, and, in particular, the unnecessary degree of attention to which they were subjected by the figments he thus circulated. But he was pacified, for who could be proof against such an argument, by Wayland's assuring him that a general importance was attached to his own, Tressilian's, striking presence, which rendered it necessary to give an extraordinary reason for the rapidity and secrecy of his journey. At length they approached the metropolis, where, owing to the more general recourse of strangers, their appearance excited neither observation nor inquiry, and finally they entered London itself. It was Tressilian's purpose to go down directly to Deptford, where Lord Sussex resided, in order to be near the court that held at Greenwich, the favourite residence of Elizabeth, and honoured as her birthplace. Still a brief halt in London was necessary, and it was somewhat prolonged by the earnest entreaties of Wayland Smith, who desired permission to take a walk through the city. "Take thy sword and buckler, and follow me, then," said Tressilian. "I am about to walk myself, and we will go in company." This he said, because he was not altogether so secure of the fidelity of his new retainer as to lose sight of him at this interesting moment, when rival factions at the court of Elizabeth were running so high. Wayland Smith willingly acquiesced in the precaution, of which he probably conjectured the motive, but only stipulated that his master should enter the shops of such chemists or apothecaries as he should point out, in walking through Fleet Street, and permit him to make some necessary purchases. Tressilian agreed, and, obeying the signal of his attendant, walked successively into more than 4 or 5 shops, where he observed that Wayland purchased in each only one single drug in various quantities. The medicines which he first asked for were readily furnished, each in succession, but those which he afterwards required were less easily supplied; and Tressilian observed that Wayland more than once, to the surprise of the shopkeeper, returned the gum or herb that was offered to him, and compelled him to exchange it for the right sort, or else went on to seek it elsewhere. But one ingredient, in particular, seemed almost impossible to find. Some chemists plainly admitted they had never seen it. Others denied that such a drug existed, excepting in the imagination of crazy alchemists; and most of them attempted to satisfy their customer by producing some substitute, which, when rejected by Wayland as not being what he had asked for, they maintained possessed, in a superior degree, the selfsame qualities. In general, they all displayed some curiosity concerning the purpose for which he wanted it. One old, meagre chemist, to whom the artist put the usual question, in terms which Tressilian neither understood nor could recollect, answered frankly, there was none of that drug in London, unless Yoglan the Jew chanced to have some of it upon hand. "I thought as much," said Wayland; and as soon as they left the shop, he said to Tressilian, "I crave your pardon, sir, but no artist can work without his tools. I must needs go to this Yoglan's, and I promise you that if this detains you longer than your leisure seems to permit, you shall nevertheless be well repaid by the use I will make of this rare drug. Permit me," he added, "to walk before you, for we are now to quit the broad street, and we will make double speed if I lead the way." Tressilian acquiesced, and following the smith down a lane which turned to the left hand towards the river, he found that his guide walked on with great speed, and apparently perfect knowledge of the town, through a labyrinth of by streets, courts, and blind alleys, until at length Wayland paused in the midst of a very narrow lane, the termination of which showed a peep of the Thames, looking misty and muddy, which background was crossed salterwise, as Mr. Mumblazen might have said, by the mass of two lighters that lay waiting for the tide. The shop under which he halted had not, as in modern days, a glazed window, but a paltry canvas screen surrounded such a stall as the cobbler now occupies, having the front open, much in the manner of a fishmonger's booth of the present day. A little old smock-faced man, the very reverse of the Jew in complexion, for he was very soft-haired as well as beardless, appeared, and, with many courtesies, asked Wayland what he pleased to want. He had no sooner named the drug than the Jew started and looked surprised. "And vat might your worship want with that drug, which is not named, mein God, in 40 years as I have been chemist here?" "These questions it is no part of my commission to answer," said Wayland. "I only wish to know if you have what I want, and having it, are willing to sell it." "Ay, mein God, for having it, that I have, and for selling it, I am a chemist, and sell every drug." So saying, he exhibited a powder, and then continued, "But it will cost much moneys. Vat I have cost its weight in gold, ay, gold well refined. I will say 6 times. It comes from Mount Sinai, where we had our blessed law given forth, and the plant blossoms but once in 100 years." "I do not know how often it is gathered on Mount Sinai," said Wayland, after looking at the drug offered him with great disdain, "but I will wager my sword and buckler against your gaberdine that this trash you offer me, instead of what I ask for, may be had for gathering any day of the week in the castle ditch of Aleppo." "You are a rude man," said the Jew; "and besides, I have no better than that, or if I have, I will not sell it without order of a physician, or without you tell me vat you make of it." The artist made brief answer in a language of which Tressilian could not understand a word, and which seemed to strike the Jew with the utmost astonishment. He stared upon Wayland like one who has suddenly recognized some mighty hero or dreaded potentate in the person of an unknown and unmarked stranger. "Holy Elias!" he exclaimed, when he had recovered the first stunning effects of his surprise, and then passing from his former suspicious and surly manner to the very extremity of obsequiousness, he cringed low to the artist, and besought him to enter his poor house, to bless his miserable threshold by crossing it. "Will you not taste a cup with the poor Jew Zacharias Yoglan? Will you toki ave? Will you lachrymae taste? Will you" "You offend in your proffers," said Wayland. Minister to me in what I require of you, and forbear further discourse." The rebuked Israelite took his bunch of keys, and opening with circumspection a cabinet which seemed more strongly secured than the other cases of drugs and medicines amongst which it stood, he drew out a little secret drawer, having a glass lid, and containing a small portion of a black powder. This he offered to Wayland, his manner conveying the deepest devotion towards him, though an avaricious and jealous expression, which seemed to grudge every grain of what his customer was about to possess himself, disputed ground in his countenance with the obsequious deference which he desired it should exhibit. "Have you scales?" said Wayland. The Jew pointed to those which lay ready for common use in the shop, but he did so with a puzzled expression of doubt and fear, which did not escape the artist. "They must be other than these," said Wayland sternly. "Know you not that holy things lose their virtue if weighed in an unjust balance?" The Jew hung his head, took from a steel plated casket a pair of scales beautifully mounted, and said, as he adjusted them for the artist's use, "With these I do mine own experiment. One hair of the high priest's beard would turn them." "It suffices," said the artist, and weighed out 2 drachms for himself of the black powder, which he very carefully folded up, and put into his pouch with the other drugs. He then demanded the price of the Jew, who answered, shaking his head and bowing, "No price, no, nothing at all from such as you. But you will see the poor Jew again. You will look into his laboratory, where, God help him, he hath dried himself to the substance of the withered gourd of Jonah, the holy prophet. You will have pity on him, and show him one little step on the great road." "Hush!" said Wayland, laying his finger mysteriously on his mouth. "It may be we shall meet again. Thou hast already the Scotchmange, as thine own rabbis call it, the general creation. Watch therefore and pray, for thou must attain the knowledge of Alkahest Elixir Samech, ere I may commune further with thee." Then returning with a slight nod the reverential congees of the Jew, he walked gravely up the lane, followed by his master, whose first observation on the scene he had just witnessed was, that Wayland ought to have paid the man for his drug, whatever it was. "I pay him!" said the artist. "May the foul fiend pay me if I do! Had it not been that I thought it might displease your worship, I would have had an ounce or two of gold out of him, in exchange of the same just weight of brick dust." "I advise you to practise no such knavery while waiting upon me," said Tressilian. "Did I not say," answered the artist, "that for that reason alone I forbore him for the present? Knavery, call you it? Why, yonder wretched skeleton hath wealth sufficient to pave the whole lane he lives in with dollars, and scarce miss them out of his own iron chest, yet he goes mad after the philosopher's stone. And besides, he would have cheated a poor serving man, as he thought me at first, with trash that was not worth a penny. Match for match, quoth the devil to the collier. If his false medicine was worth my good crowns, my true brick dust is as well worth his good gold." "It may be so, for aught I know," said Tressilian, "in dealing amongst Jews and apothecaries, but understand that to have such tricks of legerdemain practised by one attending on me diminishes my honour, and that I will not permit them. I trust thou hast made up thy purchases?" "I have, sir," replied Wayland, "and with these drugs will I this very day compound the true orvietan, that noble medicine which is so seldom found genuine and effective within these realms of Europe, for want of that most rare and precious drug which I got but now from Yoglan. Reader's note: Orvietan, or Venice treacle, as it was sometimes called, was understood to be a sovereign remedy against poison, and the reader must be contented, for the time he peruses these pages, to hold the same opinion, which was once universally received by the learned as well as the vulgar. End reader's note. "But why not have made all your purchases at one shop?" said his master. We have lost nearly an hour in running from one pounder of simples to another." "Content you, sir," said Wayland. "No man shall learn my secret, and it would not be lying long were I to buy all my materials from one chemist." They now returned to their inn, the famous Bell Savage, and while the Lord Sussex's servant prepared the horses for their journey, Wayland, obtaining from the cook the service of a mortar, shut himself up in a private chamber, where he mixed, pounded, and amalgamated the drugs which he had bought, each in its due proportion, with a readiness and address that plainly showed him well practised in all the manual operations of pharmacy. By the time Wayland's electuary was prepared, the horses were ready, and a short hour's riding brought them to the present habitation of Lord Sussex, an ancient house called Sayes Court, near Deptford, which had long pertained to a family of that name, but had for upwards of a century been possessed by the ancient and honourable family of Evelyn. The present representative of that ancient house took a deep interest in the Earl of Sussex, and had willingly accommodated both him and his numerous retinue in his hospitable mansion. Sayes Court was afterwards the residence of the celebrated Mr. Evelyn, whose Silva is still the manual of British planters, and whose life, manners, and principles, as illustrated in his memoirs, ought equally to be the manual of English gentlemen. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Kenilworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kenilworth, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 14. This is rare news thou tellest me, my good fellow. There are two bulls fierce battling on the green for one fair heifer. If the one goes down, the dale will be more peaceful, and the herd, which have small interest in their brullement, may pasture there in peace. Old Play. Sayes Court was watched like a beleaguered fort, and so high rose the suspicions of the time, that Tressilian and his attendants were stopped and questioned repeatedly by sentinels, both on foot and horseback, as they approached the abode of the sick Earl. In truth, the high rank which Sussex held in Queen Elizabeth's favour, and his known and avowed rivalry of the Earl of Leicester, caused the utmost importance to be attached to his welfare; for at the period we treat of, all men doubted whether he or the Earl of Leicester might ultimately have the higher rank in her regard. Elizabeth, like many of her sex, was fond of governing by factions, so as to balance two opposing interests, and reserve in her own hand the power of making either predominant, as the interest of the state, or perhaps as her own female caprice, for to that foible even she was not superior, might finally determine. To finesse, to hold the cards, to oppose one interest to another, to bridle him who thought himself highest in her esteem, by the fears he must entertain of another equally trusted, if not equally beloved, were arts which she used throughout her reign, and which enabled her, though frequently giving way to the weakness of favouritism, to prevent most of its evil effects on her kingdom and government. The two nobles who at present stood as rivals in her favour possessed very different pretensions to share it, yet it might be in general said that the Earl of Sussex had been most serviceable to the Queen, while Leicester was most dear to the woman. Sussex was, according to the phrase of the times, a Martialist, had done good service in Ireland and in Scotland, and especially in the great Northern Rebellion in 1569, which was quelled, in a great measure, by his military talents. He was, therefore, naturally surrounded and looked up to by those who wished to make arms their road to distinction. The Earl of Sussex, moreover, was of more ancient and honourable descent than his rival, uniting in his person the representation of the Fitzwalters as well as of the Ratcliffes, while the scutcheon of Leicester was stained by the degradation of his grandfather, the oppressive minister of Henry VII., and scarce improved by that of his father, the unhappy Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, executed on Tower Hill, August 22nd, 1553. But in person, features, and address, weapons so formidable in the court of a female sovereign, Leicester had advantages more than sufficient to counterbalance the military services, high blood, and frank bearing of the Earl of Sussex; and he bore, in the eye of the court and kingdom, the higher share in Elizabeth's favour, though, for such was her uniform policy, by no means so decidedly expressed as to warrant him against the final preponderance of his rival's pretensions. The illness of Sussex therefore happened so opportunely for Leicester as to give rise to strange surmises among the public, while the followers of the one Earl were filled with the deepest apprehensions, and those of the other with the highest hopes of its probable issue. Meanwhile, for in that old time men never forgot the probability that the matter might be determined by length of sword, the retainers of each noble flocked around their patron, appeared well armed in the vicinity of the court itself, and disturbed the ear of the sovereign by their frequent and alarming debates, held even within the precincts of her palace. This preliminary statement is necessary to render what follows intelligible to the reader. Reader's Note. Note 3, Chapter 14, Leicester and Sussex. Naunton gives us numerous and curious particulars of the jealous struggle which took place between Ratcliffe, Earl of Sussex, and the rising favourite Leicester. The former, when on his deathbed, predicted to his followers that after his death the gipsy, so he called Leicester, from his dark complexion, would prove too many for them. End reader's note. On Tressilian's arrival at Sayes Court, he found the place filled with the retainers of the Earl of Sussex, and of the gentlemen who came to attend their patron in his illness. Arms were in every hand, and a deep gloom on every countenance, as if they had apprehended an immediate and violent assault from the opposite faction. In the hall, however, to which Tressilian was ushered by one of the Earl's attendants, while another went to inform Sussex of his arrival, he found only two gentlemen in waiting. There was a remarkable contrast in their dress, appearance, and manners. The attire of the elder gentleman, a person as it seemed of quality and in the prime of life, was very plain and soldier-like, his stature low, his limbs stout, his bearing ungraceful, and his features of that kind which express sound common sense, without a grain of vivacity or imagination. The younger, who seemed about 20 or upwards, was clad in the gayest habit used by persons of quality at the period, wearing a crimson velvet cloak, richly ornamented with lace and embroidery, with a bonnet of the same, encircled with a gold chain turned 3 times round it, and secured by a medal. His hair was adjusted very nearly like that of some fine gentlemen of our own time, that is, it was combed upwards, and made to stand as it were on end, and in his ears he wore a pair of silver earrings, having each a pearl of considerable size. The countenance of this youth, besides being regularly handsome, and accompanied by a fine person, was animated and striking in a degree that seemed to speak at once the firmness of a decided, and the fire of an enterprising character, the power of reflection, and the promptitude of determination. Both these gentlemen reclined nearly in the same posture, on benches near each other, but each seeming engaged in his own meditations, looked straight upon the wall which was opposite to them, without speaking to his companion. The looks of the elder were of that sort which convinced the beholder that, in looking on the wall, he saw no more than the side of an old hall hung around with cloaks, antlers, bucklers, old pieces of armour, partisans, and the similar articles which were usually the furniture of such a place. The look of the younger gallant had in it something imaginative. He was sunk in reverie, and it seemed as if the empty space of air betwixt him and the wall were the stage of the theatre, on which his fancy was mustering his own dramatis personae, and treating him with sights far different from those which his awakened and earthly vision could have offered. At the entrance of Tressilian, both started from their musing, and made him welcome, the younger in particular with great appearance of animation and cordiality. "Thou art welcome, Tressilian," said the youth. "Thy philosophy stole thee from us when this household had objects of ambition to offer. It is an honest philosophy, since it returns thee to us when there are only dangers to be shared." "Is my lord, then, so greatly indisposed?" said Tressilian. "We fear the very worst," answered the elder gentleman, "and by the worst practice." "Fie," replied Tressilian, "my Lord of Leicester is honourable." "What doth he with such attendants, then, as he hath about him?" said the younger gallant. "The man who raises the devil may be honest, but he is answerable for the mischief which the fiend does, for all that." "And is this all of you, my mates," inquired Tressilian, "that are about my lord in his utmost straits?" "No, no," replied the elder gentleman. "There are Tracy, Markham, and several more, but we keep watch here by two at once, and some are weary and are sleeping in the gallery above." "And some," said the young man, "are gone down to the dock yonder at Deptford, to look out such a haul as they may purchase by clubbing their broken fortunes; and, as soon as all is over, we will lay our noble lord in a noble green grave, have a blow at those who have hurried him thither, if opportunity suits, and then sail for the Indies, with heavy hearts and light purses." "It may be," said Tressilian, "that I will embrace the same purpose, so soon as I have settled some business at court." "Thou business at court!" they both exclaimed at once, "and thou make the Indian voyage! Why, Tressilian," said the younger man, "art thou not wedded, and beyond these flaws of fortune that drive folks out to sea when their bark bears fairest for the haven? What has become of the lovely Indamira that was to match my Amoret for truth and beauty?" "Speak not of her," said Tressilian, averting his face. "Ay, stands it so with you?" said the youth, taking his hand very affectionately. "Then fear not, I will again touch the green wound. But it is strange as well as sad news. Are none of our fair and merry fellowship to escape shipwreck of fortune and happiness in this sudden tempest? I had hoped thou wert in harbour at least, my dear Edmund. But truly says another dear friend of thy name, what man that sees the ever whirling wheel of chance, the which all mortal things doth sway, but that thereby doth find and plainly feel how mutability in them doth play her cruel sports to many men's decay." The elder gentleman had risen from his bench, and was pacing the hall with some impatience, while the youth, with much earnestness and feeling, recited these lines. When he had done, the other wrapped himself in his cloak, and again stretched himself down, saying, "I marvel, Tressilian, you will feed the lad in this silly humour. If there were aught to draw a judgment upon a virtuous and honourable household like my lord's, renounce me if I think not it were this piping, whining, childish trick of poetry that came among us with Master Walter Wittypate here and his comrades, twisting into all manner of uncouth and incomprehensible forms of speech the honest plain English phrase which God gave us to express our meaning withal." "Blount believes," said his comrade, laughing, "the devil wooed Eve in rhyme, and that the mystic meaning of the tree of knowledge refers solely to the art of clashing rhymes and meting out hexameters." Reader's Note, Note 4, Chapter 14. Sir Walter Raleigh. Among the attendants and adherents of Sussex, we have ventured to introduce the celebrated Raleigh in the dawn of his court favour. In Aubrey's correspondence there are some curious particulars of Sir Walter Raleigh. He was a tall, handsome, bold man, but his need was that he was damnably proud. Old Sir Robert Harley of Brampton Bryan Castle, who knew him, would say it was a great question who was the proudest, Sir Walter or Sir Thomas Overbury. But the difference that was judged in Sir Thomas's side. In the great parlour at Downton, at Mr. Raleigh's, is a good piece, an original of Sir Walter, in a white satin doublet, all embroidered with rich pearls, and a mighty rich chain of great pearls about his neck. The old servants have told me that the real pearls were near as big as the painted ones. He had a most remarkable aspect, an exceeding high forehead, long faced, and sour eyelidded. A rebus is added to this purpose. The enemy to the stomach, and the word disgrace, is the name of the gentleman with the bold face. Sir Walter Raleigh's beard turned up naturally, which gave him an advantage over the gallants of the time, whose moustaches received a touch of the barber's art to give them the air then most admired. See Aubrey's Correspondence, Volume 2, Part 2, page 500. At this moment the Earl Chamberlain entered, and informed Tressilian that his lord required to speak with him. He found Lord Sussex dressed, but unbraced, and lying on his couch, and was shocked at the alteration disease had made in his person. The Earl received him with the most friendly cordiality, and inquired into the state of his courtship. Tressilian evaded his inquiries for a moment, and turning his discourse on the Earl's own health, he discovered to his surprise that the symptoms of his disorder corresponded minutely with those which Wayland had predicated concerning it. He hesitated not, therefore, to communicate to Sussex the whole history of his attendant, and the pretensions he set up to cure the disorder under which he laboured. The Earl listened with incredulous attention until the name of Demetrius was mentioned, and then suddenly called to his secretary to bring him a certain casket, which contained papers of importance. "Take out from thence," he said, "the declaration of the rascal cook, whom we had under examination, and look heedfully if the name of Demetrius be not there mentioned." The secretary turned to the passage at once, and read, "And said declarant, being examined, saith, that he remembers having made the sauce to the said sturgeon fish, after eating of which the said noble lord was taken ill, and he put the usual ingredients and condiments therein, namely" "Pass over his trash," said the Earl, "and see whether he had not been supplied with his materials by an herbalist called Demetrius." "It is even so," answered the secretary; and he adds, "he has not since seen the said Demetrius." "This accords with thy fellow's story, Tressilian," said the Earl. "Call him hither." On being summoned to the Earl's presence, Wayland Smith told his former tale with firmness and consistency. "It may be," said the Earl, "thou art sent by those who have begun this work to end it for them. But bethink, if I miscarry under thy medicine, it may go hard with thee." "That were severe measure," said Wayland, "since the issue of medicine and the end of life are in God's disposal. But I will stand the risk. I have not lived so long under ground to be afraid of a grave." "Nay, if thou be'st so confident," said the Earl of Sussex, "I will take the risk too, for the learned can do nothing for me. Tell me how this medicine is to be taken." "That will I do presently," said Wayland; "but allow me to condition that, since I incur all the risk of this treatment, no other physician shall be permitted to interfere with it." "That is but fair," replied the Earl. "And now prepare your drug." While Wayland obeyed the Earl's commands, his servants, by the artist's direction, undressed their master and placed him in bed. "I warn you," he said, "that the first operation of this medicine will be to produce a heavy sleep, during which time the chamber must be kept undisturbed, as the consequences may otherwise be fatal. I myself will watch by the Earl with any of the gentlemen of his chamber." "Let all leave the room, save Stanley and this good fellow," said the Earl. "And saving me also," said Tressilian. "I too am deeply interested in the effects of this potion." "Be it so, good friend," said the Earl. "And now for our experiment. But first, call my secretary and chamberlain. Bear witness," he continued, when these officers arrived, "bear witness for me, gentlemen, that our honourable friend Tressilian is in no way responsible for the effects which this medicine may produce upon me, the taking it being my own free action and choice, in regard I believe to be a remedy which God has furnished me, by unexpected means, to recover me of my present malady. Commend me to my noble and princely mistress, and say that I live and die her true servant, and wish to all about her throne the same singleness of heart and will to serve her, with more ability to do so than hath been assigned to poor Thomas Ratcliffe." He then folded his hands, and seemed for a second or two absorbed in mental devotion, then took the potion in his hand, and, pausing, regarded Wayland with a look that seemed designed to penetrate his very soul, but which caused no anxiety or hesitation in the countenance or manner of the artist. "Here is nothing to be feared," said Sussex to Tressilian, and swallowed the medicine without further hesitation. "I am now to pray your lordship," said Wayland, "to dispose yourself to rest as commodiously as you can, and of you, gentlemen, to remain as still and mute as if you waited at your mother's deathbed." The chamberlain and secretary then withdrew, giving orders that all doors should be bolted, and all noise in the house strictly prohibited. Several gentlemen were voluntary watchers in the hall, but none remained in the chamber of the sick Earl, save his groom of the chamber, the artist, and Tressilian. Wayland Smith's predictions were speedily accomplished, and a sleep fell upon the Earl, so deep and sound, that they who watched his bedside began to fear that, in his weakened state, he might pass away without awakening from his lethargy. Wayland Smith himself appeared anxious, and felt the temples of the Earl slightly, from time to time, attending particularly to the state of his respiration, which was full and deep, but at the same time easy and uninterrupted. Chapter 14.